LoveLore Library. Chapter 483. Now, everyone had an indescribable opinion of Lin Xian. Even Qin Feng and Zhang Nan, who knew him, were stunned. How could you be so shameless? Normally, it would be fine for you to call her sister. But with your tone and expression, wasn't it a little too much? But how could they say it? Qin Feng did not think that Lin Xian was a bootlicker. He did not think that Lin Xian would suddenly become like this after hearing about Murong Qing's identity. Although he had known Lin Xian for a long time and knew that he did not have a strong background, Lin Xian's actions gave Qin Feng the impression that he was not such a person. Moreover, previously in the Tianhua Academy's gymnasium, the lady in the white dress who had suddenly appeared to save them all clearly had some kind of relationship with Lin Xian. Of course, they might not be related. The lady in the white dress could be a strong human expert. However, considering what Lin Xian had said to Qin Feng, he would ask a friend to prevent Qin Xiaotian from escaping using a spatial spiritual device. Such a friend would naturally be of the spatial attribute. Only spatial attribute could restrain spatial attribute and distort spatial attribute. Hence, Qin Feng would link the lady in the white dress with Lin Xian's friend. Hence, Qin Feng felt that Lin Xian was definitely not a bootlicker. It was more likely that he was doing it on purpose. Although those who did not understand did not show it, in their hearts, they had already disdained Lin Xian, regardless of whether they were old or young. However, Lin Xian was really doing it on purpose. He really wanted to bootlick. If this mission had not been triggered, Lin Xian would definitely not bootlick like this. However, he needed to sweetly call her sister and establish some kind of special relationship with her. Only when they had this special relationship would Lin Xian be able to court her. This damn stupid mission. Fuck. Wait a minute. Lin Xian suddenly realized something. Murong Qing looked like she was about 27 or 28 years old. She was very, very beautiful, and her figure was very good. No, it was already that kind of explosive. Linya and Lingying had good figures, but this Murong Qing was so sexy that it could make people's noses bleed. But could she be married? Look at Xiao Runing, 24 years old. At this age, many people are already married, not to mention Murong Qing. If Murong Qing were to get married, then, it would be very awkward. Murong Qing then smiled and said charmingly to Lin Xian, "Then I will recognize you as my little brother." Cough, cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly, then said, "That depends on what kind of feelings you have for me, and if you want to treat me well, I'm very pure." Kikik, Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh out loud. The few people beside her wiped off their cold sweat. Was this little ancestor teasing Murong Qing? What could Lin Xian do? This stupid system, it was as if it had lost its mother. Whenever it saw a beauty, it would give out a mission. Of course, Lin Xian was very willing to reward it, but couldn't it let him deal with the other girls first? He really couldn't take it anymore. Even if he was a Casanova, he still needed time, right? Especially when facing these girls who weren't the kind to be unrestrained. Also, it's fine if you trigger it, but please make the mission deadline longer. Damn it. Right now, Lin Xian had a love-hate relationship with the system. What he hated was that he simply couldn't bear the punishment from the system. Although the process of picking up girls was blissful, if there was a time limit and punishment during the process, then it wouldn't be so blissful anymore. As for the love, of course, it was the moment when he received the mission reward. So, it was very difficult. If he was a little careless, his level would be reset to 0, damn. Of course, sister will treat you well, I will love you very much. Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This woman was a seductress. Then I wonder why beautiful sister is looking for me. Murong Qing's big eyes revealed a touch of craftiness and mystery. When you're done, we'll have a meal and talk about it slowly. Lin Xian, oh, wrong, I said it wrong, we'll have a meal and talk about it slowly. Murong Qing added with a smile. Why did it feel like she really wanted to say the former? Xiao Nanfeng, didn't you want to get to know Lin Xian? Here. Murong Qing moved her lips towards the handsome man beside her. Xiao Nanfeng nodded his head slightly. Originally, he wanted to get to know Lin Xian on the way. Actually, it wasn't really an acquaintance, he just wanted to learn from him. But now, he didn't want to because in his eyes, Lin Xian was beneath him. But after all, there were so many people here, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't show anything. Xiao Nanfeng. He stretched out his hand towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Xiao Nanfeng nodded and pulled his hand back. Lin Xian laughed inwardly. This was probably another person who thought too highly of himself. They naturally came from a big city, but Lin Xian wasn't sure where they came from, but it had nothing to do with Lin Xian. However, this person looked to be only 23 or 24 years old, and he was indeed a 4-star lower realm expert. He did have the right to be arrogant. No, he didn't. Xiao Runing's real age should be about the same as his. At most, she was a little older than him, but Xiao Runing was also a teacher while cultivating. She was now also in the lower realm. Lin Xian, Xiao Nanfeng is an expert who has been famous for a long time. His future is limitless. At the same time, he also has the space attribute like you, but so do you. Your future is also limitless. Perhaps the two of you can become very good friends with the same goals. Qin Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder as he spoke. Lin Xian smiled and said, "That won't do. Even if I want to, think about it, Uncle Qin. How can a landowner's child and a child from a poor family play together? Young Master Nan is a landowner's child, while I'm a child from a poor family. I can't compare. I still prefer to be with young Master Zhang. After all, we're both children from poor families, right?" Lin Xian looked at Zhang Tian and smiled. Zhang Tian nodded. To Lin Xian, this kind of arrogant person wasn't suitable to make friends with at all. He couldn't make friends with him at all. He could only get along with people from his circle. Xiao Nanfeng smiled and said, "Young Master Lin, why do you think I'm a landowner's child?" "Yes." Lin Xian pointed at him and said, "Although I don't know much about goods, young Master Zhang, tell me. This set of clothes adds up to at least 150,000, right?" Zhang Tian nodded. "It's probably custom-made. More than 500,000. Then look at me. Everything adds up to more than 1,000 yuan. We're definitely not from the same world. If we become friends in the future, I won't even have the money to treat young Master Nan to a meal. How can we be friends?" Lin Xian smiled. Xiao Nanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Murong Qing found it interesting. How could she not see that Lin Xian had no intention of being friends with Xiao Nanfeng? Why? "I think he's quite suitable to be a dog at my door. He's good at guarding the door." Lin Xian. "Let me go if you have the guts. I'll fight you one-on-one." Qin Xiaotian said angrily. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Lin Xian moved closer. Bang! Following that, he punched him in the face, causing his teeth and blood to fly out. "In your fucking dreams. How comfortable is it for me to fuck you like this? Why would I fight you one-on-one? One-on-one, my ass." Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xian's fists landed on Qin Xiaotian's head one after another. In a short time, Qin Xiaotian's entire body had turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen, covered in blood. Of course, the people outside could see it, but they didn't stop it. There was no need to stop it. For the evil fiend shrine or martial artists who harmed humans, there was no need to show them much mercy. Such people were more abominable than demonic beasts. They were treated like demonic beasts. Inside, Lin Xian and Zhang Tian beat Qin Xiaotian half to death. He couldn't even speak. At this time, the two of them walked out. "Uncle Qin, take him away." Qin Feng nodded. Then, a few people pushed Qin Xiaotian out. "Let's go." Lin Xian glanced at Zhang Tian and then looked at Murong Qing. "Beautiful sister, I'll be leaving first." "Wait." The corner of Murong Qing's mouth slightly curled, and then she threw a business card to Lin Xian. "My phone number is on it. Call me when you're done. Sister will bring you to a room. Ah pui, to eat." Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose, then nodded and walked away. "Miss Murong, do you really value this Lin Xian so much?" Zhao Nanfeng was puzzled. This Lin Xian had some strength and also had a space attribute. That was true, and he did have some achievements. But it wasn't enough to make Murong Qing come specially. Who was Murong Qing? Zhao Nanfeng knew all too well that even though he had addressed Murong Qing as his teacher, it was only to get closer to her. Murong Qing had once unintentionally taught him something, so in order to get closer to her, he addressed her as his teacher. In fact, the two of them were not that close. This time, he had followed Murong Qing here. Of course, it was not for Lin Xian. As for Murong Qing's identity, she was the executive officer of the temple. In simple terms, there were 5 people with the highest status in the temple. Murong Qing was one of them. The executive officer was basically the highest status among the 5. Murong Qing was the sister of the founder of the temple, Murong Tian. She didn't take this position because of blood relations. She really had the ability to climb up with her own strength. No, to be precise, it was her brother, Murong Tian, who had repeatedly asked her to take up this position. The founder of the temple, the 3 major forces on the continent that protected humanity. They were also the 3 strongest forces. Murong Tian had founded the temple, which basically meant that he was one of the 3 people with the highest status in the continent. Murong Qing was also invited by him time and time again. It was enough to see how terrifying this woman was. Murong Qing took a sip of tea and nodded slightly. But, in Tiandu, other than the space attribute, everything else about him is very ordinary. He can't be considered a particularly outstanding person. There's no need for Master Murong to come personally. It doesn't matter. Just treat it as a vacation. It's suffocating to stay in that place all day. Murong Qing then looked at Zhao Nanfeng and said, "Aren't you going to find your little girlfriend?" "Go." Zhao Nanfeng said awkwardly, "It's not. It should be soon, right?" "Go." "Then this student will take his leave first." Zhao Nanfeng then walked away. Murong Qing's lips curled up slightly, revealing a charming smile. Admittedly, Lin Xian's space attribute and his battle achievements in Tianhua City were eye-catching. But in Tiandu, it was really nothing. Only the space attribute attracted people's attention. But what really attracted her and the temple's attention was the attribute increasing medicine that Lin Xian had taken out previously, including things that increased vitality and mental strength. It was these things. On the continent, she and her brother had never heard of such a godly item. But it actually appeared in his hands. How could they not pay attention? Chapter 485. At this moment, Qin Xiaotian was being pushed out by a group of experts like a cage. He was being paraded through the streets. The reason why these experts were present was because they knew that there was a heavenly venerable behind Qin Shaotian. If she came, it would be bad. However, Lin Xian still allowed Linglong Shui to come just in case. Linglong Shui, and Bing Lingyue were eating delicious food in a Western restaurant not far away. They could see the situation on the other side through the huge glass wall. This is so infuriating, so infuriating. What does this Lin Xian think we are? He orders us around all day long. Linglong Yu stabbed her steak with her fork. It's fine for friends to help friends. Besides, he helped us a lot. Linglong Shui said indifferently and then took a bite of her steak. Humph. Linglong Yu obviously knew that, but she just couldn't stand it. Although she knew that Lin Xian had helped the Void Fox and this was a huge favor, when she thought about how Lin Xian was just a lowly human and how her sister was so noble and noble, being ordered around by him, she felt angry. Just treat it as coming out to eat. Bing Lingyue said softly. On the other side of the road, in a familiar place, it was a square. It was also the square where Wang Jichao was previously. Qin Shaotian was pushed here and there were more and more people around him. Qin Shaotian was laughing hysterically in the cage. Yes, it would be the same for anyone who went from being a so-called heaven's pride to their current state. Disgusting. Everyone, throw him. Countless items were thrown onto Qin Shaotian's body. This was the price he deserved. Indeed, he was in a very sorry and miserable state now, but he deserved everything. Thinking about those people who were killed by him, did those people deserve more than death? Thinking of this, no one had any sympathy for him. Moreover, this kind of behavior was the most infuriating. Miss Xiao. Lin Xian waved at a few figures not far away, and they walked over. Xiao Runing, Han Chushue, Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Qianqian, Wang Xintong, Yi Yi, Lu Yufan, and Lin Ye. They had come here together as a team. Where's Ling Ying? Lin Xian asked in surprise. She has a friend coming over, so she went to entertain her friend. Han Chushue said softly. That's a pity. I won't be able to see such a satisfying scene. Lin Xian shrugged slightly. Lin Ye walked to Lin Xian's side and silently looked at the figure in the cage. Little fairy, do you still remember? Lin Xian asked gently. Lin Ye shook her head. It's all right. Actually, it was best that Lin Ye didn't remember. I didn't expect that the person I had high hopes for was actually such a person. He even almost got you and Lin Ye into trouble. Xiao Runing looked at the figure in the distance again and revealed an angry expression. That's why Miss Xiao's eyes aren't experienced enough. Lin Xian joked with a smile. Xiao Runing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I'm afraid that other than you guys, no one else could see through his hypocrisy, right? Xiao Runing said helplessly. But fortunately, he was brought to justice. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. I still have to thank Sister Qianqian. Lin Xian looked at Wang Qianqian and thanked her. Wang Qianqian smiled and shook her head. It's fine. It's what friends should do. What about me? Miao Xiaomiao asked Lin Xian. You? What use are you? Miao Xiaomiao was speechless. TSK, Wang Xintong and the others tried to hold back their laughter. Lin Xian, how will he be executed? Yi Yi asked. Maybe he'll be beaten to death by these people. What's wrong? Lin Xian said and then looked at Yi Yi. Yi Yi shook her head. It's nothing. I'm just a little emotional. Maybe there are many people around us like him. It feels like even if we live in the city, it's still very dangerous. Yeah. Lin Xian also sighed. So he was even more certain of his idea. He needed a force that belonged to him. Only then could he protect them. Qin Xiaotian, who was in the cage, was probably delirious. Others threw things at him, but he was still laughing foolishly. Qin Xiaotian seems to have gone crazy. Lu Yufan pointed and said in a charming voice. They all looked over. It's normal. With such a big difference and being paraded on the streets, it's normal for him to be respected. A pitiful person must have something hateful. Moreover, I don't think he's pitiful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. Lin Xian, you have to be careful of the Qin family. Xiao Runing suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xian. I know. Qin family. Regardless of whether this family was related to the evil fiend Hall or not, Qin Xiaotian was still a son of the Qin family. The Qin family would not let this matter go. In other words, they would not let Lin Xian go. But how should he put it? If it was just the Qin family, Lin Xian did not think much of it. Even if the Qin family was related to the evil fiend Hall, it was nothing. Because even if they were not related, the evil fiend Hall would definitely make a move on him. If they were not related, the Qin family was not strong. I'll help you investigate the Qin family. If we can find any clues and take down the Qin family, you don't have to worry about that. Xiao Runing added. Then I'll have to trouble Miss Xiao. Xiao Runing shook her head slightly. In the distance, a person was sitting in a cafe drinking coffee. She was wearing a cap and it was buttoned very low. It was difficult to see her face, but if one was opposite her, they would be able to see it. Zhao Mengyue. Lin Xian. Zhao Mengyue's expression was somewhat ugly. She admitted that she had underestimated Lin Xian at the beginning, but she really did not expect that Lin Xian would be able to take down Qin Xiaotian. Originally, she wanted to find an opportunity to make a move, but because of the woman who was called a fairy sister yesterday, she did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, in the crowd, there was a woman in simple clothes looking at Qin Xiaotian. She was the woman from the evil fiend hole. She had the spatial attribute, and it was a spatial attribute that had reached the Empyrean realm. It was not that she had any feelings for Qin Xiaotian, which was why she had come to save him time and time again. She admitted that she was not a good person, otherwise, she would not be a member of the evil fiend hall, but at least she knew that she was a righteous person. The Qin family had unintentionally saved her before, and she had not helped Lin Xian kill Lin Xian before, so she needed to save Qin Xiaotian. This way, she could repay the Qin family's kindness. After repaying, she would no longer care about anything else. Her right hand slowly condensed a wave of power. Even if you stared at her, you would not be able to see it. You could only see her hand moving, because this was the power of space. Linglong Shui and Linglong Shui raised their heads at the same time. Chapter 486. Linglong Shui only waved her arm slightly. Those who didn't know would think that she was just picking up the drink in front of her. The woman suddenly felt something and showed a shocked expression. Then, her figure quickly disappeared. In the next moment, she arrived at an unknown place and panted. She was betting that the person didn't come. But she didn't bet right. She came. But she was curious. Why didn't she kill her? She was just trying to intimidate her, telling her not to move. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. There's no other way. Although I want to repay the Qin family's kindness, there's nothing I can do when I meet such a strong person. The woman sighed softly and then walked away. She had the space attribute, so she naturally understood the space attribute very well. The space attribute released by that person crushed her, regardless of realm or anything else. Originally, she wanted to kill Lin Xian. But now, she thought about it and decided not to for the time being. That person had always been there. Perhaps she had something to do with Lin Xian. The matter here had come to an end. Qin Xiaotian was killed by Zhang Tian in the end. Lin Xian also let out a sigh of relief. Qin Xiaotian was finally finished. What do we do now? Yi asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian stretched lazily. I'm feeling relaxed. Let's go out and have a good meal. Okay. Lu Yufan and Miao Xiaomiao nodded their heads. Then, they all went to have a good meal together. Lin Xian drank a lot and was a little drunk. He didn't use his power to disperse the drunkenness and was helped home by Lin Ye and the others. What happened to Lin Xian? When they returned home, Ling Ying had just arrived. He was shocked when he saw Lin Xian. Han Chushue said, "Nothing, he's drunk." Drunk? Ling Ying froze for a moment. Qin Xiaotian is dead. Ling Ying looked up and asked Han Chushue. Han Chushue nodded. Ling Ying then understood why Lin Xian was drunk. He was too tired. Perhaps he should give himself some time to relax. Sister Lin Ye, leave it to me. Lin Ye shook her head. I'll bring him to the room. You can chat with Chushue. Ling Ying and Lin Ye helped Lin Xian to the bed. Lin Ye took care of Lin Xian. Then, they walked to the living room. Who came? Han Chushue asked. Don't mention it, it's so annoying. Hearing this, Ling Ying waved his hand. Tiandu. Ling Ying nodded. Yeah, he's like an idiot. He always thought that I was deeply in love with him. If it weren't for my dad's call, I would have killed him with a knife. Ling Ying said angrily. You're swearing again. Han Chushue said faintly. It's good enough that I didn't blow his head off. Let's not talk about this anymore. Can you invite a family's heavenly venerable expert over? Han Chushue roughly understood what Ling Ying meant. Ling Ying felt that the evil fiend temple might have already targeted Lin Xian. Moreover, that person was a heavenly venerable. If there was no heavenly venerable to protect him, it would be very dangerous. I don't think so. Ha! Ling Ying froze for a moment. The woman in white from before should be Lin Xian's friend. Ling Ying frowned slightly. Ling Longshui. You think so too? At that time, Ling Longshui was wearing a veil, so they couldn't be sure. Ling Ying nodded. It seems to be her. Her voice is also similar. I was wondering why there was such a familiar feeling at that time. Fuck. I've long felt that this Ling Longshui was an expert, but I didn't expect her to be an expert who could crush a heavenly venerable. A great void stage expert? Ling Ying muttered to himself in surprise. She and Lin Xian. How did they meet? Han Chushue asked. I don't know. When I saw them, they seemed to already know each other, but their relationship didn't seem to be very good. I don't know what method Lin Xian used to lock up such a heaven-defying expert. Suddenly, Ling Ying thought of something. Didn't Lin Xian have that powerful space improvement potion? Could it be that he helped her improve? Owed Lin Xian a favor. Other than that, Ling Ying really couldn't think of how Lin Xian could be related to a great void stage expert. He could even get a great void stage expert to help him. He had to admit that she was very smart. This was really inconceivable. A mysterious heaven stage expert knowing a great void stage expert was already inconceivable. He could even get a great void stage expert to help him, and a great void stage expert even came to their house as a guest. At this moment, in a 5-star high-class hotel, Murong Qing had just finished showering. She was lying on the bed in her pajamas, swinging her delicate jade feet and playing with her phone. Her body couldn't be said to be good, it was exploding. It was a big cow. She was also distressed. It was quite tiring to fall down every day. Bastard! Where's your phone? Murong Qing stared at her phone. It was already the middle of the night. Didn't he say that he would ask her out after the matter with Qin Xiaotian was over? It was already 11:00 in the morning. Damn it! Murong Qing gritted her teeth. She was actually taken advantage of. Who was she? Murong Qing. She was the only one who took advantage of others. When did she let a brat take advantage of her? She was very unhappy. Was she that unattractive? Even if it wasn't for anything else, it wouldn't be a loss to go out with a beauty like her. Hello. Murong Qing made a call. Find out Lin Xian's number for me. Hurry up. After less than a minute, a number was sent to her phone. She dialed the number and it was picked up after a while. Hello. Lin Ye picked up the phone in confusion. On the other side, Murong Qing was stunned. A woman. She called Lin Xian in the middle of the night and a woman picked up the phone. Damn it. He didn't do what he promised her and even slept with another woman. How dare he? Tell Lin Xian that if he doesn't come tomorrow, I'll abort the child. Murong Qing hung up the phone angrily after saying that. He didn't go to the appointment and even slept with a girl. I'll kill you. If Lin Xian knew about it, he would have a headache. He was too excited. After eating and drinking, he forgot about this matter. Otherwise, he would have definitely gone. On the other side, Lin Ye was stunned. Child. Then she silently glanced at Lin Xian who was sleeping on the bed. He couldn't have gotten another girl pregnant outside, right? And from her voice, she seemed to be angry. Could it be that she dumped him? Lin Ye looked at the number. She wanted to call and ask about it, but she put down the phone in the end. Lin Xian cried out bitterly. He was still in his dreams, but he had already been tricked. What did he do wrong? Well, it did seem like it was his fault for not going to the appointment. There was nothing wrong with that. Murong Qing's big eyes flashed cunningly. She was like a child. Humph. I'll trick you to death. You're probably fighting on the bed now, wahahaha. Then Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. She was indeed lawless since she was young. Now she was considered good. If it was in the past, why didn't he go to the appointment? Sorry, I'll blow up your house. Why didn't he go to the appointment? Chapter 487. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Lin Ye felt that it was quite believable. After all, she could roughly guess what was going on over the phone. They did indeed have an appointment yesterday. But you can't skip an appointment with a girl. You're not allowed to do this in the future. Lin Ye said softly. No, I'm talking business with her. We're not dating. You're not the first person I look for when I'm dating. Lin Xian grinned. Lin Ye's little face immediately turned red. Go, hurry up and apologize to Miss Xiao's house. Then I'll go. Let's go. Following that, Lin Xian bought some pig head meat, green onions, chicken, duck, fish, and all kinds of vegetables and went to Xiao Runing's house. If Lin Ye knew about this, she would probably be furious. Didn't you say you'd buy some fruits to apologize? What are you doing? You're buying vegetables to make them cook. You're invincible. Lin Xian had already been to Xiao Runing's home once. Regarding the home of a beautiful girl as a man, his memory was still fresh in his mind. If a man had been to a beautiful girl's home, if he didn't remember, then was he still a man? Dong dong dong. Lin Xian knocked on Xiao Runing's door. caught at the door was slowly opened. Xiao Runing in her home clothes stood in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian. When Xiao Runing saw Lin Xian arrive, she still had a confused look on her face. "My dear Ning Ning." Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing's pretty face turned slightly red. This bastard. When there was no one around, Lin Xian would definitely call Xiao Runing more intimately. "Look." Lin Xian raised his hands. His hands were slowly filled with vegetables. "What are you doing?" Xiao Runing took a look and was stunned again. Then, she let Lin Xian into her house. "I'm asking you to cook for me." Lin Xian said straightforwardly. "You're here to ask me to cook for you?" Lin Xian put the vegetables on the ground and looked at Xiao Runing. "No, I'm here to apologize to you." "Apologize?" Xiao Runing was stunned for a moment. "Yeah, my little fairy said that I was drunk last night and hugged your date, so I'm here to apologize." "Xiao Runing, kiss your sister." Xiao Runing couldn't help but swear. "Ha ha ha, I just want to apologize to you. I'm drunk. I'm not blaming you. Have a seat. What would you like to drink?" "Anything." Xiao Runing took the opportunity to bring the vegetables to the kitchen. When she came out, she handed a glass of water to Lin Xian. "You're here to say this." Xiao Runing sat across from Lin Xian and glanced at him. "Nope." Lin Xian looked at Xiao Runing and said, "I wanted to ask you to cook lunch. There's no room for me at home, so I can only come to Ning Ning's place to eat and drink." Xiao Runing was probably used to Lin Xian calling her that. And then, "Hee hee, how do you know there's something else?" Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing secretly touched her forehead. If this guy was so simple, then he wouldn't be Lin Xian. "What?" Xiao Runing took a sip of water and asked. "I'm here to whisper sweet nothings to my girlfriend." Lin Xian smiled. "Girlfriend? Lu Yufan?" "Yee. They're not at my house." Xiao Runing slightly shrugged her shoulders and said. "But my girlfriend is Xiao Runing." Xiao Runing, cough cough. In the next second, Xiao Runing choked on her own water. "You, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Runing's beautiful face was dyed with a layer of red. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian. "Did I say something wrong?" "My dear Ning Ning, don't tell me you want to go back on your word." Xiao Runing finally realized something. Lin Xian was first place in the Tianwu tournament. Damn. What's going to come will come. Right? I got first place in the Tianwu tournament, so my dear Ning Ning, shouldn't you fulfill your promise? Lin Xian said with a grin. In fact, Xiao Runing hadn't triggered the system's mission yet, so Lin Xian didn't want to take her down. He knew that he couldn't do it now, but it would definitely happen in the future. So, why not take this opportunity to get closer to Xiao Runing? Then it would be much easier to complete her mission in the future. Lin Xian was also drunk. The missions came one after another, making his scalp numb. He was so tired that he had to prepare for the future, afraid that he wouldn't be able to handle it. Yes. Xiao Runing's face was slightly red as she nodded. Then come. Lin Xian said with a grin. What are you doing? Taking off your clothes. Xiao Runing, in the next second, she threw her cup at Lin Xian, but Lin Xian easily caught it. Get lost. Xiao Runing glared at Lin Xian. Damn. Then you're my girlfriend now, is there anything wrong with that? Xiao Runing stood up and said, First, girlfriends don't have to do that kind of thing. I'm your girlfriend now, but we're still in the middle of development, and we haven't even held hands yet. Second, I said before, 1 day, no, 1 hour. I'm going to cook. Then Xiao Runing ran away. Wow! You're not shameless. Lin Xian was shocked. But it was nothing. Xiao Runing's mission hadn't been triggered, so Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. This was pretty good. Then Lin Xian went to Xiao Runing's kitchen. What are you doing here? Get out first. To Xiao Runing, Lin Xian was a big bad wolf. She didn't dare to be in the same space as Lin Xian. I'm here to watch my girlfriend cook. You. Can you not say that? Xiao Runing's face was red. This side of her was really mesmerizing. Why? You're my girlfriend, is there something wrong with me calling you my girlfriend? Whatever. Xiao Runing shook her head secretly. She wasn't used to it, but after thinking about it, it was just her and Lin Xian, so there wasn't anything wrong with it. If it was just calling each other names, it would slowly get better. Besides, it wasn't like they hadn't done anything more intimate before. Her first kiss had been cheated away by that bastard Lin Xian. Ah. Ding. Miss Nia's but, Prince Charming points plus 100,000. In the next second, Xiao Runing couldn't help but scream. You. Xiao Runing took a few steps back and pointed at Lin Xian. Her face was red with anger and she couldn't say anything for a moment. What's wrong? Lin Xian grinned. Get out. Xiao Runing said angrily. Okay, I'll go out, ha ha ha. Then Lin Xian walked out laughing. Phew. Xiao Runing took a deep breath. Tui. Shameless. Xiao Runing tried to calm herself down. This bastard was getting bolder and bolder. Really? This was the first time. No, to be precise, it was only in front of this bastard Lin Xian that she was embarrassed, teased, and taken advantage of. Most importantly, she couldn't get angry. Fuck. Besides, Lin Xian seemed to have a good reason. What's wrong with me pinching my girlfriend's butt? So angry. Chapter 488. Lin Xian happily sat on the sofa and played with his phone. His heart was overjoyed. Xiao Runing, the goddess teacher in the school, his teacher, and now, wahahaha. Soon, the sound of Xiao Runing cooking could be heard from the kitchen, followed by the smell of food. Soon, the dishes were brought out one by one. Lin Xian felt quite blessed. To be honest, in this day and age, there were very few girls who could cook, let alone cook so well. Not to mention, they were both martial artists, and very powerful ones at that. To be able to find time to practice their culinary skills to such an extent, it was quite amazing. Let's eat. Xiao Runing brought a bowl of soup, then wiped her hands and said softly. Thank you for lunch, wifey. Xiao Runing, this bastard. How did he change the way he addressed her? Lin Xian. I beg you to be normal. Xiao Runing wanted to cry but had no tears. She never thought that she would have such a day. What? Am I not normal? Lin Xian smiled and sat at the dining table. You call me something else. Wifey? Xiao Runing, damn Lin Yang. Okay, I don't care about you anymore. Hurry up and leave after eating. Xiao Runing said. No, I'm not leaving after eating. I'm a bit sleepy. Accompany me for a nap. Xiao Runing, unless you want to die. Xiao Runing said. Wah. Ning, is this how a girlfriend should behave? I won the bet, but you treat me like this. Lin Xian had a pained expression on his face. Okay, stop pretending. I'll accompany you shopping in the afternoon, okay? Xiao Runing said. Damn. I'm the one who's going shopping with you. Is it wrong to accompany my girlfriend shopping? Xiao Runing winked at Lin Xian slyly. Alright then. Obviously, it was difficult to take advantage of Xiao Runing. Lin Xian was too lazy to take advantage of her. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Change WeChat, QQ, Weibo, and all other social media platforms to my profile picture. Xiao Runing, why? Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to change her boyfriend's profile picture? You should be thankful that I didn't ask you to change our photo. How about we take a photo together? Don't. Xiao Runing wanted to cry. This Lin Xian was too infuriating. How would he explain this in the future? If it was Lin Xian's profile picture, what would others think? But there shouldn't be many people who think that they are a couple, right? Normally, this wouldn't happen. Who cares? A straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. If she did not do anything wrong, she would not be afraid of ghosts knocking on her door. She was not the kind of person who would care about the opinions of others. Alright, then just return my selfie. I'll send it to you later. That's only if your selfie is normal. Hey, that's my selfie. Of course I have to make it look handsome. Xiao Runing heaved a sigh of relief. There's more. Xiao Runing pulled a long face. Why did she make this bet with Lin Xian in the first place? Post a status on your WeChat, QQ, Weibo, etc., and tag me. Then attach a picture of me and say that this is my boyfriend. Ask for blessings, please 99. Xiao Runing, big brother. I was wrong, okay. I beg you, my family, friends, and your sister, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the teachers at the school are all in my WeChat list. I will die. Xiao Runing broke down. Isn't this what a girlfriend should do? Lin Xian said seriously. Xiao Runing really had no way to refute him. That's right. What should she do? However, it's indeed a little difficult for you. If you don't want to do it, I can give you another choice. I choose another one. Xiao Runing said without hesitation. She was a teacher. If she were to tag Lin Xian and say something like that, the whole Tianhua city would be in turmoil. People would spread the news that Xiao Runing was dating her own student. Then, Ling Ying and the rest would misunderstand. Of course, she could explain, but there was still her own family. Wow! This was simply asking for her life. Then you can kiss me. Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing, I'll kiss your head. Then you can tag me and make me do it. Lin Xian shrugged and said. Xiao Runing, wow. She really wanted to kill this Lin guy. Give me another choice. No. Lin Xian said. But, what's there to be afraid of? It's not like we haven't kissed before. Lin Xian grinned. Xiao Runing gritted her teeth and looked up at Lin Xian. Then I'll just go back on my word. Hey, Miss Xiao, if you go back on your word, I'll look down on you. For our bet, I've been trying my best to raise my cultivation level. I've forgotten to eat and sleep and almost died in the demonic beast domain a few times. I value it so much, but you want to go back on your word. Lin Xian was heartbroken. Xiao Runing bit her lip slightly. But your request, what's wrong with my request? Isn't my request something a boyfriend should have? Also, I've given you two choices. You can choose. Ah. Xiao Runing was going crazy. All right. She took a deep breath. Lin Xian was right. It wasn't like they hadn't kissed before. The first kiss was the first kiss. The second kiss wouldn't be the first kiss, so it wasn't a big deal. Also, he didn't say anything. Then it wasn't a big deal. Then which one do you choose? Lin Xian grinned. The one behind. All right. Come on. Lin Xian said impatiently and then pouted. Scram. Finish your meal. Xiao Runing then lowered her head and ate her lunch with a red face. She really couldn't choose the former. She didn't care about what others thought, but if her family knew, it would be awkward. Also, it wouldn't be easy for her to explain it to her family. Only she knew the reason. So she could only choose the latter. Lin Xian was extremely excited. Within a certain range, maintaining the most intimate relationship and contact with the girl would definitely increase her favorability. Moreover, it would make the next step easier and easier in the future. Simple. Lin Xian could roughly grasp Xiao Runing's range. After all, they had kissed before. Lin Xian had also pinched her but more than once. Their relationship was already very intimate. Also, Lin Xian had saved Xiao Runing's life. Xiao Runing was also Lin Ya's best friend. With all these added together, the range was quite large. Even if she was angry, she wouldn't be too angry and it wouldn't affect their favorability. Of course, she couldn't go overboard. I'll go wash the dishes. After eating, Xiao Runing ran to the kitchen to wash the dishes. It was as if she wanted to delay it for as long as possible. Lin Xian sat on the sofa and waited happily for Xiao Runing, the goddess-like girl, to come and kiss him. Come. Lin Xian saw Xiao Runing walk over and waved with a smile. Chapter 489. Lin Xian stretched his back as he walked outside. 5 million Andromeda points for this. He felt that it was not a loss. This was to prepare for the future. Now that they had kissed so passionately, there would not be much of a gap between them in the future. Once he triggered Xiao Runing's confession mission, things would be much simpler. Moreover, Lin Xian felt a little embarrassed. Then, he would give her one. This was different from the Tianxing fruit. Lin Xian hesitated when he took out the Tianxing fruit because the Andromeda points he needed would double every time. In the future, it would double to an unimaginable level. However, the attribute increasing potion had always been like this. 5 million Andromeda points. Let's go find little Meow Meow. Lin Xian had nothing to do now. He planned to go play with little Meow Meow and thank Wang Qianqian at the same time. As for Murong Qing's matter, it would be at night. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Lin Xian certainly did not think that she had any feelings for him. Since she was the executive of the Holy Sanctum, she must have come for the Holy Sanctum. Either way, she must be here for something. Normally, Lin Xian wouldn't have bothered with it because he wasn't interested in it. However, this damned system had triggered a mission for him to confess to Murong Qing. He couldn't take it anymore. The punishment was so exaggerated. Therefore, Lin Xian had to go. As for the appointment, Lin Xian wanted to increase her favorability, nothing else. It was already 5:00 in the afternoon when he left Miao Xiao Miao's place. It was late autumn now and the sky was already a little dark at 5:00. Lin Xian received a message from Linglong Shui. She meant that she would be a guest at their house tonight. At the same time, Bing Lingyue would help Linya to recover her ice attribute physique. This made Lin Xian particularly excited. Although he wanted to go home and witness this scene together, he had to meet Murong Qing tonight. In fact, if the two of them were there, Lin Xian was completely relieved. Nothing would go wrong. If both of them were there, Lin Xian would be useless. Most importantly, Ling Longshui had said that if Bing Lingwei were to help, she would definitely succeed. Lin Xian was relieved. He took out his phone and was just about to call Murong Qing when she called. Hey! Where are you? Murong Qing's unhappy voice came from the other end of the phone. It's not time for the appointment yet. Lin Xian awkwardly touched the tip of his nose. Big brother, it's getting dark. I've already booked a private room. Can you come? Lin Xian, if the people who knew Murong Qing knew about this, they would definitely widen their eyes. What the hell? You're the executive officer of the sanctuary. It's fine if you call a kid big brother, but you? Of course, those who knew Murong Qing would not think much of it. She was not serious at all. She even let her own group of subordinates call her queen. Anyway, she was lawless. She did not care about the so-called ways of the world or etiquette. She just did whatever she wanted. But she was really good to her subordinates. I'll go over now. Where is it? Rose Heaven Lovers Hall. Lin Xian, big sister, what big sister? Call me big sister. Murong Qing said with a smile. That's a couple hotel. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said. Let's change it. It's because it's a couple hotel that I booked this place. Murong Qing said with a smile. Lin Xian, Rose Heaven, 2 people dining, room fee free. I treat you as a big sister, but you want to own me. Lin Xian suddenly had a bad feeling. Could this woman be a succubus who ate people without spitting out the bones? He was the one who wanted to tease her, but he was the one who was being teased. Fuck. He was a little scared. Oh. You really only treat me as a big sister and don't want to do anything. I don't just treat you as a little brother. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fuck. What a succubus. I'll go over now. Lin Xian said and hung up the phone. Fuck. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Although he knew that this woman was doing it on purpose, she definitely did not have any thoughts about him. She was just saying it. Lin Xian obviously knew this, but it was the first time in his life that he was teased by a woman. Lin Xian was unhappy. Generally speaking, this kind of woman was more likely to care about her innocence. Although she looked unrestrained on the surface, she was actually very conservative. Of course, this was not necessarily the case. Lin Xian was not sure if this Murong Qing was really unrestrained or not. But the seductive aura she exuded was real. In other words, she was usually like this. But as for whether she was truly conservative or open-minded, that was something that no one could tell. Based on her personality, she should not be married and should not have a boyfriend. Otherwise, she would not be like this. Otherwise, how generous would her man be? Lin Xian muttered to himself. What was he most afraid of now? He was most afraid that his mission target, Murong Qing, was already married. He was really afraid of this. When he arrived at Rose Heaven, Lin Xian raised his head to look at the beautiful hotel. It was indeed beautiful. In Tianhua City, Rose Heaven was very famous. Moreover, it was a chain hotel. Basically, there were hotels in every city. With this special business model, Rose Heaven Hotel should be the most famous hotel in the whole of Sky Blue Planet. It had to be said that doing business depended on the brain. Because of the couple's hotel, the luxurious decorations, the slightly less expensive prices, and the fact that the couple's meals were free of charge, Rose Paradise was always full. Even ordering meals had to be made in advance. The big boss of this hotel was definitely the kind that made a lot of money. To be honest, in this era, those who dared to do business that had nothing to do with cultivation were all powerful people. Hello, where is the lover's hole? Lin Xian asked as soon as he entered. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, everyone turned to look at him in shock. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Lin Xian was stunned. Why were these people so surprised? Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Xian? A man in a suit walked over quickly. Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Please follow me. After that, Lin Xian followed him. Mr. Lin, I'm the lobby manager of this hotel. You can call me Xiao Zhao. If possible, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of Sister Qing. Lin Xian glanced at him. You're 7 or 8 years older than her. Why are you still calling her sister? Cough cough. It's not nice to call her President Murong. Ha! Lin Xian was stunned. That's not right. Why would I put in a good word for him in front of Murong Qing? What was the point? The Holy Temple was involved in this matter. But why did he call her president? Chapter 490. Could this Murong Qing be the boss of Rose Paradise? Don't you know, Mr. Lin? Lin Xian, fuck. This woman was a little too strong. No wonder those people looked at him strangely at that time. This Mandarin Duck Palace is the most luxurious suite in Rose Paradise. Every Rose Paradise hotel has a Mandarin Duck Palace, but from the moment the hotel was built, the Mandarin Duck Palace was not available because it belonged to Sister Qing. She would frequently appear in various big cities, so this Mandarin Duck Palace was prepared for her. Lin Xian, fuck. This woman was something. Okay, I got it. As they chatted, the elevator reached the top floor. Just the decoration of the top floor alone was enough to make Lin Xian speechless. This top floor was simply heaven. Rose paving, colorful neon lights, swimming pool, gym, gaming room, private cinema, fuck. This floor was simply heaven. It was just like a private villa. This woman really knew how to enjoy life. In front of a rose-colored door stood 2 beautiful young ladies. When they saw him, they walked over. Mr. Lin. They bowed slightly to him. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Should he give them a tip? He didn't know. Then, Lin Xian followed the 2 girls and they opened the door for Lin Xian. Please. Then, Lin Xian walked in. Wow, Lin Xian looked around the huge room. It was dazzling and beautiful. He had seen the news before. Some 5-star hotels had special suites that cost 100,000 yuan a night, just for one night. Lin Xian didn't believe it, but when he personally came to such a place, he felt that he could believe it. This room was very big, probably close to 1,000 square meters. There was even an indoor swimming pool and all kinds of beautiful things. There was even a huge bed covered with roses. Lin Xian, he had thought that this was just a room for eating. Why was there a bed? Fuck. Lin Xian subconsciously tightened his belt. Coming. A voice came from behind the beautiful curtain. Lin Xian then walked over. There was a rather large table there. Even the table was huge and beautiful. Anyway, once they entered, all they could see was money. Fuck. Lin Xian saw Murong Qing turn around and subconsciously took a step back. What was this woman doing in her pajamas? What happened? Murong Qing laughed. I am fine. Lin Xian walked over and sat opposite Murong Qing. She had already poured the red wine for Lin Xian. Lin Xian sat down and drank the red wine in one gulp. Look at the dishes on the table. Do you like them? Murong Qing's beautiful watery eyes didn't move away from Lin Xian's body for even a moment as she spoke with a faint smile. Anything is fine. Lin Xian glanced at her and then looked at the favorability rating. 10. If it wasn't for the fact that the favorability rating was only 10, Lin Xian would really believe her nonsense. This woman was obviously here to confuse him. When the time came, she would reveal her intentions. Lin Xian couldn't fall into her trap. He had to stay calm. Thinking of this, Lin Xian casually picked up his chopsticks. Try it first. After eating, go take a bath and then we'll go to bed. Puff. Lin Xian almost spat out the food in his mouth. Big sister, stop fooling around. Lin Xian said helplessly. Call me big sister, not big sister. Murong Qing laughed. Oh my god. This woman. However, Lin Xian knew that she was just joking. It was impossible to reach that stage. Even if Lin Xian touched her now, she would probably get angry. She was just acting like this on the surface. The food here is really good. After Lin Xian calmed down, he felt more relaxed and focused on eating. He had to admit that the food here was really good. Of course. Otherwise, how could it be a 5-star couple hotel? Murong Qing said with a smile. I have to bring my girlfriend here someday. Lin Xian said faintly. Murong Qing, you have a girlfriend? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, there are quite a few. He. Then Murong Qing couldn't help but laugh. Then you're really great. It's okay. Fortunately, my cultivation level is still okay. Otherwise, my body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I wonder if you can withstand me tonight. Murong Qing's mouth curved into a smile. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at her. I'm not interested in you. Thank you. Murong Qing, she really wanted to kill someone. Men are all like this. On the surface, they are not interested in you, but in reality, they are already fantasizing to a very deep extent, right? Lin Xian, sister, have you been with a lot of men? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Murong Qing was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's question. Then, she couldn't help but laugh. Nope. Sister, are you married? Lin Xian asked again. Nope. I'm still a virgin. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Believe it or not. Lin Xian didn't understand either. This kind of thing was hard to say. Logically speaking, with her status and appearance, as long as she was conservative and didn't meet anyone she liked, she would definitely be a virgin. But who knew what kind of person she was? That's great. Lin Xian said and continued to eat. Murong Qing, that's great. Was this guy a topic terminator? Didn't the results of her investigation say that this Lin Xian was a little Casanova? He was surrounded by all the famous school beauties in Tianhua City. How could he do it if he didn't have something? But when she said these two sentences to Lin Xian, she didn't feel that this guy spoke differently. On the contrary, she even felt that this Lin Xian's attention was more on the food. Murong Qing didn't say anything. Lin Xian didn't say anything either. He just focused on eating the delicious food. Murong Qing really couldn't stand it anymore. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Little guy. He had nothing to ask Murong Qing for, so the only one who was anxious was Murong Qing. Although he had a mission, it was obvious that when facing a woman like Murong Qing, teasing her was completely ineffective. If it's not enough, I'll ask the chef to add more. Murong Qing said faintly. Enough. Let me tell you, just for this meal of yours, I haven't eaten all day. Lin Xian started to talk nonsense again. Oh. Murong Qing raised her eyebrows. Whether she believed it or not, it didn't matter. The two of them then chatted about their daily lives. Lin Xian didn't stop eating the whole time. Murong Qing only drank a little red wine and didn't eat much, but the whole table of delicious food was almost emptied. Burp, Lin Xian burped, wiped his mouth and looked at Murong Qing. Thank you sister for your hospitality tonight. When will I treat you? I'll leave first. Sister, rest early. Chapter 491. Murong Qing froze for a moment. Leaving just like that? That's not right. She didn't come here just to treat Lin Xian to a meal. This guy actually wanted to run away after eating her meal for free. Hey! Murong Qing called out to Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian scratched his head with an innocent look on his face. Of course, Lin Xian didn't want to leave. He just guessed that Murong Qing was looking for him for something. That's why he said that after leaving, Murong Qing would definitely ask him to stay and then talk about her purpose. This was to let Lin Xian take the initiative. If Lin Xian foolishly asked Murong Qing why she was looking for him, that would be the stupidest thing to do. Whoever took the initiative to talk would be the one in the passive position. Murong Qing, of course, thought the same. That's why she didn't mention her purpose during the entire meal. She just waited for Lin Xian to ask. However, what made her angry was that he kept chatting about daily life and didn't ask. Could it be that he really thought that she came here just to treat him to a meal and chat about daily life? No. According to her investigation, Lin Xian should be a very smart person. If a person wasn't smart, how could he create so many topics in Tianhua City and even find evidence of a hidden person like Qin Xiaotian? Could it be that he was pretending? Look at his innocent look. Fuck. This guy was pretending. Murong Qing was extremely unhappy. Fuck. But she still had to treat this guy like an ancestor. TSK, men. Sure enough, there was nothing good about them. But it was strange. She didn't have any attraction to him. Logically speaking, a man would lose his mind in front of a beautiful woman. Sure enough, he was a somewhat strange man. Pretty sister, is there anything else? Lin Xian asked again. Murong Qing came back to her senses. Ah. That's it. Lin Xian, then, Lin Xian sat back down. Actually, you also know that I specially came from Tiandu this time. Firstly, I wanted to see the movements of the demonic beasts around Tianhua City. Secondly, I came for the rampant evil fiend temple nearby. Thirdly, I came for you. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and asked, Can you find the evil divine palace? Murong Qing was speechless. Was this person fucking poisonous? Normally, shouldn't she be asking about the part about him? I can't. Murong Qing shook her head. That's a pity. Lin Xian shook his head. I know that you seem to have some kind of grudge with the evil fiend temple. Actually, I can give you a good suggestion. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said sincerely. What? Why don't you bring your sister and follow me to Tiandu? I will arrange a position for you with real power under my banner. First, it will ensure your safety. The temple can protect you, and second, you can display your talents. Lin Xian smiled in his heart. Win him over. No, Lin Xian felt that it wouldn't be that simple. Winning him over was definitely not the main purpose. Why should he be roped in by the holy temple? Pure space attribute. That's right, he was qualified. But he wasn't qualified for the position with real power that Murong Qing mentioned, especially in Tiandu. So, she had other purposes. Letting him join the holy temple was just a better and more convenient way for her to achieve another purpose. A woman with the highest executive power in the holy temple, you dare to say that this woman wasn't smart? That was impossible. She would eat people without spitting out the bones. Lin Xian smiled and said, "This. Uncle Qin has already told me that I don't want to join any force. Maybe it's possible, I want to establish my own force." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Murong Qing showed a surprised expression. Establishing his own force. To be honest, there weren't many people in the continent who said such words without being laughed at. Establishing one's own force was simple, very simple, but what was the point? If one's own force didn't develop to a certain extent, it would be meaningless. Not to mention that it was said by a brat. Why do you want to establish your own force? Do you know how difficult it is to establish your own force? Not to mention a large force, even if you want to establish a foothold in your current city, the amount of energy and financial resources needed is incalculable. And it doesn't just require energy and financial resources. There are too many aspects, it's not as simple as you think. After so many years, the only ones that are remembered by name are the three major forces. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "I'm just playing around." Murong Qing, was this guy pretending to be dumb? All right. She didn't want to beat around the bush with Lin Xian anymore. Lin Xian, it's not impossible for you to establish your own force. You have a unique advantage. Oh. Pretty sister, what advantage do I have? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at Murong Qing. Before, it was all nonsense, but now Lin Xian seemed to be a little interested. If you have the support of one of the three major forces, you can achieve rapid development. She was right, and Lin Xian also understood. But the three major forces supporting another force. Lin Xian wasn't stupid. Simply speaking, if he developed a branch, it would also be working for the three major forces. Lin Xian didn't want it to be like this. He wanted a place that completely belonged to him. He wanted everyone there to be trustworthy. They were willing to do things for him unconditionally. No, it couldn't be said like that. They were willing to protect everyone, and they had the ability to protect everyone. Lin Xian felt that it was enough. He didn't want to in the past, but now he was very eager. He didn't need the force to be big, as long as it could reach a level that he felt was enough. The information he wanted, the ability to protect him, etc. The level of the three major forces. It wasn't that Lin Xian looked down on himself, but in this world, there was no one else who could make a force as big as that. The three major forces were already set. Forget it, I was just kidding. Lin Xian said with a smile. Murong Qing, damn it. Why did it feel so tiring to chat with Lin Xian now? Who? Murong Qing took a deep breath. It's like this. I came here this time because I heard about you, so I came here on behalf of the Holy Sanctum's top leaders to discuss cooperation with you. Cooperation. When Lin Xian heard about cooperation, he roughly knew why she came here. Indeed, he only had this that could attract the attention of such a huge force. That was 3 types of potions. Attribute increasing potion, spirit increasing potion, and physique increasing potion. At Yi's birthday party, Lin Xian showed these potions. Naturally, these people would be interested. Murong Qing nodded, yes, I know that you have 3 very special and powerful potions, and we need them very much. So we want to discuss cooperation with you. Chapter 492. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian seriously and said, "You also know how terrifying it is to rely solely on the power of the medicine to raise a martial artist's physique, mental strength, and especially elemental power. And we humans are in a precarious situation right now. We need your formula. If we can develop it, it will benefit all of mankind and raise the strength of mankind to a whole new level. This is very exaggerated. You will also be recorded in the annals of history. Lin Xian laughed. What are you laughing at? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Although she was seductive in her bones, it was obvious that she was serious. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing and said softly, "Pretty sister, I think you're right. As a human, of course I want to contribute to the human race. Especially when I understand how much benefit such a formula can bring me. I also want to make the human race stronger because it's useless if I'm the only one who's strong. When the demon beasts attack the human race, I'll still be treated like a rat on the street, but I can't do it." "Why?" Murong Qing frowned slightly. "To be honest, I don't know what the formula is. This medicine was given to me by a fairy sister I met by chance. I helped her a little and she gave it to me. It wasn't much, just a little bit. I used it on my friends one after another. I couldn't help even if I wanted to. It's not that I don't want to help." Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing and said. Murong Qing didn't care if Lin Xian was telling the truth. She only cared about the medicine. Fairy sister. Half believing and half doubting. Perhaps there was such a thing. Because if there was no such thing, it would be hard to explain why an unremarkable person like Lin Xian would have such a medicine. But everything was uncertain. Wait, could it be the woman in the white dress that appeared in Tianhua Academy that day? I don't care about that. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, "How about this, if you have more, sell it to me. I don't need you to provide me with the formula. We will take it back and study the ingredients. Whether we can figure it out or not, the Holy Temple will show our sincerity." Actually, Lin Xian was quite tempted. Firstly, Lin Xian felt that they wouldn't be able to figure it out. After all, this was given to him by the Adonis system. Lin Xian had no idea where it came from. However, with the Adonis system's power, Lin Xian did not think that they would be able to figure it out. Therefore, he was still the one who possessed it. Even if the research was successful, to be honest, other than the attribute increasing potion, the other two were not too precious to Lin Xian. If Lin Xian could only use the other two methods in exchange for a huge profit, then he was willing to do it. Increasing spirit and constitution might be possible, but increasing attribute power. To be honest, even Ling Longshua's level could be improved, and what she needed was a heaven-defying spatial spirit treasure. This medicine could also improve her level, which meant that the materials needed to concoct this medicine were also heaven-defying. Even if they managed to develop it, it would be impossible for them to mass-produce it. It was even possible that there weren't many existences on this continent that could support the creation of heaven and earth spirit items. However, these things were hard to say. However, Lin Xian had an idea. Murong Qing saw that Lin Xian was thinking and said, "You don't have to think about it. This is definitely not bad for you. Indeed, if you're the only one who has this thing, then you'll have a lot of say, but you won't get anything. You won't be able to research anything. Just sell a small amount to others. Why don't you sell it to us? We'll buy a few bottles of your medicine at a patent level. As for whether you can develop it or not, that's none of your business. However, if you do develop it, you'll be repaying all the humans on this continent. Perhaps it'll be an important point for us humans to turn the tables." Lin Xian said in a low voice, "That's not a problem. However, I'll only give you vitality-increasing potions and spirit-increasing potions. You should know that we value attribute-increasing potions more." Murong Qing said as she looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian rubbed his chin, then raised his head to look at her and said, "I have my own ideas. You're right, this is for the sake of humanity. However, I'm a little selfish. To be honest, no matter how great the conditions that the Holy Temple can offer are, it's probably not as great as what I'm thinking. You're thinking of using your own forces to develop it. Murong Qing stared at Lin Xian. She was indeed a smart woman. That's right. It could benefit the entire human race. To be honest, although Lin Xian didn't really want to, there was a very important point. If the human race was overrun, and one day they lost their place to live and were all occupied by demonic beasts, Lin Xian wouldn't be able to do anything no matter how many medicines he had. Therefore, it was fundamental for him to make the human race stronger. Moreover, Lin Xian could get an amazing return. This was also an idea that he suddenly came up with. He originally had the idea of establishing his own forces, but in the current era, to be honest, establishing his own forces would only be a small guild for 10 or 20 years. A small mercenary group wouldn't be able to achieve anything, and might not even have any right to speak or sense of existence in a city. This was very normal. However, if Lin Xian had something that could make the entire human race go crazy, and only he could control it, monopolize it, and the entire human race would crazily want it, and the three major forces could only rely on him to obtain it. Then, Lin Xian's position, sense of existence, appeal, and right to speak in the entire continent would be extremely great. Under such circumstances, he already had the capital to develop his own forces to a great extent. And Lin Xian had such a thing. Rather than letting Murong Qing buy it back for them to research, develop, monopolize, and control it, why couldn't he have it? If possible, Lin Xian would of course choose the latter. The difficulty was extremely high, and there might even be no possibility of success, but Lin Xian really wanted to try. Try to research this medicine. To be honest, it was very, very difficult. All the medicines, drugs, and other things in the market couldn't be made by just buying them and researching their composition, let alone gene medicine. This was both good and bad news. The good news was that if Lin Xian developed it and sold it to the entire continent, even if they bought it, they wouldn't be able to research it. Therefore, Lin Xian would still have a monopoly, and he would still have the right to speak. At the very least, he could still modify it. Changing the formula and so on would have the same effect, but they wouldn't be able to research it. The bad news was that Lin Xian might not be able to research it himself. However, since Lin Xian had this idea, it was also the only way to increase his forces to a greater scale, and to protect more people around him. Chapter 493. Murong Qing heaved a sigh of relief. She did not expect Lin Xian to be so ambitious. To be honest, she knew that if Lin Xian mastered the methods of these three potions and monopolized them, the other two potions would naturally be fought over. More importantly, with the genetic enhancement potion, he would be able to achieve many impossible things in a short period of time. She even felt that this was the only way for a newly established force to reach the scale of three major forces in a few years, or even in a short period of time. The mainland might even become one of the four major forces. If that happened, it would be troublesome. There were many, many troublesome points. Miss System, can this idea of mine be realized? Lin Xian and the Adonis System had a conversation in his mind. Ding. Host can trigger the mission reward of the gene enhancement potion formula. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. In other words, he could do it. He did not even need to study it. As long as he had this mission, he would get the formula. This was the most difficult part. The rest of the manufacturing was a piece of cake. Is there such a mission? The Adonis system can change the mission reward of conquering Murong Qing to the gene enhancement potion formula. It will cost 10 million Adonis points. Do you want to change it? Lin Xian was speechless. Damn. The system had become more reasonable. 10 million Adonis points in exchange for this. It was not a loss at all. Because this was what Lin Xian desperately needed right now. Then can you change the other mission rewards? Yes. Then help me change the mission reward of conquering Ling Ying and Han Chuxue to the 3 gene enhancement potion formulas. Is that okay? Ding. Please confirm the change of the divine level skill too. It will cost 10 million Adonis points. To be honest, Lin Xian was a little reluctant. However, in his opinion, this might be a mission that could be completed in a short period of time. Moreover, Bing Lingyue's mission reward was the permanent completion of the ice and water attributes. Ling Longshue's mission reward was the complete completion of the space attribute. Ling Longyue's mission reward was the complete completion of the void attribute. These were all direct upgrades to him, and they were very, very big. Therefore, Lin Xian could only give up on the divine level skill. Although he was reluctant, Lin Xian felt that he wouldn't lose out. Confirm. Ding. Host has consumed 10 million Prince Charming points to modify the mission. Ding. Quest modified successfully. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. It was as if everything had become clear. This system was too awesome. You can't figure it out. Murong Qing said softly. Even if you manage to figure it out, you definitely don't have the ability and channels to obtain large amounts of materials and resources. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing and smiled. You don't need to worry about this. If I really can't figure it out, then I'll give it to you. Is that okay? Murong Qing said, it's better to give it to us now. That won't do. I want to give it a try. Besides, your holy sanctum is researching how to repay humans while I'm researching how to strengthen humans. Isn't that the same? Murong Qing smiled bitterly. They were the same, but the significance was different. One was the powerful temple, the other was the powerful Lin Xian. Although they were all human forces, no one wanted to see an existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 major forces in the future. However, Murong Qing felt that the possibility was not high. As she said, Lin Xian could not possibly have the technological means or talents of the holy sanctum. It was impossible for him to figure out the formula. Secondly, resources and materials. Could he obtain them by himself? There were too few channels. It was impossible to compare with the holy sanctum. 1 month. If you can't figure it out in a month, I hope you can sell it to us. The holy sanctum will give you unimaginable returns. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Okay, but if there's anything I don't understand, I don't know if I can trouble you at any time. Murong Qing nodded. Of course. Okay, then I'll go back first. I'm sorry to have let you come here for nothing. Murong Qing shook her head. It's not a wasted trip. Besides, I might stay in Tianhua City for a month. Oh. Murong Qing returned to her charming appearance. Because I'm interested in you, little brother, Lin Xian shuddered. Demonis. I'm leaving. Lin Xian quickly left. To him, this wasn't bad news because he still had the mission for Murong Qing. If she returned to Tiandu, Lin Xian really didn't know how to take her down or brush up her favorability. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian's back as he left and muttered to herself. It was only a month. It would take her 3 days to come to Tianhua City from Tiandu, and 6 days to go back and forth. She might as well stay here and investigate the situation in the demonic beast domain. Also, she could observe this kid's progress. She thought that Lin Xian couldn't figure it out. However, she never expected that Lin Xian had a special system and even changed the mission. As long as the mission was completed, the mission reward would be the formulas of the 3 major potions. With the formulas in hand, the rest was materials and manufacturing. The manufacturing was negligible. This wasn't difficult at all. The most important thing was the materials. Therefore, to Lin Xian, the most important thing now was Ling Ying and Han Chushua's mission. Han Chushua, Lin Xian muttered to himself as he walked on the road. It was late, and it seemed to be more suitable to do something. Lin Xian also had nothing to do now. Murong Qing's side was like that for the time being. He didn't brush up on her favorability tonight, but he wasn't in a hurry. She said that she would be in Tianhua City for the whole month, so Lin Xian didn't have to panic. Do you want to try to woo little Chushue? There wasn't much time left for Han Chushua's mission. Lin Xian originally wanted to woo her, but now there was another reason. After woo her, he could woo both her and Ling Ying together. That was the premise. However, Lin Xian felt that there was still a lack of opportunity, right? Although it might be easier for his confession to succeed because he saved Han Chushue, but what if? What if the girl was reserved, or Han Chushue considered more things and rejected him? After the rejection, the next confession might take some time. Therefore, why didn't Lin Xian confirm the success rate? It might even be a good time to ask her out for a movie or something. Oh right, didn't I make an appointment with Chushue to invite her out for dinner after the Tianwu conference? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the time. It was only 8:00 in the evening. 8:00, 9 o'clock after dinner, then a movie, 11:00 after the movie, close to 12 o'clock. Wasn't that perfect? When it was time to make a move. Then, Lin Xian took out his phone and dialed Han Chushue's number. Hello, Chushue. Chapter 494. At this moment, Han Chushue was at home, hugging the quilt on her bed, hugging the big plushie and watching TV. It was probably because she was used to being alone. When she was alone, she didn't have much to do. She would watch some TV series, and it would always be at night, but she would always turn off the lights. In fact, she preferred to go out during the day, either to farm monsters or to go to the academy. To be honest, she seemed very antisocial and cold, but sometimes she would try to go to places with more people. Tonight, Han Chushue had been waiting for Lin Xian's call because they had agreed to have dinner together. She hadn't eaten until now, but it was already 8:00. Even if they had dinner together, it wouldn't be that late, so Han Chushue even thought that Lin Xian wouldn't call again. She even thought that Lin Xian was just joking that day. She was indeed very disappointed. She didn't think that she had no place in Lin Xian's heart. She wasn't that important. It was a bit ironic. In the past, she would never consider the feelings of any guy, but now, she had complicated feelings for Lin Xian. The phone rang. Han Chushue glanced at the caller ID, and her slightly dejected appearance instantly became energetic. Hello. Hello. Han Chushue actually seemed a bit nervous. Little Chushue, what are you doing? Lin Xian asked with a smile. What was Lin Xian afraid of now? He was afraid that Han Chushue and Ling Ying would be together. That would be super awkward. Watching TV. Han Chushue said truthfully. You're alone. Lin Xian confirmed. Yes. Why are you watching TV? Come out to eat and watch a movie, we agreed. What do you want to eat? Lin Xian's words almost didn't give Han Chushue any room to refuse. Anything is fine. Han Chushue seemed a bit flustered. Then come to the old place, I'll reserve a room there and wait for you. Call me when you arrive. Okay. Then Han Chushue heard the sound of the phone being hung up. She slowly put down the phone, and then she jumped off the bed and hurriedly picked out the clothes that she liked. Tonight, she and Lin Xian were going out to eat alone, and even watch a movie. How flirtatious, she knew it was very flirtatious, but she didn't know why she was looking forward to it. Super looking forward to it. I have to eat 8 meals a day. Lin Xian had booked a private room, but he felt helpless. Ling Ying, I haven't eaten anything all day. I've been waiting for this meal of yours. A man and a woman, two beautiful figures, came in. This old place was a very famous restaurant in Tianhua City. That's right, it was a simple restaurant. It couldn't even be considered a hotel, but it was very famous because all the home-cooked dishes here were incomparably authentic, and the prices were very cheap. Therefore, there were a lot of customers here. In the past, Linya liked to bring Lin Xian here. Linya and the boss also knew each other, so Lin Xian would basically give him 2 special rooms. Of course, later on, Lin Xian often brought his friends here, so they could be considered to have this privilege. Ling Ying slightly squeezed out a smile and said, "There's no need for that, I'm just treating you to a meal. It may not be necessary for you, but for me, for your meal, I'm willing to wait for a week without eating. You're so beautiful today." Zhao Nanfeng looked at Ling Ying with appreciation. Ling Ying smiled bitterly. She didn't know why, but Lin Xian's figure inexplicably appeared in her mind. Compared to Zhao Nanfeng's boot-licking words, she preferred Lin Xian's, "Call me Baba." Lin Xian took 2 bottles of normal red wine from the front desk and turned his head to look. What the fuck? Ling Ying. Why is she here? Lin Xian's first reaction was that Han Chushue couldn't have brought Ling Ying here, right? Then what's the point? Then, he saw Zhao Nanfeng beside Ling Ying. Lin Xian obviously recognized Zhao Nanfeng. His second reaction was that he specially came here to look for Ling Ying. They know each other. What the fuck? I've been cuckolded. This was Lin Xian's third reaction. Obviously, it was normal for a man to have such a reaction when he saw this scene. How should he put it? Although Lin Xian had a foot in several boats, and he had no right to criticize others, seeing this scene really made all kinds of emotions surge in his heart. No. Lin Xian shook his head. He was still relatively rational. Ling Ying wasn't that kind of person. Lin Xian understood Ling Ying very well. Even if she didn't want to be in a relationship with him, she would definitely communicate with him. So, there was something else. There was still trust between lovers. Lin Xian trusted Ling Ying. As for whether Ling Ying trusted Lin Xian or not, how should she put it? Actually, she shouldn't use trust to explain their relationship. Trust that Lin Xian had a lot of other girls outside. Ling Ying wasn't stupid. Even if she didn't have any evidence, she knew that Lin Xian definitely had other girls outside. She didn't even need to think about it. She even allowed Lin Xian to chase after Han Chushue, so she could only say that she was tolerant of their relationship. She could only say that she trusted that Lin Xian was good to her. But whether or not he had second thoughts. She trusted that he had second thoughts. It was a bit unfair, but since she had already made her choice, what else could she do? Actually, the few girls who had confirmed their relationship with Lin Xian, Miao Xiaomiao, Wang Xintong, Lu Yufan, and Ling Ying, who didn't know that Lin Xian was a playboy. It could be seen from the beautiful girls around him. Which one of them didn't think that Lin Xian had some kind of relationship with other girls outside? Of course, they all thought about it, but they didn't ask and kept it in their hearts. Perhaps it was because of Lin Xian's luck that he met so many good girls. Ling Ying was really helpless. It was late at night, and Ling Longshui and the others had come over to visit. She was eating happily at home when she suddenly received a call from Zhao Nanfeng. She wanted to go out and fuck him, but when she thought of her father's words, Ling Ying held it in. At most, she would entertain him for 2 more days. It wouldn't be embarrassing when she went home. Moreover, they had known each other since they were young. She would treat it as entertaining an old friend. Of course, she knew that Zhao Nanfeng liked her, but she didn't. The most embarrassing thing was that she didn't want to say it out loud. She had indeed rejected him many times, but this Zhao Nanfeng was like a sticky candy. She couldn't do anything about it. Her family liked him a lot, especially her father. He was very satisfied with him, so what could she do? She was also very desperate. She also wanted to tell Zhao Nanfeng that she had a boyfriend, but her father called and told her that if she dared to say it, he would send people to kill Lin Xian. Ling Ying was also very desperate, okay? Chapter 495. When her mother, Qin Lan, came last time, Qin Lan naturally told her father that Ling Ying had a boyfriend. Her father was definitely dissatisfied. His daughter, in China, only those few people in Tiandu were worthy of her. How could anyone else be worthy of her? Not to mention a kid from a third-tier city. He didn't even have the thought of letting Lin Xian test him. Therefore, Ling Ying's father was determined not to tell anyone else that Ling Ying had a boyfriend. Even if he did, he had to tell them. They still had a chance. Ling Ying was also helpless. Although she didn't think that her father would really kill Lin Xian, it was inevitable that he would teach him a lesson or something. And Lin Xian was a person who refused to admit defeat. If he was taught a lesson, he would probably resist. For a moment, she didn't know how to tell Lin Xian. If she told him, would Lin Xian have any psychological burden? Would he think too much? As the middleman, Ling Ying could only do this. Lin Xian returned to the private room and waited for Han Chuxue. Although he believed that Ling Ying wouldn't betray him, this was how people were. No matter how much he believed, he was still curious. He was curious about their relationship and why they were here. Then Lin Xian took out his phone and sent a message to Ling Ying, asking her what she was doing. Ling Ying replied almost instantly. Eating outside. Seeing Ling Ying's reply, Lin Xian was completely relieved, but he still continued to ask. With Han Chuxue. Didn't you guys agree to eat together today? Ling Ying replied with a question. Lin Xian, it seemed, a little awkward. Then Ling Ying replied again. Eating with another man. He's more handsome than you, better than you, richer than you, stronger than you. Lin Xian, oh, then I won't go home tonight. I'll go to the hotel with Han Chuxue. Lin Xian replied. Ling Ying, then I won't be going home either. Thank you. Zhao Nanfeng looked at Ling Ying playing with her phone. Of course, he felt uncomfortable. When men and women went out together, they didn't like to play with their phones while eating or chatting, because it would make them feel that the other party didn't pay attention to them at all. Ling Ying, I plan to stay in Tianhua City for this period of time to accompany you. Zhao Nanfeng said with a smile. Oh. Ling Ying raised his head and looked at Zhao Nanfeng. Motherfucker. Ling Ying really wanted to scold her. You fucking stay in Tianhua City. What does it have to do with me? What do you mean spend more time with your mother? Rare. Ling Ying really didn't want him to bother him. If he stayed in Tianhua City for a long time, wouldn't that be bad? Why are you suddenly staying in Tianhua City? Ling Ying asked. Zhao Nanfeng smiled and said, You're here, and I can understand your thoughts. It's good to do more for humanity. Guarding the border is actually quite good. I plan to stay in Tianhua City for a while. Ling Ying, I'll definitely fuck you. Oh, is that so? Ling Ying then said, Actually, there's nothing good about Tianhua City. It's far worse than Tiandu. You might not be able to get used to it. There's nothing fun, and it's also very dangerous. You're enough. Zhao Nanfeng smiled and said. He. Ling Ying laughed awkwardly the whole time. Fuck you. Most importantly, it wasn't that Zhao Nanfeng wasn't good. On the contrary, he was very good. There probably weren't many people of the same age in China who could compare to him. But Ling Ying didn't like it. And it was very annoying. What was annoying? The most annoying thing was this person's superiority. It was as if in his mind, she liked him and kept rejecting him because of a girl's modesty. Although Lin Xian was narcissistic, at least he didn't have such a sense of superiority in his bones. Admittedly, this Zhao Nanfeng did have the right to be superior. But if he was superior to ordinary girls, then so be it. But if he was superior to Ling Ying too, then it wouldn't make sense. Moreover, Ling Ying didn't want to tell Zhao Nanfeng that she had a boyfriend. That was, she didn't want to make an enemy for Lin Xian. This Zhao Nanfeng was good, but he was too arrogant. He did have the right to be arrogant. In his eyes, she was his woman. Once he found out that she had a boyfriend, he would definitely be unhappy. As for what he would do, Ling Ying didn't know. At least for now, she had to wait until Lin Xian could take charge of things on his own. As for Lin Xian, he was actually very curious about the relationship between Ling Ying and Zhao Nanfeng. Of course, he knew that it wasn't that kind of relationship, but they knew each other. Friends? Or what? Lin Xian also knew that Zhao Nanfeng and Ling Ying were from Tiandu, so they were definitely friends. But how did they know each other? Lin Xian really wanted to know. That was why this man was so cheap. It couldn't be helped. Who asked Ling Ying to be his girlfriend? He just wanted to know more. But Lin Xian didn't want to ask Ling Ying. He felt that Han Chuxue should know. She grew up with Ling Ying. Han Chuxue should also know Zhao Nanfeng. And Han Chuxue might also know that Zhao Nanfeng was looking for Ling Ying. Not long after, the beautifully dressed Han Chuxue also arrived. Fortunately, they were in a private room. Otherwise, it would be really awkward. White coat, light yellow sweater, and knee-length skirt. Han Chuxue's appearance naturally attracted the attention of too many people. Then, she went to Lin Xian's private room. The dishes were all served, but Lin Xian didn't eat because he was waiting for Han Chuxue. Dong dong dong. There was a light knock on the door. Han Chuxue then opened the door a little and stuck her little head in. Lin Xian looked at her with a smile. What's wrong? This isn't like you. You're like a little girl. Han Chuxue's pretty face blushed slightly. She wouldn't be restrained in front of anyone except for Lin Xian. Just like Lin Xian said, she would show some of her girlish behavior. This wasn't like Han Chuxue at all. When wasn't she the kind of girl from a rich family? She was noble and cold. Then, suddenly, she was like a little girl, timidly poking her head in. The contrast between before and after was really big. However, it seemed that Lin Xian was the only man who had seen her like this. Even if it was Ling Ying, it was only because Lin Xian was present that the three of them were lucky enough to meet her. In short, in this world, to Han Chuxue, Lin Xian must be the most special man besides her family. Han Chuxue walked in quietly and closed the door. She looked a little lost. Little Chuxue, you're really beautiful today. Lin Xian grinned. There was a sharp contrast between the two. Chapter 496. All men said the same thing. Zhao Nanfeng praised Ling Ying's beauty, and Ling Ying laughed. Then, he didn't care at all. So what if she's beautiful? She's not yours, so what does it have to do with you? What about here? Lin Xian also praised Han Chuxue's beauty, and in return, Han Chuxue's face slightly blushed. Han Chushua's blushing was the same as Ling Longshua's blushing. It was a rare scene, but Lin Xian had seen it before. It's okay. Han Chushua slightly tidied up the loose hair in front of her forehead. In fact, she was hiding her somewhat flustered heart, and then sat in front of Lin Xian. What do you mean it's okay? You're simply too beautiful. Lin Xian said with a smile. Han Chushua was actually very confident in her own appearance. She never felt inferior because of her appearance, but to be honest, only in front of Lin Xian would she doubt her own appearance. She wasn't too confident. A woman would doll herself up for the person she liked, so of course, she would be restrained in front of the person she liked, or feel that something wasn't good enough. However, there was actually another reason that was quite important, and that was that there were too many beautiful girls around Lin Xian. From childhood to adulthood, all kinds of girls were especially beautiful, and all kinds of personalities. There were even beauties on the level of Ling Longshua. No, they should be called goddesses, these were the true goddesses. The other so-called goddesses were nothing compared to Ling Longshua and the others. Moreover, she wasn't good at expressing herself, so she was actually at a disadvantage. She didn't know when it started, but Han Chushua began to compare herself with the other girls around Lin Xian. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Han Chushua's charming face blushed again. With Ling Ying around, she could still say something. However, if she was alone with Lin Xian, Han Chushua didn't know what to say. Even as a girl, she wanted to break this awkward situation. Do you want to go to the beast domain to farm together? Han Chushua abruptly blurted out such a sentence. Because she really didn't know what to say. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. What are you grinding for? Let's go watch a movie after dinner. Do you want to watch it? Yes. Han Chushua nodded slightly. To be honest, she had never watched a movie alone with a boy. Then let's eat. They didn't have much to say. Lin Xian's main strategy was to attack Han Chushua during the movie. That was the time to launch an all-out attack. Since Lin Xian was sure that Han Chushua would watch the movie, he was going to play hard to get. That was to say, he would deliberately talk less during the meal, but it wasn't as if he didn't talk at all. He would control his words to a reasonable degree and lead Han Chushua's heart. When the time came, it might have an unexpected effect in the movie theater. Oh right, little Chushua, do you know Zhao Nanfeng? Lin Xian suddenly asked. Han Chushua was quite surprised to hear this name come out of Lin Xian's mouth. She raised her head and nodded. I know. Is he from Tiandu? Han Chushua replied, yes. He is the eldest son of Tiandu's Zhao family. He is also one of Ling Ying's pursuers. They can be considered childhood sweethearts. They have known each other since they were young. He has been pursuing Ling Ying, but Ling Ying doesn't like him. Han Chushua said. Hearing Han Chushua's words, Lin Xian nodded slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Why would he dislike him? Lin Xian asked curiously. Han Chushua thought for a moment and said, I don't really understand. Girls have special feelings. It seems that he is possessive or arrogant. In short, Ling Ying doesn't like him, but Ling Ying's family likes him very much. It seems that he just came over yesterday. Ling Ying had to entertain him because of his family. Hearing Han Chushua's explanation, Lin Xian completely understood. She was still his cute little Ling Ying. Did she tell you? Han Chushua asked in surprise. Yesterday, Ling Ying told her not to tell Lin Xian. She didn't know what to say, so she didn't want to tell him. Then today, Lin Xian asked. No, but I saw her just now. She and Zhao Nanfeng are here for dinner. They're in a private room not far from us. As for Zhao Nanfeng, I happened to meet him when I was at the trial union, so I got to know him a little. Ah. Han Chushue was so shocked that the chopsticks in her hand fell on the table. What the heck? Why are you so excited? Han Chushue awkwardly picked up her chopsticks. She didn't know why she was so excited. When she heard Lin Xian say that Ling Ying was also here, she panicked. Why did she panic? She didn't understand. Why did she feel like she was doing something sneaky? No, she didn't do anything dishonorable. It's okay, I just got scalded. Han Chushue explained. Why don't we go somewhere else to eat? Han Chushue asked tentatively. Don't tell me you're afraid of meeting Ling Ying. Lin Xian asked with a smile. Why would I be afraid of meeting her? Han Chushue stubbornly explained. She didn't understand. She didn't understand why she panicked when she knew that Ling Ying was here. It was as if Ling Ying was Lin Xian's girlfriend, and under such circumstances, she went out with Lin Xian to eat and watch a movie alone. You're not afraid? Then let's go find them and eat together. Lin Xian laughed. I'm not going. Han Chushue drank a mouthful of red wine. To be precise, she drank it all in one gulp. Sometimes, a small inadvertent action of a person could show how she was feeling. For example, when Han Chushue drank the red wine in one gulp, it showed that she was panicking. According to her personality, she would sip and taste red wine slowly. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for her to drink it all in one gulp. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian smiled. In fact, Lin Xian didn't quite understand Han Chushue's thoughts. Why didn't she dare to meet Ling Ying in such an occasion? Was it because of him? In front of the counter, Ling Ying came out to buy a bottle of drink. You want to make me drink? Ling Ying muttered. Uncle Zhang, I'll get a bottle of coconut milk. Ling Ying said to the boss of the place. Here. The boss handed a bottle of coconut milk to Ling Ying. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Ah, right. The boss looked at Ling Ying and said, I saw your friend just now. She's called Han Chushue, right? The one who came with Lin Xian and his sister before. I don't think I saw wrong. She's also here, but she doesn't seem to be in your room. Ah. Are you sure you didn't see wrong? Ling Ying froze for a moment. Han Chushue came out to eat. I don't think so. That girl is beautiful. I can't be wrong. Who's with her? Is it with Lin Xian? Lin Xian. I didn't notice if that kid came or not. I just came here, but little Han seemed to have come alone. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Ling Ying then walked away. Could it be Lin Xian and Han Chushue? Chapter 497. On the other side, Lin Xian basically didn't have any concerns about Ling Ying, but on the other side, Ling Ying began to have thoughts about Lin Xian again. Although Ling Ying said that she didn't care if Lin Xian flirted with Han Chushue or not, when it really happened, she still cared. You're back. Zhao Nanfeng saw Ling Ying walk in and revealed a gentlemanly smile. Ling Ying nodded politely, then sat in his seat, picked up his phone, and sent a message to Lin Xian. Ling Ying felt that Han Chushue must have come with Lin Xian, because this restaurant was frequented by the few of them, and Han Chushue didn't have any friends. But that couldn't be right. At this time, Han Chushue couldn't have come out to eat with others. Gathering. Treating. Han Chushue couldn't have attended. Other than Ling Ying, the only people who could invite Han Chushue out were Linya, Xiao Runing, and Lin Xian. Linya was now at home entertaining Linglong Shui and the others, and Xiao Runing. It was impossible for her to come out alone with Han Chushue. Then there was Lin Xian. In addition, Lin Xian had originally agreed to come out with Han Chushua after the Tianwu conference, so Ling Ying was basically sure. But being sure in her heart didn't mean that she didn't want to ask. It was similar to Lin Xian's situation. Lin Xian was also sure that Ling Ying couldn't be disloyal to him, but Lin Xian still asked. This kind of mentality was normal. What are you doing? This was Ling Ying's question. Zhao Nanfeng looked at Ling Ying chatting with someone on his phone and frowned. Who are you chatting with? Zhao Nanfeng asked with a smile, his tone as if he didn't care, but generally speaking, even if he didn't want to answer this kind of question directly, he still had to answer. Oh, Han Chushua. Ling Ying used Han Chushua as a shield. You reminded me. When you call Han Chushua out tomorrow, I'll treat you guys to a meal. I haven't seen her in a long time. Zhao Nanfeng liked Ling Ying, but that didn't mean he didn't like Han Chushua. He was willing to be with either of these two women, but he had to find one first. The reason why he chose Ling Ying was because he felt that it would be easier to chase after Ling Ying. They grew up together, and he knew that Ling Ying's father liked him, so it was much easier. Ling Ying was having a headache. Zhao Nanfeng's invitation to Han Chushua was fake, but wouldn't she come out again? She might not be free. You know that Han Chushua doesn't like places like this. She'd rather go out and farm by herself. Ling Ying squeezed out a smile, but in his heart, he was cursing Lin Xian 10,000 times. Why isn't this bastard replying? The reason why he said that Han Chushua might not be free was because she really didn't want to come out anymore. So annoying. Could it be that Lin Xian was doing something with Han Chushua in the room? Zhao Nanfeng smiled and said, we haven't seen each other for 2 or 3 years. No matter what, we're still old friends. She should give me some face. I don't understand. Zhao Nanfeng saw that Ling Ying was staring at his phone. Of course, he wasn't stupid. Would chatting with Han Chushua be like this? No, obviously not. She looked even more anxious. Anxious with Han Chushua? Why would she be anxious? Lin Xian wasn't replying. Damn Lin Yang. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's displeasure, Prince Charming points plus 10,000. Lin Xian was chatting passionately with Han Chushua until her face was red. Then, he heard a system notification in his mind. What the hell? Lin Xian looked at his phone. It turned out that Ling Ying sent a message 5 minutes ago. Was it because he didn't reply? That was normal. After all, he just chatted with Ling Ying not long ago. I'm playing outside. Lin Xian replied. With who? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Myself. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's extreme displeasure, Prince Charming points plus 100,000. Lin Xian, what the hell? The system was able to explain everything. After he sent the message, Ling Ying became extremely unhappy. Could it be that the system knew something? Then, Lin Xian decisively chose to confess. I'm lying. I'm eating outside with Han Chushua. After all, I promised her. I have to keep my promise. Your man isn't a scumbag who breaks his promise. Lin Xian replied. Seeing Lin Xian's reply, although she knew that Lin Xian was eating with Han Chushua, Ling Ying felt much better. At least Lin Xian didn't lie to her. What she hated the most were men who lied to her. She would rather Lin Xian and Han Chushua be intimate than see Lin Xian lie to her. Obviously, Lin Xian was smart enough. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to get into Ling Ying's bed in the future. Zhao Nanfeng frowned when he saw the smile on Ling Ying's face. Did you tell Han Chushua? Why don't I tell her? Zhao Nanfeng then reached out to Ling Ying to take her phone. No need. Ling Ying quickly put down her phone and said, let's eat. When it's time to go back, I'll go to her house and ask Han Chuxue. Zhao Nanfeng nodded. He really wanted to see who Ling Ying was talking to. Time passed slowly, and Lin Xian's side was almost done eating and chatting. Little Chuxue, let's go watch a movie. Lin Xian wiped his mouth and asked. Han Chuxue lowered her head and nodded lightly. She really didn't know how to reject Lin Xian. Lin Xian's mouth slightly curved. If they went to watch this movie, wouldn't he be able to get Han Chuxue? Okay, let's go. Lin Xian then walked out of the room and went to the front desk to pay. Han Chuxue stood beside him. Uncle Zhang, how much is it in total? Lin Xian took out his card. Boss Zhang smiled. It's a total of 520, you know. Lin Xian couldn't help but cough. Han Chuxue's small face immediately turned red. Han Chuxue blushing was a beautiful scene. The most important thing was that she would only blush in front of Lin Xian. The simple reason was that if a girl had a good impression of a boy, she would be concerned about some of the boy's actions or be shy. If she didn't have a good impression of him, the boy's words of love would be regarded as a hooligan. For example, Zhao Nanfeng. He was like this. No matter how many words of love he said, such as missing her and being willing to not eat for 7 days for her, what was Ling Ying's response? He laughed awkwardly there, his heart was about to collapse. As for Lin Xian's side, there was a huge contrast. Han Chuxue turned from an ice goddess into a shy little girl in an instant. She was simply too beautiful. Uncle Zhang, the bill. A figure walked over from the side, handed over the card, and then said a few words. Let me do it. Zhao Nanfeng said. Lin Xian and Han Chuxue turned their heads. Fuck. Did they have to finish eating together and pay the bill together? Was it such a coincidence? Wow. Their hearts exploded. Although they knew each other was here, it was different when they met. Chapter 498. Ling Ying. When Han Chuxue saw Ling Ying, she revealed an awkward expression. The awkward thing was that she had come out alone with Lin Xian. Ahem, Chuxue. Ling Ying coughed dryly, then looked at Lin Xian and glared fiercely at him. However, since this was God's arrangement, then Ling Ying wouldn't hold back. It just so happened that Zhao Nanfeng wanted to go out and watch a movie with her. Ling Ying could reject him, but she would be angry. While they were chatting, she had casually mentioned that there were guests in her house and that she didn't want to go back so early. She had no choice but to watch a movie now. Although she couldn't let Zhao Nanfeng take advantage of her, and now, she happened to meet Lin Xian and Han Chuxue. This was God's arrangement, so she had to grab hold of this life-saving straw. Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He also glared fiercely at Ling Ying. Ling Ying felt a little embarrassed. After all, she really didn't tell Lin Xian that she was eating with another man outside. She had said it in a joking tone, but Lin Xian had actually said it. Therefore, she actually wanted to quickly explain it to Lin Xian. Zhao Nanfeng's gaze first fell on Han Chuxue. It had to be said that when he looked at her again, Zhao Nanfeng was stunned. This woman was really beautiful. She didn't lose out to Ling Ying at all. Then, his gaze fell on Lin Xian. Why was it him? How could he be eating alone with Han Chuxue? Was there a man in this world who could ask Han Chuxue out alone? Even if it was those guys from Tiandu, Han Chuxue wouldn't even bother with them. But now that she saw him, she still had to say something. So it's young Master Lin. I didn't expect to meet young Master Lin here. Zhao Nanfeng said with a smile, then deliberately moved closer to Ling Ying, as if he was telling Lin Xian that his relationship with Ling Ying was not normal, and that they were boyfriend and girlfriend. Zhao Nanfeng probably meant that because Han Chuxue was next to Lin Xian, and he wasn't sure what their relationship was, he didn't want to be overshadowed by him, so he did this. Lin Xian chuckled. Young Master Feng, nice to meet you. I didn't expect you to come out for dinner with Ling Ying. Ling Ying's mouth opened slightly. They knew each other. After that, she couldn't take it anymore. Although she really wanted to show Lin Xian that she had a good relationship with Zhao Nanfeng and make him jealous, who asked him to come out with Han Chuxue. But Ling Ying couldn't do it, so she was scared. That, you know each other. If you know each other, I won't introduce you. Nanfeng is also my friend from Tiandu, so I'll entertain him. Ling Ying explained to Lin Xian. Zhao Nanfeng was also helpless. He originally wanted to pretend and make Lin Xian think that he and Ling Ying were boyfriend and girlfriend, but since Ling Ying said it out loud, there was nothing he could do. I know, young Master Feng. Lin Xian smiled. Ling Ying let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xian didn't seem to have misunderstood anything. It was good that there was no misunderstanding. Zhao Nanfeng looked at Lin Xian and asked, Young Master Lin and Chuxue are. He was very surprised that Lin Xian was able to eat with Han Chuxue alone. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Impossible, how could Han Chuxue have a boyfriend? To be honest, he felt that other than himself and the few people from Tiandu, there was no one in China who could match up to Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. And a trash from a third-tier city, what was that? Oh, their boyfriend and girlfriend. I forgot to tell you about that. Ling Ying rushed to answer at this time. Lin Xian, really, Lin Xian was dumbfounded. This Ling Ying was giving him too much face. Then, Ling Ying kept winking at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue was stunned at first, then she seemed to understand something. Ling Ying obviously knew that Zhao Nanfeng looked down on Lin Xian. This person, other than the few people from Tiandu, never looked down on anyone. However, Lin Xian was her man. Although it was too much for Lin Xian to eat with Han Chuxue, how could she let Lin Xian lose face? Of course, she had to let Lin Xian gain face and let him show off. Otherwise, Ling Ying really couldn't think of any aspect in which Lin Xian could compare to Zhao Nanfeng. No, there was an aspect in which Lin Xian could compare to Zhao Nanfeng. Shameless. In this world, no one could compare to Lin Xian. However, she would just take it as her compensation for hiding from Lin Xian that she and Lin Xian went out to eat alone. And obviously, this sentence directly made Lin Xian proud. Lin Xian was so moved that he wanted to cry. This girlfriend was simply too good. Although Zhao Nanfeng hadn't done anything to make him lose face, Ling Ying's sentence clearly made Lin Xian above Zhao Nanfeng in some aspects. What? Zhao Nanfeng couldn't help but shout, his tone was loud. Boyfriend and girlfriend. How was that possible? How could Han Chuxue be pursued by a brat from a third-tier city? Yes, I accidentally got her. Maybe it's because I'm more sincere. Lin Xian smiled. He accepted this face. Awesome. Zhao Nanfeng's eyes were full of contempt just now, but it was gone now. Han Chuxue was only responsible for looking pretty and didn't say anything. Let these two drama queens act. Of course, in his heart, he still hoped that this boyfriend and girlfriend relationship was real. Zhao Nanfeng's mouth twitched. Had he accidentally chased after her? Did he know what kind of existence this Han Chuxue was? Did he know how many people were chasing her in Tiandu? Did he know what kind of existence those people chasing her were? He even accidentally chased after her. What the fuck? Although he felt that it was impossible, he really believed it. This Han Chushue had been in this third-tier city for a few years. Had her standards become so low? If he had known earlier, he could have easily pursued Han Chushue. Didn't that mean that Ling Ying was the same? Luckily, there was still Ling Ying. It's just that Chushue's house is too big. I'm not used to living in a villa. It's just the two of us living in it, so it's too empty. I suggested that we buy a smaller house, but she thought it was too troublesome, so I went along with her. Han Chushue, Ling Ying, great. This bastard was getting more and more intense. He was taking advantage of her. However, Ling Ying actually regretted it. Because he also knew that those people chasing Han Chushue had a lot of power in Tiandu. If things didn't go well, Lin Xian might become the target of public criticism. However, if Ling Longshui was here, Ling Ying also felt a little relieved. If this bastard wants to pretend, then let him. You two are living together. Xiao Nanfeng looked as if he had seen a ghost. Living together? What the fuck? Yeah, isn't it normal for a boyfriend and girlfriend to live together? Lin Xian smiled and said. Han Chushue's little face slightly blushed. Xiao Nanfeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva and glanced at Han Chushue. Blushing? What the fuck? Han Chushue blushed. It's over, it's over. In other words, this was all true. Does Uncle Han know about this? Xiao Nanfeng was obviously asking Han Chushue. This was too shocking. He, Xiao Nanfeng, was a little brother. Chapter 499. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were both trying to hold back their laughter. They were really trying to hold back their laughter. They really didn't know how Lin Xian could say something like that. Lin Xian wasn't considered handsome, but he wasn't ugly either. He was pleasing to the eye, and the more you looked at him, the more you liked him. But in terms of handsomeness, to be honest, out of 10,000 people, 9,900 would say that he was handsome. They had to admit that. The reason why they were trying to hold back their laughter was because Lin Xian's words made them feel that what he said made sense. Lin Xian's words made them feel that way. They had to hand it to him. However, beauty was in the eye of the beholder. No matter how handsome a person was, they would only take a few more glances and evaluate him. The one they really liked was still Lin Xian. Xiao Nanfeng was stunned. He wasn't as handsome as Lin Xian. If Lin Xian didn't say that, he would definitely think that Lin Xian was nothing. But when Lin Xian said that, he was momentarily dazed. Was it really that he wasn't as handsome as Lin Xian? He wasn't an idiot. Then, he came back to his senses. Lin Xian was indirectly saying that they were ugly. Even if it wasn't to that extent, it meant that they weren't as handsome as Lin Xian. Who would admit that? Young Master Lin, you must be joking. Xiao Nanfeng smiled. If it weren't for Han Chushue and Ling Ying, he would have flipped out. But because they were present, he had to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Lin Xian didn't need to, because they knew too well what kind of person Lin Xian was. Lin Xian didn't need to hide himself either. I said that you're uglier than me, and you said that I was joking. Does that mean that young Master Feng doesn't think that you're uglier than me? Lin Xian said aggressively. That's not what I meant. Xiao Nanfeng coughed dryly and said. This bastard. He couldn't belittle others, especially in front of the two girls. He just couldn't understand how Lin Xian could be so shameless. If that's not what I meant, then tell me, what do you mean? It's about the same, half and half, what do you think? Xiao Nanfeng really didn't know how to answer, so he could only say so. Alright, I'll reluctantly agree. Lin Xian nodded. Zhao Nanfeng suddenly realized that he had unknowingly placed himself on the same level as Lin Xian because of what Lin Xian had said. Shouldn't he be the one crushing Lin Xian? This Lin Xian was something. Wife, let's go watch a movie. Lin Xian smiled at Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue was stunned at first, and then her pretty face suddenly turned red. This bastard, what did he call her? Ding. Han Chushua's shyness has been detected. Adonis points plus 10,000. Ding. Ling Ying's displeasure has been detected. Adonis points plus 10,000. That's right, Ling Ying was displeased again. This bastard, what did he call Han Chuxue? Calling her little Chuxue is fine, but now he's calling her wife. Ah. I want to kill someone. Ah. Okay. Okay. Han Chuxue nodded. Perhaps because she was very shy, or perhaps because she didn't want others to see anything, she turned around and walked out. Ling Ying looked for them because he wanted to ask them for help. She didn't want to watch a movie with Zhao Nanfeng alone. Don't go, let's go together. Ling Ying hurriedly shouted. Ling Ying, the two of them are going to watch a movie, why are you joining them? Let's watch it together. Zhao Nanfeng said to Ling Ying. Ah. He, I'm usually a third wheel, I'll get used to it. With that, Ling Ying hurriedly chased after them. Lin Xian smiled at Zhao Nanfeng and said, it's fine, she's used to being a third wheel. Zhao Nanfeng secretly clenched his fist. Young Master Lin, what do you mean? Lin Xian had a confused expression. What? Young Master Feng, what did you say? Why don't I understand? Don't think that it's good news that you're together with Han Chuxue. You're not worthy of Han Chuxue. There are many people in Tiandu who can make you happy in this world. You better be careful. With that, Zhao Nanfeng chased after them. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Yes, he's right. He had to be careful. Those families in Tiandu were powerful, so powerful that Lin Xian was of course afraid. Any one of them could crush Lin Xian with their bare hands. Therefore, Lin Xian was even more determined to establish his own faction. Only Lin Xian had the physique gene medicine and mental gene medicine, but how could it be said? If a person used 5 potions, they would lose their effect. Therefore, these 2 types of potions were useless to Lin Xian. However, for any other martial artist, no matter how low the stats were, they were still necessary. Because there were too few opportunities to increase attributes, being able to increase them meant that they were superior to warriors of the same realm in certain aspects, so they would definitely be crazily fought over. Attribute-increasing medicines were too rare. Even if they could be made, Lin Xian would not consider letting them appear in the market in a short period of time. Just by relying on the usefulness and gimmick of these 2 medicines, they would definitely be able to create a good start for Lin Xian. Using 2 things that were actually useless to him to let a faction he might establish in the future gain attention in the shortest time possible and obtain the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 great factions. Was it a loss? Why would it be a loss? For the sake of humanity, it could be considered, but more importantly, it was for himself. Because Lin Xian had these things that would allow him to establish his own faction in the simplest and fastest way. To him, it was useless to keep them, so why not use them? These things were like treasures to the mainland. Lin Xian had already made up his mind. As for the experts in his faction, Lin Xian naturally considered Ling Longshui, Ling Longyue, and Bing Lingyue. Wasn't this an opportunity? After that, they went to the cinema together. To Lin Xian, tonight was indeed very satisfying. Ling Ying had given him a lot of face, but he was also a little unhappy. Because tonight, Lin Xian wanted to make a move on Han Chuxue. Even if he didn't do anything else, he should at least establish their relationship, right? But now, Lin Xian looked at the cinema and saw Han Chushua and Ling Ying holding hands. He was jealous. However, in Zhao Nanfeng's eyes, Lin Xian and Han Chushua were boyfriend and girlfriend. Therefore, Lin Xian had an excuse to sit alone with Han Chushua. As for Ling Ying, she couldn't be taken advantage of by Zhao Nanfeng. Lin Xian had absolute trust in her. Let's watch this zombie movie. Ling Ying pointed at a movie on the screen and said. Anything is fine. Han Chushua nodded slightly and said. Then, she looked back at Lin Xian. Lin Xian just happened to walk over. Let's just sit in 2 seats. Lin Xian chose 2 seats. Ling Ying gritted his teeth. Fuck. This bastard. Then I'll sit here. Ling Ying pointed to the other side of Han Chushua. No. Lin Xian said to Ling Ying. Why? Ling Ying stared at Lin Xian angrily. Chapter 500. Alright then. She had underestimated Lin Xian's shamelessness. Scram scram scram. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian, then said, I want to eat an apple, the kind that's already peeled. Coming. My queen, I'll peel an apple for you. Lin Xian grinned as he helped Ling Ying peel an apple. Here, my queen. Lin Xian handed the apple to Ling Ying. Not bad, little Xian zi. Lin Xian, hee, as long as my queen is happy. May I ask, is there anything else you want me to do? Help me massage my shoulders. Coming. Lin Xian licked Ling Ying so hard that she felt embarrassed. She was used to serving Lin Xian and helping Lin Xian peel apples, so she felt a little uncomfortable instead. When Han Chushua walked over, she saw that Lin Xian was actually helping Ling Ying massage her shoulders. Little Chushua, don't take the ingredients yet. Come over here and let little Xian zi help you massage your shoulders. Ah. Han Chushua was stunned for a moment, then quietly walked over. Lin Xian was actually helping Ling Ying massage her shoulders. This was a little strange. Little Xian zi, go help little Chushua massage her shoulders. Okay. Lin Xian chuckled as he walked over. How should he put it? For a man to help a girl of this level massage her shoulders, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't punishment, but enjoyment. That fragrance, that soft feeling, tsk, I can't take it anymore, I want to see the sun tonight. Han Chushua sat on the sofa a little nervously, then her shoulders were pinched by Lin Xian. Is your strength okay? Lin Xian asked. Han Chushua was a little shy, then nodded. Damn. Why didn't you ask me if my strength was okay when you massaged me? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Ying was unhappy. Lin Xian, women. This was what women were like. Don't explain, I'll remember it. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Wah. It's so hard to be a man. Done. Han Chushua was not used to being pinched by Lin Xian for more than 10 seconds, mainly because she was embarrassed. It's not done, how about? I help you massage your legs. You have to open your skirt first. You have to lift it up a little. Ling, then, a fruit knife flew over. Lin Xian turned his head, and the fruit knife flew past his ear and stabbed into the door in the distance. Gulp, Lin Xian swallowed. I will go and prepare. Then, Han Chushua left. Ling Ying then glared at Lin Xian. Do you really want to push Chushua down now? Lin Xian, no, I have you, how can I still think about her? Lin Xian quickly smiled, then went over to massage Ling Ying's shoulders. Hee. Lin Xian, don't hee, I'm quite strong, right? Ling Ying did not answer, then thought for a while and said, how about I help you push Han Chushue down tonight? Lin Xian subconsciously used more strength. If Ling Ying helped, Lin Xian would definitely push her down. Really? Lin Xian asked curiously. Good for you. Ling Ying turned his head and pointed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, still pretending. Still saying you don't have any feelings, you don't just want to confess to her, you want to push her down. Cough, I'm just kidding. Humph. Ling Ying walked away angrily. Who can stand this? Lin Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders, then went to the small courtyard of the villa. The breeze was gentle, and it was late that night in late autumn. It was actually quite cold sitting in the yard, but it was quite refreshing. Ling Ying and Han Chushue both took a jacket to cover their legs, and then they roasted food there. After all, they were both wearing skirts, and there was a big pervert next to them who kept staring at their legs. Damn. Chushue, let's go to the beast domain tomorrow, we can't fall behind. Ling Ying said while roasting the fire. Han Chushue nodded slightly. She silently looked at Lin Xian, as if she was looking forward to Lin Xian going. Lin Xian saw Han Chushue's expression and said, I'll think about it tomorrow. I didn't ask you, narcissist. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Of course, Ling Ying also hoped that Lin Xian would go. Lin Xian didn't have many reasons to think about it, it was just that he had to seize the time to capture Ling Longyue. Right, can't he bring Ling Longyue with him tomorrow? Sure. Moreover, Lin Xian really wanted to go to the beast domain because he was about to reach the mysterious heaven realm. Just a little bit more, after reaching the mysterious heaven realm, he could directly use the heavenly star fruit to reach the lightning tribulation realm. Perhaps tomorrow night, he would reach the lightning tribulation realm. Thinking about it, this speed of cultivation was a little exaggerated. Lin Xian was also worried when there were so many girls around him. Even if a girl accompanied him for a day, it would be over in a week. Moreover, the first one didn't accompany him for a week. This was very uncomfortable. They couldn't accompany him together, right? Tomorrow, I should be able to reach the mysterious heaven realm 8 star. If I'm lucky, I might even reach the 9th star. Ling Ying said after pondering for a while. They were very eager to reach the lightning tribulation realm. Once they reached the lightning tribulation realm, it would be another big breakthrough. Tomorrow, I'll reach the mysterious heaven realm 7 star. Han Chushue said. We'll talk about tomorrow's matter every day. Little Chushue, do you still have wine? Do you still want to drink? Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian. Sigh, I have to drink. Recently, I've been suffering from insomnia. I have to drink to sleep. Okay, I'll go get it. Han Chushue then walked away. Good, you want to get us drunk again, right? Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, no, it's more comfortable to drink some wine. You just want to get us drunk and then do whatever you want. This is what men do all the time, and it's not like you haven't done it before. Lin Xian raised his hand. I swear to God, you were all drunk last time, but I really didn't do anything. And think about it, if I really did it, how would I explain it when you woke up? It's very simple. No matter what you did, you can say that you were drunk, and we can't blame you. Don't think that I don't know. Lin Xian, wow. Lin Xian put on a sad expression. Sigh, okay, since you don't believe me, you don't have to drink. I'll drink by myself, okay? Then Han Chushue came over with several bottles of red wine. Dear, why are you carrying so many? Ling Ying couldn't help but ask when he saw at least 6 bottles of red wine in Han Chushue's arms. Drink, don't you want to drink? Ling Ying handed them the bottles. Once upon a time, red wine was placed in a glass and slowly tasted. Now, the 3 of them were drinking from a bottle. Lin Xian was embarrassed to do it after Ling Ying said that. Originally, he really wanted to get them all drunk and then do something, but now, forget it. But, what if he got drunk? After getting drunk, he wouldn't know what he did and wouldn't feel guilty. What if he succeeded? Chapter 501. The 3 of them drank more and more in the backyard. At first, Ling Ying said that she didn't want to drink. Later, she hugged Lin Xian drunkenly like a boy hugging a brother. She bragged to Lin Xian like a man. Then the 3 of them were drunk. Lin Xian deliberately didn't use his spiritual power to dissolve the drunkenness, so he didn't know what happened. At noon the next day, Lin Xian woke up. Damn! Lin Xian hammered his own head. Last time, he even told them that it was especially comfortable when he was drunk. Comfortable my ass, he had a terrible headache. Then Lin Xian felt the weight on his body, and then he suddenly became energetic. Ling Ying's PA fell asleep on his body. Soft, fragrant, and then, the clothes were scattered on the ground. Damn! Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Last night, could it be, what about Han Chushue? Lin Xian looked around. They were on the sofa in the living room. Lin Xian put the sleeping Ling Ying on the sofa, then covered her with her clothes. He covered his head and walked 2 laps. Then he found Han Chushue in a white dress sleeping on the lawn in the yard outside. What a pitiful woman. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. He didn't know how he and Ling Ying ended up on the sofa. Han Chushue was sleeping soundly in the yard. What a pity. Lin Xian felt a little pity. If it was Han Chushue on the sofa, it would be great. It would save him a lot of trouble. However, if it was her, it would be terrible. Anyway, it was a blessing and a pity. Lin Xian carried Han Chushue upstairs to her room, then threw her on the bed and left her alone. When they went downstairs, Ling Ying's hair was messy. She hugged her clothes and sat on the sofa, hugging her knees as if she was doubting life. Hearing the commotion behind him, Ling Ying turned his head and saw Lin Xian. He quickly put on his jacket. We've been married for so long, what are you still shy about? Bastard! Sure enough, your scheme succeeded. Ling Ying gritted her teeth. How am I scheming? I'm drunk too. Then you deliberately got drunk. Lin Xian shrugged. Well, it was hard to explain. Wait, where's Chushue? Ling Ying suddenly realized something. Last night, she was raped. Could it be that Han Chushue? Just now, Lin Xian obviously came down from upstairs. Then, Ling Ying ran upstairs barefooted. After less than 10 seconds, a roar came. Lin Xian, I'm going to kill you. Ling Ying rushed down with a pillow. Lin Xian, hey, what are you doing? Calm down, calm down. Lin Xian was then crazily chased by Ling Ying. Don't run. Ling Ying panted. She didn't know how long she chased. Anyway, she was tired. This Lin Xian actually used the space attribute to hide from her. I say, wife, calm down. What did I do? Lin Xian asked with a confused face. Don't you know what you did? Lin Xian. Still playing dumb, bastard. Last night, you pushed Chushue down. Did it feel good? Lin Xian, don't misunderstand, I didn't do anything. Ling Ying saw that Han Chushue was sleeping soundly in bed. Plus, Lin Xian came down from upstairs. Without thinking, she thought that Lin Xian and Han Chushue were sleeping upstairs last night. Then, she got angry. Of course, she was angry, but she couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. I didn't. I just woke up with your help. Ling Ying. Then I walked around and saw Han Chushue sleeping on the lawn in the yard, so I carried her to her room upstairs. As soon as I came down, you rushed up and wanted to chop me. What did I do? Lin Xian put on an aggrieved look. Ling Ying froze for a moment. Really? Damn. What else? You really think I did something to Han Chushue? I don't believe it. A man's mouth was full of lies. It would be strange if she believed it. Then how do you believe me? If you don't believe me, you can go upstairs and check. I'm really innocent. Sob, sob, sob. How do you want me to check? Ling Ying's little face turned red. Damn. You're asking me how to check. Do you want me to take you to check? Lin Xian rolled his eyes at Ling Ying. Okay, I'll believe you this time. I can't let it end like this. You don't believe me, you framed me, and you even hit me. I feel wronged. Lin Xian then sniffed. Okay, be good. Ling Ying patted Lin Xian's head. Hiss, damn. Don't be disgusting. I'm going to take a shower. Ling Ying couldn't take it anymore and went to the bathroom. In the bathroom, Ling Ying looked at himself in the mirror and sighed. It was a mess. At that moment upstairs, she was really angry. She had already thought it through. Even if Lin Xian did something to Han Chushue, she wouldn't care. But when she saw her, she was angry. It seemed that she really didn't think it through. But then again, how could a girl be indifferent to such things? But fortunately, Lin Xian didn't disappoint her. That's it. I'll leave the future to time. Ling Ying shook his head slightly. After that, Lin Xian also took a shower and then went home. Ling Ying stayed with Han Chushue to take care of her first. They were going to go to the beast domain together at night. As for whether Lin Xian would go or not, it would depend on the situation. Little Fairy. When he got home, he saw Linya making lunch. Come back and drink some water. I made lunch for you too. Is Littling not here? Linya asked gently. She's at Han Chushua's house. You don't have to do it for her. This was also Lin Ya's considerate side. Most of the time, Lin Xian wouldn't come home. Sometimes, she would ask Lin Xian if he was coming home. Sometimes, she wouldn't ask because she wanted to know if Lin Xian was busy. When she didn't ask, Linya would always make Lin Xian's meal. If he didn't come, Linya would treat it as her next meal. Anyway, she hoped that Lin Xian would have food to eat when he came home. Little Fairy, your attribute power, Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, Linya was a little excited. Last night, Linya helped me do it. Look. Linya then stretched out her hand and condensed cold energy in her palm. Then, a layer of frost formed on the kitchen wall. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. This is great. Now, Lin Xian had one less thing to worry about. When the time comes, you can communicate more with Bing Lingyue. If you have time, you can communicate more with Miss Xiao. They both cultivate cold energy. And Han Chushue, they are both experts in ice control. Learning from them will be very helpful. Linya nodded. She was also very happy. If she became stronger, she could help Lin Xian and not be a burden to him. Chapter 502. Lin Xian was in so much pain that he jumped up. Bastard! How dare you have designs on my sister? How dare you? Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. In her eyes, there was no man in this world who was worthy of her sister. No matter what race she was, although she did not listen to Ling Longshue's words, in her eyes, Ling Longxue was the most beautiful. The truth was that she was indeed too beautiful. Ling Longyue wouldn't be happy if those powerful people were pursuing her sister. However, she wouldn't stop them. After all, even though she felt that she wasn't worthy, her sister had the right to fight for her own happiness. However, if it was Lin Xian, she could not be blamed for being angry. He was so weak and was still a human. What right did he have to say such things to her sister? Therefore, when she heard Lin Xian's words, she was very angry and pinched him. Lin Xian cried out in bitterness. Other sisters-in-law would cheat their sister and help the man pursue her sister. In the worst case, the sisters would be together. But Ling Longyue, don't mention it. You, Ling Longxue scolded. Ling Longyue then pouted her little mouth, full of grievance. She really felt wronged. She was clearly doing it for her sister, but she was scolded by Ling Longxue. It was not that Ling Longxue did not understand the meaning of Ling Longyue's words, but she was more concerned about Lin Xian's words. In fact, even if they were not talking about the goatskin scroll, Ling Longxue would not say anything to Lin Xian. Perhaps she was used to it, or perhaps she felt that it was nothing. If it was when they first met, Lin Xian would have flown away by now. Lin Xian rubbed his thighs and then stared at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue felt a sense of déjà vu from Ling Ying and stared back at Lin Xian without fear. Ling Longxue asked expectantly, "Is that true?" Lin Xian nodded. "That should be right, but the conditions I just mentioned are also true. You said that you would agree to anything." Ling Longxue, how would she have known that this bastard would make such a rude request? No, it was because of this bastard that he made this request. What I mean is, anything like a spirit artifact is fine. Ling Longxue realized that what she had just said was wrong. Then, Lin Xian, that bastard, caught her in the act. She really had to be careful when chatting with this bastard. I don't care. That's not what you said just now. You said that you don't care about anything. Then I will make you my wife. If you agree, I will help you get the other quarter of the parchment scroll. If you don't agree, I won't take it. Moreover, in my heart, you will become a person who doesn't keep her words and is not responsible for her words. Lin Xian said with a very reasonable expression. Ling Longxue, logically speaking, she had just said it casually. She didn't think in that direction at all. She was only thinking that she would be willing to give up her precious spirit artifact. Why did she feel that there was something wrong with what Lin Xian said? You think too much. Ling Longxue said softly. All right, then in my heart, you have become a woman who doesn't take responsibility for her words. Xiao Linglong, you have become less perfect, really. Ling Longxue, it had been a long time since she had the urge to strangle Lin Xian. Ling Longxue took a deep breath and looked at Lin Xian seriously. This map is really important to me. You are also very important to me. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ling Longxue didn't have much of a reaction. Ling Longyue went crazy. She couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. She hugged a pillow and punched it crazily as if it was Lin Xian. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death. Lin Xian, this girl, did she have to be so cute? What was this called? This was a classic example of incompetent rage. Ling Longxue didn't know how to tell Lin Xian. Become Lin Xian's wife. How could that be? Even if the parchment was important, she couldn't sell herself, right? No. Ling Longshui was still very principled. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Actually, I really want to help you. Little Bing Bing, can you feel my eagerness to help Xiao Linglong? Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue. Bing Lingyue smiled gently and nodded. Yes. Sister Bing, why are you helping this bastard? Ling Longyue pouted and said. Bing Lingyue chuckled and said, it doesn't matter. Oh, look, little Bing Bing said that she can feel my eagerness to help you. Just promise me, I'll immediately get the parchment for you. No. Ling Longshui said. Humph, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Ling Longyue snorted. Don't talk, come over here quietly and massage my shoulders. Ling Longyue felt wronged and angry. But she had to listen to Lin Xian. This was so infuriating. Then she unwillingly went behind Lin Xian and massaged his shoulders. How about this? Lin Xian thought for a moment and said, I won't ask you to be my wife. When the time comes, you'll give me a chance to pursue you. Is that okay? Lin Xian never thought that it would be so easy to get Ling Longshui. If he first asked her to be his wife, she would definitely not agree. Then he lowered the requirements and she would most likely agree. If Lin Xian directly asked for a chance to pursue her, she would still not agree. That was why this was all about technique. Lin Xian was preparing for the future. In the future, he would have to pursue Ling Longshui. First, he would lay the groundwork so that it would be useful in the future. Ling Longshui hesitated. Giving him a chance to pursue her was her problem. Whether he could pursue her or not was also her problem. Anyway, Lin Xian could not pursue her. So what if she gave him a chance? Okay. She then looked up at Lin Xian and nodded. You said it. Ling Longshui nodded. Sister, how could you agree to him? He's very bad. Ling Longshui said in confusion. Be obedient. If you don't listen, I'll increase the number of days. Ding. Feeling Ling Longshui's displeasure, Adonis points plus 10,000. Really? She really wanted to twist Lin Xian's head off behind him. Yes, but whether I can pursue her or not is another problem. Ling Longshui continued. Then I didn't ask you. Just wait to become my Lin family's wife. Wahahaha. Lin Xian then put his hands on his waist and laughed. Ling Longshui secretly shook her head. I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Lin Xian turned his head. Don't talk nonsense. Just massage my shoulders. Ling Longshui, where's the parchment scroll? Ling Longshui asked. Lin Xian, give me a few days. I'll get it for you. Okay. Chapter 503. In the afternoon, Lin Xian went to accompany Miao Xiaomiao and went to visit Wang Xintong. Lu Yufan and Yi Yi were working hard to cultivate in the Sky Martial Court. Compared to the beginning, everyone was much more hardworking and stronger. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Xian did not eat dinner and went to Ling Longshui's place. When Ling Longyue opened the door and saw Lin Xian, her face fell. Damn! Isn't your expression changing a little too much? What's wrong? Why are you so unhappy to see me? Lin Xian glanced at Ling Longyue and walked in. You sound like you're talking nonsense. Ling Longyue said and jumped onto the sofa to watch the television. Lin Xian looked into the kitchen. Ling Longshui was holding a recipe in one hand and a spatula in the other. She was stir-frying a dish and Bing Lingyue seemed to be learning from her. It also seemed like she was helping her. These two girls were becoming more and more ordinary. However, it was good to be ordinary. Your two sisters are learning how to stir-fry. At the mention of this, Ling Longyue's face fell again. Don't mention it. It's disgusting. Every time I eat it, they ask me if it's good. Don't they know if it's good or not? I'm so angry. Ling Longyue said aggrievedly. It's fine. I'll cook for you in the future. Lin Xian said casually and took a bite of an apple. When Ling Longyue heard Lin Xian's words, it was as if she had seen a ghost. You're so kind. Lin Xian smiled and said, of course, you have to serve me first. Ling Longyue's face fell. All right. For the sake of her space attribute, she would endure it. Then, Lin Xian walked into the kitchen. Of course, the two girls knew that Lin Xian was here, but they couldn't stay idle. Cooking a simple dish was even more unexpected than fighting a battle. Xiao Linglong, you shouldn't flip the dishes like this. Come, let me teach you. Lin Xianran walked over and held Ling Longshue's slender jade-like hand, teaching her step by step. Ding! I think he took advantage of this big sister. Prince Charming points plus 20,000. Ling Longshue didn't react at first. Then, she realized that she seemed to have been taken advantage of. Then, she looked up at Lin Xian's side profile. She couldn't tell if this person was doing it on purpose or if he really wanted to teach her. In the end, she chose not to say anything. Bing Lingyue seemed to have seen more clearly than Ling Longshue. She had a slight smile on her face as if she understood something. Soon, a simple dish was cooked. As for the taste, it was saved by Lin Xian. It was not bad. Anyway, Ling Longyue felt that it was more delicious than before. After eating, they didn't wash the dishes. Instead, they sat on the sofa and chatted. Little brat, help me massage my shoulders. Lin Xian said to Ling Longyue. Ding! You can sense Ling Longyue's dissatisfaction. Prince Charming points plus 10,000. Who are you calling a little brat? I'm older than your grandfather. Ling Longyue stared at Lin Xian. Quick. Oh. Then, Ling Longyue went over and massaged Lin Xian's shoulders. After all, she promised to serve Lin Xian for 7 days. If she didn't even massage his shoulders, what else could she do? Lin Xian was laughing in his heart. Awesome! The feeling of being able to tame this kind of arrogant and pampered little girl was indescribably satisfying. Although she wasn't completely obedient yet, the feeling was still pretty good. Massage my legs. Lin Xian placed his legs on the coffee table. Ling Longyue gritted her teeth and went over to massage his legs. The other two girls saw this and didn't know what to say. As for Ling Longshue, she was happy. This little sister of hers was too spoiled. Lin Xian treating her like this was actually doing her a huge favor. Anyway, she really didn't know how to discipline Ling Longshue. Lin Xian. Ling Longshue suddenly thought of something and looked at Lin Xian. What's wrong? Lin Xian pointed to the other side of his leg, indicating for Ling Longshue to massage the other side. Then, he looked at Ling Longshue. Ling Longshue took out a piece of parchment and passed it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it. This, Lin Xian frowned slightly. Yesterday, I went back home and found this. It seems to be an ancient map of the Void Fox clan, but it's divided into 4 parts. I have 2 with me, and the rest are missing. Maybe it's with the Fae, or maybe it's in an unexplored place, or maybe it's with you humans. You know more than I do, so I hope that if it's possible, I'll ask you to search for this map on a large scale. I'll pay a high price for it. Ling Longshue had changed a lot compared to the past. In the past, when she spoke to Lin Xian, she really wouldn't use words like please or please. She had always been a high and mighty cold goddess. But now, she was still cold, but much gentler. However, it seemed like this was only with Lin Xian. When she went out, she was still the same. In any case, Lin Xian felt that it was a big change. Moreover, Ling Longshue's favorability towards him had inexplicably increased to 39 points. There were only 11 points left before the confession favorability threshold. Ling Longshue's favorability towards Lin Xian had always been at 0. But now, it had increased to 5 points. Was it because as they spent more time together, their favorability would slowly increase? As for Bing Lingyue, it was a little special. Are you sure this is your family's parchment? Lin Xian asked. Ling Longshue nodded. This. I think I have seen a quarter of it somewhere. Actually, Ling Longshue knew about it as well. At that time, Lin Xian had helped Ling Longshue auction the Heaven's Wrath needle and a parchment scroll. Perhaps Ling Longshue didn't care, but Lin Xian had a few rounds with Qin Qing at that time. Therefore, Lin Xian had seen it clearly. It was obviously the same as the one in Ling Longshue's hands. Other than the picture on it, everything else was different. I know where a quarter of it is. Really? Ling Longshue's beautiful eyes lit up. This item was very important to her. If I get it, what will you use to exchange it with me? Lin Xian smiled and asked. Anything is fine. To Ling Longshue, even if it was some of her most valuable treasures, it wouldn't matter. Because this item was related to her race, her obsession, anything is fine. Lin Xian smirked. When Ling Longshue saw Lin Xian smirk, her heart skipped a beat. Then you can be my wife. Ouch! Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Xian couldn't help but cry out. Ling Longshue directly pinched his thigh. Chapter 504. The matter of pursuing Ling Longshue was temporarily buried. When the time comes and her favorability reaches 50, Lin Xian would make his move. If he fails, he would continue. Ling Longshue was different. As long as Ling Longshue's favorability reached 50, Lin Xian could pursue her crazily. She was different from the other girls because Lin Xian had a deep conversation with her before. Because of this, Lin Xian could be shameless. Moreover, in their eyes, he was a scoundrel. Lin Xian did not believe that when the time came, he would not be able to take down Ling Longshue. When the time came, he would take her down and make her obediently become the leader of the force he was about to establish. If she joined, then Bing Lingyue and Ling Longyue would definitely not be a problem. Now, Lin Xian looked at his phone and then turned to look at the unhappy Ling Longyue and said, I'm preparing to make a trip to the Beast Domain. Follow me. Why? If you're going, go alone. What does it have to do with me? Ling Longyue said unhappily. Disobedient. Ling Longyue met Ling Longshue's eyes and then deflated. Got it. Don't be willful outside. Ling Longshue reminded. Got it. Ling Longyue felt that she was so pitiful. If not for the fact that everything in the human world fascinated her and made her like it, she would have run away long ago. Back to the Thousand Demon Alliance. To be honest, Ling Longyue had fallen in love with the things in the human world. She had never thought that there would be a place that was so fun. There were so many delicious and fun things that she had never seen before. The demon race really did not seem to have any interesting places. Let's go. Lin Xian then said goodbye to them and left. This was because he was going to the Beast Domain to raise his cultivation to the Lightning Calamity realm tonight. With this little girl following them, they might be able to go to some dangerous places. One had to know that this little girl was in the heavenly sovereign realm. At the entrance of Han Chushue's house, the two girls were dressed and leaning against the car waiting for Lin Xian. "I'm coming." Lin Xian waved his hand. The two girls looked over and saw Ling Longyue behind Lin Xian. "Little girl, you're coming too." Ling Ying ran over and pinched Ling Longyue's pink cheeks. Who was she? A void fox, a heavenly sovereign realm elite, was pinched by an ordinary human. How could she tolerate it? If it weren't for the fact that she was a friend, Ling Longyue would have already flipped out. Furthermore, Lin Xian's gaze was warning her. "And let's go play." Ling Ying only knew that Ling Longyue was a very powerful person. As for what kind of person she was, he was not too sure. He only knew that Ling Longyue was Ling Longxue's younger sister. As for how powerful her sister was, he did not know. But since she was so young, she shouldn't be too strong, right? Going to level up with them was not a big deal. "Why are you carrying a backpack?" Han Chushue glanced at her. This little girl was at most 1.5 meters tall, not even 1.5 meters tall, but she was carrying a backpack that was almost as big as her head. "Ask him." Ling Longyue pointed at Lin Xian unhappily. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, "I brought some things. There are bed sheets and a bunch of delicious food inside." "Why did you bring bed sheets?" Lin Xian said, "If we have to spend the night, at least there's a comfortable and clean place to lie down outside." "Then can't you put it in the space ring? Do you have to let her carry it?" Ling Ying asked. "Since she came with me, I have to let her have some sense of presence," Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, really? That's so annoying. He could have put everything in the space ring, but he did not want to. He just wanted me to carry it. How can there be such a bad person? "Give me the backpack, I'll put it in the car for you first." Ling Ying took the bag. Then, they got into the car together and sped off into the distance. "Where are we going to level up today?" "Let me tell you, I'm about to reach the lightning tribulation realm." "The starry fruit." Lin Xian nodded. "It's exaggerated." "What's the starry fruit?" Ling Longyue asked. "Shut up." Ling Longyue, wow. I want to kill someone. The starry fruit was given to him by your sister. Don't you know? Ha! Ling Longyue revealed a strange expression. Her sister gave it to him. Then why didn't she know what the starry fruit was? The starry fruit was very perverted. Lin Xian was too lazy to explain, so he told them that he got it from Ling Longyue. "I told you to shut up." Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. This little girl secretly clenched her fist. She swore that if she had the chance, she would beat up Lin Xian. Then, Ling Ying, who was in the front passenger seat, turned to Lin Xian and said, "We're going to the Luohui Plains. I remember that place. When I was young, it was a very beautiful scenic spot. It's not a scenic spot, it's a grassland. But now, it's not as simple as a grassland. Why don't we go to Chongfeng City?" Lin Xian said. "Ah." The two girls were stunned. "Are you sure?" Ling Ying asked tentatively. "How should I put it? In the demonic beast domain, you can't determine which place is more dangerous. Forests, plains, or cities that have been occupied before. Both are possible." However, their first reaction was that the demonic beasts would be more concentrated and more dangerous in the city. This was because countless houses had been built for the demonic beasts to rest in. Even the demonic beasts that had transformed could live comfortably in the houses. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the feeling that the city gave people might be more dangerous. Changfeng City and Linfeng City were two neighboring cities. They had previously cleared out Linfeng City. Although they failed in the end, they still killed a lot of demonic beasts. As for Changfeng City, at most, some experts would go there to gain experience, but there wouldn't be a situation where a large number of martial artists would enter. Therefore, it might be very dangerous. Lin Xian nodded. If it was in the past, Lin Xian would still choose the Luohui Plains. But now, with a little girl in the heavenly venerable realm behind him, he could rest assured. Moreover, as long as they went to a certain area in the city, there would be demonic beasts of the same level that they wanted to fight. We're more familiar with this kind of environment in the city. Relatively speaking, there might be more monsters. There are also more mysterious heaven realm demonic beasts. Alright, let's go to Changfeng City. But, it might be very dangerous. What are you afraid of? I have the space attribute, you have the dark attribute, and Chushue has the ice attribute. Can't we run? In fact, he was more confident because of the little girl behind him. Alright, then we'll listen to you. But if we really encounter a lower realm, or even a domain realm is possible. Do you still have Heaven's Wrath needles? No. Not as arrogant as you. Arrogance is a kind of attitude in life. It's also my habit. Get lost, don't be embarrassed. Chapter 505. In the end, Ling Ying and Han Chushue listened to Lin Xian and drove towards Changfeng City. Along the way, there were many demonic beasts chasing after them. This was a very normal phenomenon. If they could catch up, they would have to get out of the car to deal with the demonic beasts. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous for them to stay in the car. As long as the demonic beast's realm was high enough, they could use their demonic techniques to destroy the car. Once the car exploded, unless they reacted quickly and escaped with Lin Xian or Ling Ying, they would definitely be seriously injured. It was much more dangerous than not driving because the force of the car explosion was much stronger than the force of the explosion. However, unless they were extremely unlucky or the road was really difficult to drive, it would be very difficult for them to encounter demonic beasts that could catch up to them. Those that could catch up could be done by those in the mysterious heaven realm. However, those in the mysterious heaven realm could be easily killed. What realm are you in? On the way, they were naturally chatting. Ling Ying asked curiously. Heaven, Ling Longyue was about to tell them her realm to scare them when Lin Xian quickly interrupted her. Heaven what? Lin Xian hurriedly said, it's the profound sky realm, she's talking about the profound sky realm. Lin Xian did not want them to know that this girl was in the sky sovereign realm. Unless they really had no choice but to expose Ling Longyue, Lin Xian did not want to cause any more trouble. Although they were all on the same side, how could he explain this? Such a small lowly was in the sky sovereign realm. Ling Ying did not suspect anything. Mysterious heaven realm, everyone is so powerful now. Ling Ying said with slight surprise. Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Longyue, such a small lowly, mysterious heaven realm. They were also in the mysterious heaven realm. Of course, in the God's child system, realm did not mean everything. If you could reach the mysterious heaven realm at the age of 3, as long as you wanted to, what was the point? Nothing. What one really needed was strength, combat power, and control over one's attributes. Just having a high realm was completely useless. It's so. Ling Longyue said proudly. When the time came and they found out that he was a heavenly venerable, he would scare them to death. Wahahaha. You're too modest. When I was your age, I was only in the spirit condensation realm. Ling Ying tilted his head and thought for a while before saying softly. Actually, Ling Longyu wanted to say that she was several generations older than her ancestor. Humans lived for 100 years, while demons lived for 100 years. However, even the Void Fox who had lived for 1,000 years was only a little lowly like Ling Longyue. In terms of age ratio, Ling Longyue who had lived for 1,000 years was only a little human girl. There was nothing wrong with that. But right now, my realm is the highest. Wahahaha. Lin Xian laughed arrogantly. Don't be so arrogant. It won't be long before I shake you off. Ling Ying said. Oh. I can reach the lightning tribulation realm tonight. What about you? If you force me, I won't go home from the demonic beast domain. That won't do. Are you scared? Are you afraid that I'll surpass you? Ling Ying laughed proudly. No, no, no. That's not what I'm afraid of. Lin Xian said. Ling Ying didn't understand what Lin Xian meant. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Let's not talk about it anymore. Say it. What do you want to say? Ling Ying couldn't stand it when people stopped talking halfway. It's hard to say. Hard to say. Since there was something Lin Xian couldn't say. In fact, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of Ling Ying catching up to him. Lin Xian couldn't wait for Ling Ying to catch up to him. The more powerful his woman was, the more relieved he would be. However, if she stayed in the demonic beast domain every day to level up, who would warm his bed? Han Chushue. It seemed that he couldn't push her down for the time being. Lin Xian was glad that the mission to confess to Han Chushue had changed. The 1-month deadline had been refreshed. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much time left. Ling Ying didn't force Lin Xian. Since Lin Xian didn't want to say it, it should be hard for him to say it. Oh, right. Be careful of that Zhao Nanfeng. Ling Ying suddenly thought of something and said. I know. I mean, it's not just him. There are many people chasing after Chushue and Tiandu. Their family background isn't small either. I'm guessing that he has already sent the news of Chushue being taken by you to Tiandu. I'm afraid it won't be long before you're in trouble. I'll deal with it as it comes. For my girlfriend, I'm willing to give up everything. Hey. Enough. Acting is acting. Why are you taking it seriously? Now you're calling her your girlfriend. Ling Ying rolled his eyes at Lin Xian. Han Chushue, who was driving, blushed slightly. That's right. He still wants to chase after my sister. Ling Longyue nodded her head and said with dissatisfaction. What? You still want to chase after Ling Longshui? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian. Cough, Lin Xian suddenly coughed awkwardly. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Lin Xian said bitterly. Then, he stared at Ling Longyue and said, from now on, when we reach Changfeng City, you can't say a word. Ling Longyue remembered that she had to listen to Lin Xian's words and could only swallow her anger. I guess you only have the heart but not the guts. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian was going to chase after Ling Longshui. Although she wasn't familiar with Ling Longshui and didn't know how Lin Xian and Ling Longshui knew each other, she roughly knew that the girl who crushed the Evil Fiend Shrine's heavenly venerable powerhouse in the Tianhua Academy's recording studio was Ling Longshui. In other words, Ling Longshui was either a high-level heavenly venerable or a higher virtual realm. To be honest, she was very surprised. But Lin Xian was going to chase after Ling Longshui. To be honest, it wasn't that Ling Ying looked down on Lin Xian. Ling Longshui's temperament, appearance, strength, or even status, Ling Ying felt that no man in this world could match up to her. How beautiful did a girl have to be to convince others? It wasn't that she had a lot of suitors, but that other girls who were as beautiful as her were envious of her. And now, Lin Xian was saying that he was going to chase after Ling Longshui. Ling Ying believed that Lin Xian definitely had this intention. Any man would want to have a girl like Ling Longshui. She was already a true fairy, a goddess, a goddess. What were those goddesses on planet Aqua Blue compared to Ling Longshui? Those goddesses were like country bumpkins in front of Ling Longshui. Ling Ying himself felt inferior in front of Ling Longshui. This woman was too noble. So noble that he didn't dare to look her in the eye. Lin Xian had this intention, but he couldn't do it. Normal men would feel inferior in front of such a woman, let alone chase after her. Of course, Lin Xian could be shameless. Ling Ying also knew that he was shameless, but being shameless was one thing. How could he be shameless enough to chase after such a woman? Impossible. She might be in the higher virtual realm. He really wasn't worthy. He really didn't dare to chase after her. Therefore, Ling Ying didn't panic. He didn't think that Lin Xian and Ling Longshui would have any progress unless he wanted to die. Chapter 506. About an hour later, they saw the silhouette of Changfeng City in the night. Longwind City and Linfeng City were neighboring cities. Back then, they were attacked by demon beasts at the same time. Therefore, the current Longwind City was still relatively new. Even if people were to move in and renovate it, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, it hadn't been too long. Let's park the car here. I'm worried that it would be too conspicuous to drive into the city. Han Chushue said. Okay. Then, they stopped about 300 meters away from the nearest house and got out of the car. The bag is too big. Ling Longyue carried the bag and looked at Lin Xian with dissatisfaction and grievance. Then keep it. Lin Xian said to Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue's mouth opened slightly. So nice. She felt that Lin Xian was deliberately making things difficult for her. You said it. And, keep it. Then, Ling Longyue kept the bag that was almost bigger than her into her spatial artifact and followed them into Changfeng City. I used to live here. Ling Ying sighed. Oh. You used to live here. Lin Xian really didn't know this. Anyway, in Lin Xian's memory, this body had always been in Tianhua City. Ling Ying nodded. Yes, when Chushue and I came here from Tiandu, the first city we saw was Changfeng City. Later, we also experienced a demon beast attack. That scene was really scary. Ling Ying didn't want to recall that scene. Han Chushue nodded slightly. Cries of despair, cries. How many people saw their loved ones being torn to pieces, but they were helpless and could only run for their lives, Han Chushue muttered to herself. I haven't seen this before. Lin Xian said. Maybe, but I hope it never happens. But it's impossible. Tianhua City might be the next. Ling Ying sighed. Forget it, let's not talk about this. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Let's increase our strength first. Then, they entered Changfeng City. Without human habitation, there was no light in the city. The only light that could be seen came from the eyes of monsters in the dark. Let's find a big building. If we fight on the streets, we might attract dozens or even hundreds of demonic beasts. It might be dangerous. Ling Ying said. Isn't it better to have tens or hundreds of them? Whoosh! Lin Xian said as he threw out a heavenly thunder flash. A demonic beast hiding behind a stone pillar in front of the restaurant was directly blasted to death. He was only at the spirit condensation realm. Fuck. You are very arrogant now. You're getting cocky. Ling Ying exclaimed. As a martial artist, they had to be careful when grinding in the demonic beast domain. They had to be as careful as possible. If they made a big commotion, they might attract a group of demonic beasts. Of course, they didn't have to care too much about the strong ones. However, they were only at the mysterious heaven realm. They had to be very careful. As for Lin Xian, it was too high profile for them to attack on the streets. They had been grinding outside for so many years and had never dared to be so high profile in the city. They would quietly sneak into a building and kill the demonic beasts inside. Even if other demonic beasts were attracted, at least they could enter through the 2 doors. Just like on the streets, in every alley, every building by the roadside, in every direction, dozens of demonic beasts could sense the commotion. Who could withstand this? The reason why Lin Xian dared to be so arrogant was because he knew that they had a little girl at the heavenly venerable realm protecting them. It's a little arrogant. Han Chuxue said quietly. Then, a beautiful light sword appeared in her hand. Ling Ying did the same because dozens of demonic beasts had already gathered around them in a short period of time. They walked out from the various storefronts or stood on top of the wall tiles. Lin Xian smirked. This is awesome. Dark, ice, and my lightning are all attributes that can be used in large-scale battles. We can't waste such a good attribute to grind. I hope we can go back alive tonight. After Ling Ying finished speaking, his figure disappeared like a ghost. In the next instant, he appeared on the head of a black tiger more than 10 meters behind him as if he had teleported. Then, he chopped off its head with his sword. Lin Xian held 1,000 evils in his hand and rushed to the front. Then, he unleashed lightning. Han Chuxue rushed to the demonic beasts that came out from the other storefronts and slashed. As for Ling Longyue, she pretended not to see anything. Holding a bag of tomato-flavored potato chips in her hand, she jumped onto a tree branch and sat on it. She swung her legs and ate the potato chips. In a short period of time, all the demonic beasts in the surroundings were cleared. Are you still saying that there are too many demonic beasts now? Lin Xian came over and said. That's because these demonic beasts are all in the spirit focus realm. Come and take a look at a group of mysterious heaven realm. Ling Ying walked over and said. Then let's go further ahead. After saying that, Lin Xian walked forward. In the city, the more prosperous the place, the higher the grade of the demonic beasts. Just like humans, everyone likes to live in good places. Most of the demonic beasts do not like damp places. Of course, they would prefer to live in houses with better moisture resistance. Those high-rise buildings would naturally have better effects. Crazy, crazy. This is the first time I've come here to grind so high profile. Ling Ying was a little flustered. He's not that hot-headed. He must have a certain amount of confidence before he dares to do this. Then, let's follow him. Han Chuxue said. All right. Hey, you heir, why aren't you grinding? Ling Ying asked Ling Longyue in surprise. Ling Longyue said, I'm just here to be a bystander. Don't worry about me. This was strange. If they were not here to grind, then what were they here for? Time ticked by slowly, they were now at the pedestrian street area. Generally speaking, the pedestrian street area was more prosperous. That was why there were many buildings here. They were at a fork in the road. Along the way, their experience points had increased by quite a bit. When Ling Ying saw Lin Xian stop in the middle of the road, she was stunned. Lin Xian couldn't be planning to grind here, right? Is he crazy? Hey, Lin Xian, what are you doing? Ling Ying quickly ran to Lin Xian's side. I'm farming here. We'll stay here tonight. There's no need to go anywhere else. Lin Xian said honestly. Are you crazy? This is a fork in the road. There are many shopping malls, cinemas, supermarkets, and other big buildings around. If we fight here, we will be surrounded by hundreds of demonic beasts in a short period of time. There will definitely be a lot of mysterious Heaven Realm demonic beasts. There might even be Tribulation Realm demonic beasts. Trust me. Hundreds of demonic beasts. This kind of battle is equivalent to 2 days of grinding outside. Lin Xian looked at Ling Ying and said seriously. Are you serious? Trust me. Phew, Ling Ying took a deep breath. Chapter 507. To be honest, she felt that she was crazy. Even a Tribulation Realm cultivator would not dare to kill monsters like this, right? However, she felt that Lin Xian was confident in winning. Then, she would risk her life to accompany him. All right. Following that, Ling Ying walked towards Lin Xian. Han Chuxue did not say anything and the three of them stood together. Wait a minute. Lin Xian then ran towards Ling Longyue. Little Yeye, everyone's safety is in your hands. You only said that you want me to serve you. You didn't say that I have to help them. 1 day off. Deal. Then, Ling Longyue jumped to the side of the road and sat there with her high IQ. Ling Longyue is really here to be a bystander. Ling Ying saw Lin Xian walking over and asked in surprise. Lin Xian nodded, and let her be a bystander. Let's prepare for battle. This is for you. Then, Lin Xian handed each of them a few spirit recovery pills. Don't be stingy with your spiritual energy. Use it boldly. We will cooperate. All right. We will listen to you. You are the boss. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian smiled and said, you should know how to cooperate, right? I don't need you to teach me. Then I will lure the monsters. There were already some monsters eyeing them from afar, but they didn't come over. Monsters also had intelligence, and the higher their level, the higher their intelligence would be. After Lin Xian finished speaking, lightning erupted from his body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Bolts of lightning bombarded the buildings in the distance and the shopping mall. Crash. The glass in the shopping mall was shattered and flames burned inside. The walls and the glass fell to the ground. It was a mess for a moment. The monsters that were resting in the building all ran out and saw the three of them in the middle of the 5 forked roads. I must be dreaming. Ling Ying saw more and more monsters gathering around and eyeing them covetously. He felt a chill down his spine. In the short span of a minute, no less than 200 of these monsters had appeared. Most of them were at the Spirit Condensation Realm and Arcane Body Realm, so they were able to kill them in an instant. However, there were also quite a few of them at the Profound Heaven Realm. 20 to 30 was a certainty. And Profound Heaven stage demon beasts were capable of killing them. For example, Lin Xian was a Mystic Heaven stage 9-star demonic beast. A Mystic Heaven stage 6-star demonic beast might be able to kill Lin Xian. Are you ready? Lin Xian smirked. Done. Then, whoosh. Lin Xian then threw a heavenly thunder flash at a group of demonic beasts dozens of meters away. Boom! Thunder rumbled. Because Lin Xian took the initiative to attack, the beast horde, which had been eyeing them covetously, seemed to have felt the humans' provocation the moment Lin Xian's attack landed. Then, they roared and rushed over. Begin. Hu! Ling Ying took a deep breath, and the darkness attribute energy in his body began to rise rapidly. Fixed image. The darkness attribute energy exploded. To be honest, this was the first time she released such a large area of effect. In an instant, all the demonic beasts within 100 meters were fixed in place. Freezing sky and freezing ground. Then, Han Chushua's delicate body exploded with terrifying cold energy. Since Lin Xian asked them not to be stingy with their spirit energy, then they would use it. Hundreds of demonic beasts were instantly frozen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Then, the three of them charged at the demonic beasts in three different directions. 5 Thunder Celestial Phenomenon. Boom. Purple thunder rumbled in the dark night. Those demonic beasts that were fixed and frozen did not have time to resist and were instantly killed by Lin Xian. On the other side, Ling Ying's figure turned into the fastest ghost in the dark night. One could only see the afterimages and light she brought. Then, one would realize that Ling Ying's figure was already far away from those demonic beasts. It was as if there was a delay. Then, those demonic beasts spat out blood and fell to the ground, killed in an instant. On the other side, Han Chushua's martial arts were basically group attacks. After all, it was the ice attribute. If the ice attribute martial arts were not group attacks, then there was no other martial arts that were group attacks. The ice attribute martial arts should be the one with the most group attacks. The demonic beasts broke free from the ice and the fixed images. When the two of them finished, the three of them had already killed no less than 100 demonic beasts. Come. Lin Xian looked at the demonic beasts that were charging at him from all directions and the corner of his mouth curled up. Extreme Thunder Sky Flash. Shwa. Lin Xian waved his sword on the spot and the Extreme Thunder Sky Flash was formed. Thunder Array. Boom. An Earth-grade thunder martial art. Even if 1-star level was higher than Lin Xian's, there was a chance to instantly kill him. What couldn't Lin Xian instantly kill? So. All kinds of fireballs, ice crystals, and other demonic beasts rushed at Lin Xian. However, those that had not reached Mystic Heaven Realm 4 stars were blocked by Lin Xian's pure defense. After all, he was at Mystic Heaven Realm 9 stars. If things went south, Lin Xian would use Instant Shadow, the space attribute, or even Carefree World to quickly dodge. Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash. Since he had the Spirit Recovery Pill to recover a large amount of spirit energy, Lin Xian was too lazy to conserve spirit energy. The Thunder Thousand Blaze Slash gathered on his sword and then suddenly slashed out with a purple thunder crescent slash. Zzz, everywhere it went, the demonic beasts were instantly killed. On the other side, Ling Ying's battle was also relatively easy. This was because her speed was too fast and she had the dark attribute. Now that it was night, there were many demonic beasts, but she could use the dark attribute to easily dodge the demonic beasts' long-range and close-range attacks. As for Han Chushue, she had the advantage of control. Hearing Lin Xian's words, she was not stingy with her spirit energy. The ice and snow controlled the demonic beasts until they couldn't move at all. One by one, they fell under her sword. At this moment, a Mystic Heaven Realm 8-star Violent Flame Rat suddenly dug out from the ground behind Han Chushue. Its sharp claws were accompanied by the power of flames. If it hit Han Chushue, she would be seriously injured or even instantly killed. Han Chushue felt it, but she didn't have the space attribute or the dark attribute, so she couldn't dodge in time. Shwa! A terrifying cold energy suddenly erupted from Han Chushue's delicate body. Her reaction was already very fast, but her cultivation level was even lower than the ruthless flame rats. She had indeed released a very powerful ice attribute energy, but the ruthless flame rat had also released a demonic technique. The flames all over its body immediately neutralized the cold energy, so the cold energy didn't freeze it. Its sharp claws reached towards Han Chushue, and Han Chushue didn't even have time to turn around. At this moment, she felt the threat of death. It wasn't that she wasn't strong, but she was facing 3 Mystic Heaven Realm demonic beasts and a dozen Mystic Body Realm demonic beasts by herself. Her reaction was already very fast when she was suddenly attacked from behind. It's over. At this moment, she felt like her back was going to be pierced through. Shwa! In the next moment, Han Chushue's figure disappeared from where she was standing. Following that, the violent flame rat leaped up and fell down. Boom! At the spot where she was standing, the violet flame rat blasted out a 5-meter deep hole that was still burning with flames. It was enough to see how strong this attack was. Han Chushue appeared 20 meters away, and she was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Lin Xian's space attribute helped her achieve a space jump? Han Chushue glanced at Lin Xian, who was still fighting. She wasn't sure. Above the street lamp, Ling Longwei was eating potato chips. She held the life and death of 3 people in her hands. Lin Xian asked her to protect them, so what she had to do was very simple. When they were in danger, she just had to casually release her space energy to help them escape. To her, this was a piece of cake. Chapter 508. As the battle continued, Ling Longwei was their protector. Not only could she teleport them to avoid fatal attacks, she could also teleport away any attacks that were about to land on them. In short, with the strength and the space attribute, one could do whatever they wanted. At the start, Ling Ying and Han Chushue thought that Lin Xian was using the space attribute to protect them. However, as the battle continued, they felt that something was wrong. Lin Xian was also fighting. How did he manage to protect them while he was fighting? Then, Ling Ying looked at Ling Longwei, who was sitting on the road, swinging her legs and eating potato chips. Could it be her? This Ling Longwei, the first time Ling Ying came into contact with her was at Tianhua Academy. At that time, people from Tianqing Academy came to PK and Ling Longwei was one of them. As for why she did not participate in the Tianwu assembly, Ling Ying did not know. Maybe there was such a powerful barrier and she was too lazy to participate. She did not like it. That was also possible. However, she remembered that Lin Xian and Ling Longwei fought and he admitted defeat. At that time, he even told her that this girl had the space attribute and was stronger than him, so, Lin Xian's purpose of finding her was to protect them? Very likely. But even so, if the mysterious heaven realm meets a powerful demonic beast, it will not be able to protect them. I will also lose my life. Ling Ying thought for a moment and then continued to fight. Ding, your level has increased to mysterious heaven realm 10 stars. An hour later, the corpses of demonic beasts around the 5-forked road had piled up into a small mountain. The 3 of them did not know how many demonic beasts they had killed, but Lin Xian had successfully reached mysterious heaven realm 10 stars. Finally, mysterious heaven realm 10 stars. Lin Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. At the same time, most of the monsters in the surroundings had been killed. The remaining monsters that were scattered around didn't dare to come forward after seeing so many monster corpses. His realm increased. Ling Ying and Han Chushue walked to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian nodded, yes, it increased. I will go and break through to the lightning tribulation realm now. Help me protect it. Okay. Ling Ying and Han Chushue sighed. Not long ago, Lin Xian's realm was far lower than theirs. But now, Lin Xian had surpassed them. Ling did not feel anything. She was happy that her man was strong. However, she did not admit defeat. Lin Xian to surpass her, but he could not keep surpassing her and leave her further and further and further and further and further. She would not allow herself to do so. Ding. Do you want to spend 8 million male god points? Before this, Lin Xian had already exchanged 3 heavenly star fruits. One for himself, one for Miao Xiaomiao, and one for Han Chuxue. The price of the heavenly star fruit doubled. The first one was 1 million, the second one was 2 million, the third one was 4 million, and now the fourth one was 8 million. Fortunately, he had earned quite a bit. After spending 8 million, he still had 30 million left. She had been saving it all this time. Even the prize will had not been used for a long time. It was all for emergencies. If she really needed the Adonis points and they were gone, that would be the most unbearable moment. Moreover, Lin Xian still had one left for Ling Ying. When the time came, he would spend 16 million to get one for her so that she could break through to the lightning tribulation realm. However, it did not matter. It was only 10 million male god points. After he had sex with Han Chuxue, he could easily earn tens of millions. A heavenly star fruit appeared in his hand. Of course, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue recognized it. Ling Longyue, who was under the street lamp, glanced at it. What fruit is that? It looks delicious. She looked at the potato chips in her hand and then carefully looked at the fruit in Lin Xian's hand. Then, she watched as Lin Xian devoured the tasty fruit with her own eyes. A terrifying force exploded from Lin Xian's body. I'm so envious. Ling Ying took 2 steps back. But, this fruit is so scary. It could easily help me break through to the mysterious heaven realm from the mysterious body realm and even help Lin Xian break through to the lightning tribulation realm from the mysterious heaven realm. What is this fruit? As expected, the things in the hands of a virtuous stage expert are incomprehensible. Han Chuxue sighed. Yes, but Ling Longyue should know. After all, she is Ling Longshue's sister. Lin Xian said that the heavenly star fruit was given to him by Ling Longxue. However, Ling Longyue really did not know. Ling Longxue probably did not know either. This fruit was given to Lin Xian by the male god system. Ling Longyue was still in shock. What fruit is that? It can actually help him break through to the lightning tribulation realm. Ling Longyue's mouth was slightly open. In fact, she had seen many heaven and earth spirit objects that could help a person break through to the next realm. There were even heaven and earth spirit objects that could help her break through to the next realm. However, she was very clear how rare such heaven and earth spirit objects were. Most of them could not be touched directly and required a special method to pluck them. Even if they were plucked, they could not be held with their physical body because they could not bear the weight. Therefore, for such a soft fruit, she could not even feel any spiritual energy from it. Lin Xian could even hold it easily and eat it to break through to the lightning tribulation realm. She really did not know about this fruit. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was still rising. The change from the mysterious heaven realm to the lightning tribulation realm was the change from a stinky brother to a male god. The difference in combat strength was too big. Ling Longyue landed beside Lin Xian and poked his face with her small hand. Lin Xian opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes flashed. This feeling, it was too good. No wonder so many people were willing to take shortcuts for strength. Qin Shaotian, or rather, all the members of the evil fiend hall. The feeling of strength was really irresistible. The change from the mysterious heaven realm to the lightning tribulation realm was a qualitative leap. The difference in strength was close to 10 times. This was also why it was so difficult to fight across realms. The higher the realm, the greater the gap between realms. Right now, Lin Xian felt that the lethality of his Earth realm martial skill was already heaven-defying. There was a feeling of invincibility, but it was still okay. After all, he had once felt the power of the domain realm. That was the true abnormal. The lightning tribulation realm might be a new beginning. How is it? Ling Ying asked expectantly. Very good. I feel like I can go from 1.5 hours to 3 hours. Lin Xian said with a smile. What do you mean? Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian with a puzzled face. What did this metaphor mean? However, Ling Ying understood. Damn Lin Yang. 3 hours, did he not treat her as a human? Who could bear it? Go to hell. Bastard. Ling Ying stepped on Lin Xian's foot and walked to the side. Han Chushua and Ling Longhua were stunned. Why was she suddenly angry? Chapter 509. Lin Xian really felt that he could last for 3 hours. He wasn't wrong. Ling Ying's face was red. What should she do? What should she do? She really wouldn't be able to get out of bed like this. What should she do? What if Lin Xian reached the lower realm in the future? Wouldn't she? Who could withstand this? Lin Xian's mind was filled with all kinds of system notifications regarding Ling Ying, causing Lin Xian to be confused. This girl. What's going on? Hey. Why are you blushing? Lin Xian went over and saw that Ling Ying's face was extremely red. Although it was dark outside, the weather was good and the moonlight was quite bright. He could still see clearly at such a close distance. Are you blind? How is my face, blushing? Get lost. Ling Ying pushed Lin Xian away and walked over to Han Chushua. Strange. Lin Xian scratched his head. Then, they walked deeper into the forest. They had basically cleared out the 5 forks in the road. No more demonic beasts dared to come over because there were so many demonic beast corpses here. Unless the demonic beast was very strong, they were confident that they would be a match for them. However, it was difficult to encounter such a situation unless they were in the lightning tribulation realm. What fruit is that? Ling Longhua asked curiously. Heavenly star fruit. Lin Xian replied. Heavenly star fruit. I've never heard of it. Is there anything else? No. Oh, go back and ask sister. She should know. In fact, Lin Xian also wanted to know if the heavenly star fruit existed in this world. Did the Adonis system give him something that existed in this world? Or was he the only one who had it? Yes, go back and ask your sister. Heavenly star fruit ha. When the time comes, tell me if she knows. Time gradually passed. Ling Ying's cultivation had reached mysterious heaven realm 9 stars. Han Chushua's ability to kill groups was extremely strong. In addition, her cultivation was originally resisting Ling Ying, so she rose to mysterious heaven realm 8 stars. In short, tonight was a great improvement for the 3 of them. It was 1 in the morning. At this time, to be honest, it was too quiet. Occasionally, there would be sounds of demonic beasts coming out of the city to look for food. The few of them rested in a corner, recovering their spiritual energy and physical strength. When are we going back? Ling Longhua was bored to death. What's the point of watching these people farm? Seriously. She was so bored that she would rather go home and sleep than hang out with them. They could fight, and it was quite interesting. Fighting would at least give them something to do. What about her? The snacks were all gone. Lin Xian looked at the time. Let's go back at dawn. Lin Xian said. Ling Longhua's face fell instantly. It was late autumn now and there were still more than 5 hours before dawn. It would only be dawn at 6:30 a.m. Wow! She was so pitiful. Usually, it was others who served her, but now, sob. What? Do you have any objections? Lin Xian glared at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. I have no objections, she said unhappily. But I'm hungry. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. Perhaps the way to not be so bored was to eat something good. Damn. I saw that you haven't stopped eating since we got in the car. You're saying you're hungry? Lin Xian was dumbfounded. I'm hungry, you don't want to give me anything. Ling Longyue roared. Ugh, although it was a roar, why did it feel like this girl was acting coquettishly? Actually, it wasn't coquettishly, it was just that she felt wronged. When had she ever served others? Saving people, carrying backpacks, and being so bored. She was even choked by Lin Xian. Now that she didn't even have anything good to eat, she felt wronged. Wow! She was so pitiful. Here. I'll give you all my good food. Lin Xian quickly took out all the food from his spatial ring and gave it to Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue's big eyes sparkled. Let me tell you, this is my little fairy's meat patty. If you don't like it, give it to me. Do you hear me? I know. Then, Ling Longyue happily kept all the snacks into her spatial ring. Holding the meat patty made by Linya in her hand, she happily took a bite. Ding! Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +5. Ugh! The sudden increase in favorability made Lin Xian dumbfounded. This girl's favorability was so damn hard to increase. Previously, when he brought her to eat all kinds of good food, it only increased by 1 point. Now, when he gave her some good food, it increased by 5 points. Now, it was 10 points of favorability. What the hell? Actually, it was easy to explain. This was because Ling Longyue was feeling a little wronged. She felt that eating some good food would comfort her, but there wasn't any good food. In this state of mind, Lin Xian had always bullied her, but he gave her so much good food. Naturally, she was very satisfied and her favorability towards Lin Xian increased slightly. More importantly, the meat patty was very delicious. It would be even better if it was hot. Suddenly eating something that satisfied her, she was very happy. That. Why don't you give me some? I'm a little hungry too. Lin Xian saw that Ling Longyue was eating so happily. Her big eyes were so satisfied that they were like crescent moons. Then, he really felt a little hungry. No, you said that you would give it all to me. Then, I won't give you anything that little fairy makes in the future. Also, don't think that I will go to your place to cook for you guys. Ling Longyue paused for a moment. Then, she quietly tore a piece of meat patty that was about the size of her little hand and gave it to Lin Xian. Here, I can't give you any more. Lin Xian, sure. Ling Ying and Han Chushue had also brought some food with them. They were all vacuum-packed cooked food. It was rare for them to bring food out like Lin Xian because it could not be kept for long. They had to finish it in a day. Most of the food they brought were compressed biscuits, chicken drumsticks, duck legs, duck necks and so on. However, they were all snacks that were vacuum-packed. It would be fine even if they kept it for a few months. Lin Xian, look over there. Suddenly, Ling Ying saw something and quickly retracted her head. They were at the entrance of a small alley. Lin Xian quietly peeked out. People. On the street in front, there were 3 people walking towards them. I'm not sure. They could be martial artists who are also here to grind. Or they could be demonic beasts in human form. Ling Ying said cautiously. Ling Longyue was only focused on eating and did not even bother to look. I'll go take a look. Ling Ying said. Be careful. Ling Ying nodded her head. Then, she concealed herself. The night was the world of the dark attribute. Even if she had mastered the dark attribute and could conceal herself during the day, it was definitely the strongest in the night. Ling Ying used the dark attribute to conceal herself and sneaked near the three of them. In the next moment, a terrifying force rushed towards the concealed Ling Ying. Chapter 5:10. Be careful. Although Lin Xian could not see where Ling Ying was, Ling Ying had said that she was going to check out the wind. Then, those people just happened to attack in the same direction. Obviously, they had seen Ling Ying. They could see Ling Ying who was hiding under the dark attribute. Even Lin Xian could not detect it. So, how could they detect Ling Ying? Either she had exposed a flaw, or the opponent's realm was much higher than Ling Ying's. In that case, her concealment was nothing in front of such an expert. Therefore, when the expert released a force to attack an area, Lin Xian subconsciously thought that he was attacking Ling Ying who was hiding in the dark. In the next moment, Ling Ying's figure suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian. Ling Ying's little face was a little pale. Obviously, she was frightened. That's right, that terrifying force was indeed attacking her. It was so fast that she could not dodge in time. That force surpassed the lower realm. Therefore, at that moment, she thought that she was going to die. She really thought that she was going to die. At that moment, Lin Xian's evil look appeared in her mind. Thinking about it, it was a little funny. Are you okay? Lin Xian quickly grabbed Ling Ying's hand. I'm fine. Ling Ying did not even have time to react. How did she suddenly appear beside Lin Xian? I'm fine. Lin Xian comforted Ling Ying. Obviously, she had experienced life and death in that instant. The Grim Reaper had grabbed her and saved her. Of course, it was not Lin Xian who saved her, but Ling Longyue. Thank you. Lin Xian was really grateful to Ling Longyue from the bottom of his heart. Humph. As long as you remember. Ling Longyue then walked out. Hey! Han Chuxue subconsciously shouted. I'm fine. Lin Xian said. Han Chuxue held on to Ling Ying with one hand and looked at Lin Xian with surprise. I'm fine. That power just now was at least at the high level of the lower realm, and it might even be at the domain realm. How could? Don't worry. Even if he was in the domain realm, it was useless because Ling Longyue was in the Empyrean realm. That's a demonic beast. When you attacked me just now, I felt demonic energy. Ling Ying regained his senses and hurriedly said to Lin Xian. Go. Ah. Lin Xian pulled Ling Ying's hand and said, just follow me. Then, Lin Xian pulled Ling Ying over. What a joke. It doesn't matter if I'm not strong enough, as long as I have someone to back me up. If not for Ling Longyue, Ling Ying would have died just now. Therefore, Lin Xian was furious. Hey! Han Chuxue was stunned. He knew that those were demonic beasts and they were so powerful. Why did Lin Xian still dare to go over Ling Longyue too? However, Han Chuxue did not think that Lin Xian was a fool. Therefore, she followed him. Yo, our luck tonight is really good. The three of them looked to be middle-aged men in their 40s. One of them was covered in red hair while the other was covered in lush hair. The one who spoke was considered normal. At this moment, the three of them were looking at Ling Longyue, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. The lust in their eyes was not concealed at all. Ling Longyue hated this kind of gaze the most. Basically, all girls hated this kind of gaze the most. Although Lin Xian was a pervert, at least he would not reveal such a gaze. Sometimes, he was perverted but his eyes were still clear. That was different. This little loli is mine. The lush, burly man licked his lips as he stared at Ling Longyue as if he wanted to swallow her alive. Our luck is really good. These few human girls are of the highest quality. Their gazes then landed on Lin Xian, who was walking over. There's actually a man. Following which, a terrifying force rushed towards Lin Xian. However, they were stunned for a moment. When the force reached Lin Xian, it suddenly disappeared. Why? Could it be that the force was not released? He did not believe it and released another force. He was sure that if he released it, the force would be able to blast this person to smithereens. However, it disappeared again. Why did the force disappear? It was simple. Ling Longyue's space attribute had transferred the force away. At this moment, they felt that something was not right. I'll give the three of you 3 breaths to kneel down and beg for mercy, and I'll spare your lives. Ling Longyue's petite body looked extremely domineering at this moment. Ling Ying and Han Chushue were not stupid. Previously, when Lin Xian said that she was in the Xiantian realm, they believed him. However, now that Lin Xian dared to follow Ling Longyue out, what did that prove? Lin Xian believed in Ling Longyue's strength. In other words, this Ling Longyue was not in the Xiantian realm. Her sister was in the Xiantian realm and she looked only a few years younger than her sister. If she was in the Xiantian realm, it did not seem right. It was too low. However, she was definitely not simple right now. The 3 experts looked at each other and could not help but laugh out loud. A few little girls actually wanted them to kneel down and beg for mercy. Little girl, I'm afraid you don't know who we are. We are members of the demon race, members of the demon god temple. One more breath. Ha ha ha. You really don't know what it feels like to die. Time's up. Ling Longyue's beautiful eyes shone with a sharp light. Then, she lightly stomped her foot and a terrifying force rose up. The 3 figures were directly sent flying. They did not even have time to scream before they turned into nothingness. The 3 of them, Han Chushue and Ling Ying, swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That's right, they had not encountered many shocking things in their lives. However, they had never been as shocked as they were now. That's it. Did you use the space attribute to send them away? Ling Ying asked. No, I crushed them into nothingness. Ling Longyue said indifferently. Then, she took a bite of the meat paste cake and ate it innocently. The 2 girls, what realm are you in? At this moment, Lin Xian said, she is in the heavenly venerable realm. Since they had encountered such a situation, there was no need for Lin Xian to hide Ling Longyue's cultivation realm. Although they were mentally prepared, they were still very shocked. Heavens! She is so young and she is in the heavenly venerable realm. Her sister is in the virtuality realm. Lin Xian added. I guessed it. No wonder you dared to be so arrogant in the demonic beast domain. It turns out that you have nothing to fear. Ling Ying also realized why Lin Xian dared to be so high profile in a city like Changfeng City. If they knew that there was a heavenly venerable realm expert by their side protecting them, they would probably be as arrogant as the sky. In other words, the one who used the space attribute to save them, or rather protect them from harm, was Ling Longyue, who was sitting on the street lamp and eating potato chips. Thank you. Ling Ying looked at Ling Longyue gratefully. Without her, she would have really died. No need to thank me. I don't have much resentment for saving you guys. However, I am a little unhappy that I saved this bastard. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian. Chapter 511. Actually, Lin Xian really wanted to say, little girl, can you stop being so arrogant? You already have 10 favorability points and you're still being arrogant. No way, aren't you being too decisive in killing them? Lin Xian said quietly. What else do you want? You still want to flirt with them? Ling Longyue's words left Lin Xian speechless. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were done with their shock. This girl. She's a heavenly venerable. Alright, she's awesome, but so is her sister. When the time comes, Ling Ying will have to ask Lin Xian how he got to know these sisters and who they are. They're too strong. They're not just strong in their realm, they're strong in all aspects. Ling Ying had at least seen the battle between Ling Longyue and Lin Xian. He knew that Ling Longyue's actual combat skills were very strong. At this moment, Ling Longyue looked at the horizon. What's wrong? Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue in confusion. She's strong and can sense many things, but they can't. I'm not telling you. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, tell me. No. Hurry up. No. The two girls looked at each other. Is this the heavenly venerable? Isn't she just a little girl? Who would believe that this little girl is a heavenly venerable if they didn't see it with their own eyes? That's too childish. However, this Lin Xian is even more childish than her. If you don't tell me, then don't think about what I'm going to give you. Lin Xian started this move. You think I care? Ling Longyue said proudly. If you don't care, then I won't give it to you. Ling Longyue, you're a person who doesn't keep your words. Ling Longyue said angrily. Aren't you also not keeping your words? You said that you'll listen to me. Now that I'm asking you something, you're not telling me. Ling Longyue was speechless. I keep having the feeling that this celestial venerable realm is fake, but a genuine little girl. What do you think? Ling Ying quietly said to Han Chuxue. Han Chuxue nodded. If they hadn't seen that abnormal power with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Ling Longyue then looked at Lin Xian and said, then promise me that after today, you will give me something. Why? Lin Xian scratched his head. I saved someone, won't my days be reduced? Does saving people have anything to do with what we discussed before? Isn't that your duty? Ling Longyue, really? He was going to be angry. She was going to be angry. Then, Lin Xian smiled and said, all right, I'm just teasing you. I'll give it to you after today. Also, I want to thank you properly. Ding. Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +2. Lin Xian smiled. So, to increase her favorability, he had to compromise. The main thing was that she felt wronged before, but Lin Xian chose to compromise. She was very happy, as if she had won. Her state of mind was still that of a child, and she was very competitive. Ling Ying came over. Then, that. I also want to thank you, Ling Ying thanked her. No need. Ling Longyue was very polite to girls, but to Lin Xian, I've already helped you thank me, you don't have to. Lin Xian. Ling Longyue, this person, he was really shameless. Then what did you want to say? Lin Xian asked. There are demonic beasts in front. Ling Longyue said. Lin Xian, you seem to be deliberately teasing me, where are there no demonic beasts? Ling Longyue, I mean, there are many demonic beasts in front. Nonsense, there are definitely many demonic beasts in the city. Ling Longyue, alright, blame me for not being detailed. What I mean is, there are more than 10 times the number of demonic beasts in front of us. Lin Xian, gulp, Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. You're serious? Aha, yes, there are about 100,000 of them. A heavenly venerable's perception of a few kilometers is not a problem, as long as they release their divine sense to sense. 100,000. Ling Longyue nodded. Han Chushue and Ling Ying looked at each other. Logically speaking, what is the concept of 100,000 demonic beasts? Actually, it is not a lot, just Changfeng City alone can have millions of demonic beasts, but one must know that millions of demonic beasts are thousands of square kilometers. What is the concept of thousands of square kilometers? Shanghai City has more than 6,000 square kilometers, with more than 20 million people living there. Tianhua City is 800 square kilometers, with more than 3 million people, but Ling Longyue said that there are already 100,000 demonic beasts in front of them. This is already a heaven-defying abnormality. Even if they killed demonic beasts for half an hour at the Five Fork Road, they would only have a few hundred demonic beasts. And in front of them, there are 100,000 demonic beasts. Are you sure? Ling Longyue nodded. It is possible, it is not less than 100,000. Han Chushue suddenly thought of something. If it is true, it means that the demonic beasts are making a big move. Not to mention 100,000, even 10,000 demonic beasts would be a big move. And what is the big move of the demonic beasts? Ling Ying looked at Han Chushue, and after 2 seconds, he muttered, "Attack the city." That's right, there is only one reason for a large number of demonic beasts to gather. Attack the city. Attack the human city. That is very possible. Ling Longyue said softly. 100,000 demonic beasts attack my ass. Lin Xian. Ling Ying said in shock, "Are you an idiot? There are 100,000 demonic beasts in front of us, and there are 100 other places with 100,000 demonic beasts. Wouldn't that add up to 10 million demonic beasts?" Lin Xian, that makes sense, let's go. Where to? Lin Xian said, let's go and see with our own eyes. Xiao Yeye, send us there. Ling Longyue rolled her eyes at Lin Xian, and then snapped her fingers, and the few of them disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were at the rooftop of a shopping mall that was tens of meters tall. Lin Xian then walked to the edge, and looked down from above, and suddenly took in a breath of cold air. How is it? Ling Ying came over, and then, he was stunned. On the streets below, in the big buildings, there were all kinds of demonic beasts. They were all here, and even an idiot could tell at a glance that they had received orders to gather here. It was like a school student gathering at the field under the orders of the principal. 100,000 demonic beasts, what kind of concept was that? The biggest stadium in the world could at most hold 100,000 people. Could it be, the demonic beasts are preparing to attack Tianhua City? Han Chushue frowned. That is very possible. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue and asked, Xiao Yeye, can you help me check if there are any other demonic beasts gathering in the near future? Are you treating me as a laborer? I will give it to you when we get home. Okay. Then, Ling Longyue disappeared from the spot. The three of them, this girl, seems to have no principles. After about a minute, Ling Longyue returned. Chapter 5:12. Lin Xian hurriedly looked at her. How is it? Ling Longyue said, nothing. Nothing. Lin Xian slowly paced back and forth as he muttered to himself. It's not normal for hundreds of thousands of beasts to gather, but why aren't there any other gathering places? Either, the beasts aren't attacking Tianhua City, or, they haven't gathered yet. Lin Xian muttered to himself. But this news must be reported to the three major forces. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded his head. This wasn't good news at all. If they could control the beasts, the Thousand Demon Alliance's plan of action would be much better. For example, when should they take action? But how could that be possible? A spy planted by the humans. Perhaps they could be planted in the Thousand Demon Alliance, but it was impossible for them to know the secrets of the Thousand Demon Alliance. Even Wang Jichao was just a small fry in the 10,000 Demon Alliance. But Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyue. Why are you looking at me? Ling Longyue felt uneasy when Lin Xian looked at her. It's nothing. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Let's go back first. Let's not do it until dawn today. Originally, they wanted to do it until dawn. But now, they were panicking. If they attracted hundreds of thousands of beasts, they would be in trouble. Alright, we've all advanced tonight. Especially since you're already in the lightning tribulation realm. That's enough. Let's go back first. Don't you know the commander of the Divine Palace? You'd better tell him about this now. No matter if it's dangerous or not, we must let them know about this. Ling Ying said. I know. Then, the few of them began their return journey. Luckily, the car was still there and wasn't destroyed by the beasts. Because they were driving ordinary cars, they were really worried about it being destroyed. For example, those mercenary groups drove special cars that couldn't be destroyed by ordinary missiles. On the way, Lin Xian sent a WeChat message to Qin Feng. If Qin Feng didn't reply, Lin Xian would call him. Anyway, he had to let Qin Feng know about this as soon as possible. Qin Feng replied within seconds. After understanding the situation with Lin Xian, he immediately carried out the plan. This was an earth-shattering matter that couldn't be neglected. It concerned the lives of millions of people in Tianhua City and whether or not Tianhua City would fall. If the demonic beasts were really gathering and preparing to attack Tianhua City or one of the surrounding cities, then this matter would be huge. After returning to Tianhua City, Ling Ying went to Han Chushue's house to sleep with her. Actually, Lin Xian wanted to go to Han Chushue's place, but he had something to trouble Ling Longyue with. Originally, Ling Ying wanted to send them home first, but when they arrived near Han Chushue's house, Lin Xian and Ling Longyue got off the car. Little Yu, there's something I need your help with. Hey, bastard. You already said that I'll help you see if there are any demonic beasts gathering nearby. Why do you still need my help? You're going back on your words. Ling Longyue pursed her lips. Maybe it was because she had a good impression of Lin Xian that she didn't talk back to Lin Xian as much as she did before. No, I'm serious. I need your help. You first. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said, weren't you from the 10,000 Demon Alliance? Why don't you make a trip back to the 10,000 Demon Alliance and see if you can get some important information? For example, when the 10,000 Demon Alliance is preparing to attack Tianhua City, then you can tell me. I believe that with your strength and status, you can definitely get such information from the 10,000 Demon Alliance. I'm sorry, but ever since I came to the human world, the 10,000 Demon Alliance no longer trusts me. Ling Longyue said casually. What? It's a top secret that the Myriad Demon Alliance is attacking a human city. If it were in the past, I would have been able to learn the secret. However, I've been in a human city for so long. In fact, the Myriad Demon Alliance probably doesn't trust me anymore even after 2 hours. They know? Lin Xian asked. Of course, do you think that the 10,000 Demon Alliance is full of useless people? Do you think that the 10,000 Demon Alliance doesn't exist in your city? Do you think that the 10,000 Demon Alliance doesn't exist in your 3 major forces? Lin Xian, what the fuck? After hearing Ling Longyue's words, Lin Xian was terrified. The human world was different from the 10,000 Demon Alliance of the demon race. The demon race's elites could ignore the enchantment barrier and enter. Just look at Ling Longyue and Ling Longshui. Therefore, there must be some demons in the human world. Because the human world was like this, the demon race was different. This caused humans to be unable to infiltrate the demon race. They could only enter the 10,000 Demon Alliance. Even if you managed to sneak in, the demon race would not trust a human. As for me being in the human world, the 10,000 Demon Alliance probably knew about it on the first day. Plus, my sister and I are neutral. Why would they trust me now? Although Ling Longyue is a little arrogant and doesn't seem to have a good brain, she is definitely smart. I see, Lin Xian pondered for a moment. In other words, you're no longer part of the 10,000 Demon Alliance. You're on the human side now. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Dream on. No matter what, I'm still neutral. Don't think that I'll help you humans. Ling Longyue said proudly. This girl was even more arrogant than Miao Xiaomiao. If it's conquered, no one will make braised pork for you, no one will sell ice cream, no one will open an amusement park, no mobile games, no computer games, and no potato chips, jelly, and lollipops. Lin Xian said with a smile. Ling Longyue, then I'll help you once in a while. Ha ha ha, hearing Ling Longyue's words, Lin Xian could not help but laugh out loud. This girl, damn, is so cute. What are you laughing at? Ling Longyue's face was a little red as she stared at Lin Xian angrily with her hands on her hips. Nothing. Nothing, ha ha ha. You're still laughing. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. All right, you can go back. I saw that the lights in the house are still on. They're probably still awake. I'll go home. I won't stay any longer. Hey! Ling Longyue called out to Lin Xian. You can't bear to leave me. Lin Xian smiled. You forgot what you promised me. Ling Longyue stretched out her hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian, here. Lin Xian exchanged for an attribute increasing potion and threw it to Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue's eyes lit up. Did he really give it to her so easily? I'm going back. Also, I want to thank you again. Thank you for saving Ling Ying. With that, Lin Xian went home. Really, Lin Xian was really grateful to Ling Longyue. Without her, Ling Ying would have been dead. Luckily, he brought Ling Longyue with him. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Ding! Ling Longyue's favorability towards you +8. Although she did not want to admit it, Ling Longshui was really happy. Chapter 5:13. That feeling was easy to explain. For example, if you have a friend who is very stingy, but you are already used to his stinginess. If he suddenly treats you to a big meal one day, you will definitely be surprised, but at the same time, you will also be happy and excited. This analogy might not be too appropriate, but the general idea was as such. Lin Xian originally wanted to go to Ling Ying and Han Chushua's place, but after thinking about it, he decided to go home and accompany his little fairy. Even if he went to Han Chushua's place, he wouldn't be able to do anything tonight, unless Ling Ying wasn't there. Ling Longyue looked at the medicine in her hand. It was indeed the same as the one she gave her sister. However, she still wanted to witness this moment with Ling Longshui. Moreover, she didn't have any confidence in using something, so she hoped that with her sister by her side, she would feel more at ease. The next morning, Lin Xian was awoken by a fragrant smell. He yawned and walked out. Damn! Miss Xiao. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the figure in the kitchen. Xiao Runing's first reaction when she saw Lin Xian was to blush slightly, because she thought of certain scenes. What? Can't I stay in your house? Heartwarming pretended to be calm as she prepared breakfast. Facing Lin Xian now, she was the one who was the most unsettled. In the bathroom, Linya finished washing up and walked out. She looked at Lin Xian and said gently, "Yesterday, I followed Miss Xiao to learn how to fight for the whole day, and then instantly fell asleep at home." Lin Xian nodded. Luckily, he didn't enter Lin Ya's room to do anything last night. Otherwise, it would be awkward if Heartwarming slept with her. "Today, I'll bring your sister to the demonic beast domain. Isn't it too early?" Lin Xian walked to Heartwarming's side and said. "It's nothing. I'm just letting your sister's little fairy experience a real battle with demonic beasts. Then, I'll bring her to a virtual battle and teach her how to fight. I'll let her fight with a spirit-focused demonic beast. Moreover, I'll be by her side to protect her, so don't worry." Heartwarming said. "All right." Heartwarming must have her reasons. She must use the best way to train Linya. Linya had started too late, but she had the advantage of being at the arcane body realm from the very beginning. Her attributes were also strong, and she also had a special physique. This physique allowed her cold energy to double, and even Heartwarming was very envious of her. "Oh, that's right. Last night, I saw 100,000 demon beasts gathered together in Changfeng City." Heartwarming's movement suddenly stopped. "What did you say?" 100,000 demonic beasts gathered together?" Heartwarming asked excitedly. Lin Xian nodded, "That's right. I've already told Chief Commander Qin. He'll definitely make the arrangements." Heartwarming frowned. "This is not good news. Since you've already told Chief Commander Qin, I'm relieved for the time being." Lin Xian nodded, "I hope it's okay. I'm just reminding you that the demonic beast domain might be dangerous." Heartwarming said, "Don't worry. I'll bring your sister to look for some spirit focus and spirit building demonic beasts nearby. We won't go far." "Okay." After breakfast, Lin Xian had nothing to do for the time being. Since he had reached the Thunder Tribulation realm, there was no need for him to go to the Sky Marshal Court. The Sky Marshal Assembly had already ended. Therefore, this should be the most relaxing time for Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian still had the Evil Fiend Temple and Zhao Mengyue behind his back. This made him very distressed. And now, Lin Xian's most important task was to woo the girls. Han Chuxue was the first, followed by Linglong Shui, Linglong Yu, and Bing Lingyue. These three girls were not difficult to woo, but they were also difficult to woo. It was all up to fate. There was one more person, Murong Qing. Last night in the demonic beast domain, this girl had sent a message to Lin Xian, saying that she had booked a room and asked him to come over. He wanted to go over. Although he knew that nothing would happen, he could woo her. Unfortunately, he was in the demonic beast domain last night. However, he did not need to pay too much attention to Murong Qing because she was the last to trigger the mission. Now, the most anxious one was Han Chuxue, followed by Linglong Shui and Bing Lingyue. To be honest, Bing Lingyue's special feelings for Linglong Shui had gradually turned into a sisterly relationship. This made Lin Xian's plan a little ruined. "I'll ask Han Chuxue out again tonight and woo her." Lin Xian rubbed his chin. He had already thought of a plan. Then, early in the morning, Lu Yufan and Yi Yi asked Lin Xian to go shopping. Originally, they did not want to watch a movie, but Lin Xian requested to watch a movie, so they had no choice but to do so. Because watching a movie could pass 2 hours of free time, and they could even take advantage of each other. How comfortable was that? Especially with Yi Yi beside them, the feeling of taking advantage of Lu Yufan was even better. "Are you hungry?" After watching the movie, it was already 1:00 o'clock in the afternoon. They had not even eaten lunch yet. What do you think? I'm starving. Lu Yufan rubbed her stomach and said with grievance. Lu Yufan did not really want to watch a movie. It was fine if she watched it alone with Lin Xian, but with Yi Yi around, she wanted to go shopping, eat good food, play all kinds of games, go to some sports centers, and so on. Then, she was dragged by Lin Xian to watch a movie. It was fine if they watched a movie, but this guy kept taking advantage of her. The person sitting next to her was Yi Yi. She was also afraid of being found out, so she did not have the mood to watch the movie. Moreover, she was hungry. I'm a little hungry too. Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian and said softly. Let's go, I'll treat you guys to a big meal. Big meal? How big of a meal is it? Lu Yufan's big eyes twinkled like little stars. The kind in a 5-star hotel. Yi Yi thought for a while and said, we can just eat casually. Why do we have to go to a 5-star hotel? It's the same thing, but it's many times more expensive than outside. They did not lack money, but Yi Yi felt that it was really unnecessary for the three of them to go there. It was a waste of money. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's free. Ah. The two girls were stunned. Just follow me. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. That's right, he was going to the Qin family's 5-star hotel, Drunken Pavilion, which was also Qin Chang's family business. Why did he want to go there when Bing Lingyue and Ling Longshui went to the same place? Firstly, it was indeed free. Qin Chang had said so at that time. Secondly, the parchment scroll was still in Qin Chang's hands. Lin Xian had to think of a way to get the parchment scroll because it was very important to Ling Longshui. Lin Xian had also promised her. As long as he got the parchment scroll, Lin Xian could rightfully pursue Ling Longshui. Of course, he knew that Ling Longshui would definitely not agree. However, if he pursued her in such a manner, there would definitely be more opportunities to do more things with Ling Longshui. This girl's favorability had already reached 30. It was really not easy. Ling Longshui, the void fox of the virtuality realm, was so beautiful and noble. Getting her was harder than ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Xian had an advantage that no one else had. He had gone deep before. Chapter 5:14. Lin Xian had two beautiful young girls with him. One was lively, and the other was a lady from a respectable family. With them by his side, Lin Xian felt even more proud. This is the Qin family's hotel, right? Yi Yi could be considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. When she saw Drunken Pavilion, she said softly. Yeah. Yi Yi looked at Lin Xian and asked, don't you have a conflict with Qin Qing? Why are you eating at his hotel for free? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It's a secret. With that, he walked in. Oh, still acting mysterious. He must have invited that Qin Qing to the brothel, and then they became friends. Lu Yufan pouted. The two girls followed him in. Welcome to Drunken Pavilion. The beautiful hostesses bowed one after another. Lin Xian took out the black card and handed it over. As employees of Drunken Pavilion, they naturally knew what the black card meant. Only the top VIPs of Drunken Pavilion could have it. But even so, it wasn't free. It was just a huge discount. Ask your lobby manager to come over. After all, Lin Xian had the black card. These conditions weren't conditions at all. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. Then, a beautiful hostess ran upstairs. Not long after, the lobby manager of Drunken Pavilion arrived. Isn't this young Master Lin? The lobby manager smiled awkwardly when he saw Lin Xian. Then, he came over to shake hands with Lin Xian. He glanced at Yi Yi and Lu Yufan beside Lin Xian. Oh my god, who is this Lin Xian? The two girls from last time were already goddess-like. Although these two couldn't compare, they were still schoolbells. They would definitely become even more charming in 2 years' time. 2 at a time, a total of 4. And all of them were of such high quality. Not bad. Of course, he knew who Lin Xian was. To be honest, no one in Tianhua City hadn't heard of the name Lin Xian. But whether they knew him or not was another matter. Manager, I'm here to patronize your drunken pavilion again. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin's visit brings light to my drunken pavilion, it brings light to my humble abode. The lobby manager said with a professional fake smile. I remember that before I left, you said I came for free, right? The lobby manager was stunned. Fuck. He came to dine and dash. Free. That's not right. Young Master Lin, Chen Xiaoya, I didn't say so. It's all the same. Since you, the young master of the Qin family, said that I'm free, do you understand? The lobby manager swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This. Young Master Lin, what? The words of the owner of Drunken Pavilion don't count. Lin Xian glared at him. Of course not, this way please. He really didn't know what to do. He did say it, but he also knew that Lin Xian was Qin Chang's enemy. Did he really have to let him eat for free? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? If he lost money, he would also lose his heart. Where's your young master? Lin Xian asked. Lin Xian's main purpose for coming here was to find Qin Chang. If Qin Chang wasn't around, then it wouldn't do. My young master is outside. Call him and tell him I want to treat him to a drink. Oh. Shameless, treating him to a drink. It was clearly free, but he still wanted to treat him. Okay. He originally wanted to call Qin Chang to tell him about the situation here, but since Lin Xian said it, then he naturally made the call. Hello, Chen Xiaoya, your good friend young Master Lin came to Drunken Pavilion to eat. Qin Chang was playing golf and then asked in confusion, young Master Lin. Which young Master Lin? Lin Xian. Qin Chang, to be honest, it was true that he didn't get along with Lin Xian, but Lin Xian caught Qin Xiaotian and got rid of him. He really admired Lin Xian, but he never told him that they were friends, right? Just come, why tell me? The lobby manager saw that there were some things that couldn't be said in front of Lin Xian, so he opened the door for him. Then, he walked to the side and said, young Master Lin is using the excuse of free food that you said last time to eat and dash. Shameless. Qin Chang scolded and then said, let's eat. Do you think I, Qin Chang, owe him money for a meal? Give him whatever he wants. Humph, treat him with good food and drink. Let him think how generous I, Qin Chang, am. Just treat it as feeding a beggar. Go. This. Young Master Qin, he also asked you to come over and said he wants to invite you. Fuck. What is his status and what is my status? Does he deserve to eat at the same table as me? Qin Chang spat a mouthful of saliva. He brought 2 female companions with him this time. Qin Chang, the 2 from last time. No, I don't recognize them, but they are also very beautiful. Fuck. Qin Chang scolded angrily. Who the fuck could stand this? What was so good about this Lin Xian? Why were there so many girls around him? All of them were so beautiful. The 2 from before could be called goddesses. Real fairies. And now there were 2 others. I'll go over now. With that, Qin Chang hung up the phone. The lobby manager was stunned. Was this Qin Chang so unimpressive? He came for the two girls around Lin Xian. He was the young master of the Qin family. Why was he willing to come for the girls around Lin Xian? To be honest, Chen Cheng was envious. He wanted to see who the other two girls around Lin Xian were. Wouldn't it be great if he could win them over or steal them away from Lin Xian? Moreover, Lin Xian was completely incomparable to him. When the time came, Lin Xian might even become a foil to Chen Cheng. Following that, the lobby manager walked towards the private room where Lin Xian and the other two were. Lin Xian, we're having a meal. Why did you invite an unrelated person? Moreover, he's your enemy. Lu Yufan asked, puzzled. He was a little unhappy. They were clearly having a meal with their own people. If they called a stranger over, the atmosphere would be completely broken and it would be super awkward. I have something important to discuss with him. Moreover, this person's character isn't bad. It's fine, but I'll need your help when the time comes. Oh. What is it? Young Master Lin, my young master said he's already on the way. You can order first. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. This Chen Cheng was indeed here. There's no need to order. Just bring me your best and most expensive dishes. The corner of his mouth twitched, the most expensive food. For a 5-star hotel like theirs, they had some of the rarest ingredients from all over the world. If the most expensive food was served, it would cost millions. Yes. He agreed, but of course, he wouldn't bring out the best food. Remember, it must be the most expensive. I'm treating your young master to this meal. We can't let him down. The lobby manager nodded. Got it. I'll give the order right away. Hey, wait. Do you have La Fight 82? Bring out a box first. Chapter 5:15. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the lobby manager's mouth couldn't help but twitch. A box of 1982 La Fight. Do you think you're drinking beer? Lin Xian certainly knew that they could lie to him about the food, but they couldn't lie about the wine. Young Master Lin, this red wine, you can't drink it like this. The lobby manager's forehead was sweating. What? I'm patronizing your business. Do I need you to teach me a lesson? Give me a box first. Don't tell me you don't have a box of La Fight in such a big hotel. I really don't. Lin Xian glanced at him and said, if you don't have it, then I'll have to find someone to verify whether this is a real 5-star hotel or not. Hurry up, it's not your restaurant. What are you afraid of? We're used to drinking 1982 La Fight. Give me a box in 3 minutes to whet our appetite. Hurry up. Then, the lobby manager left the room. You're really shameless. Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh and say. A box of 1982 La Fight. How much would that cost? Not necessarily. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Yi said. She had seen through it thoroughly. Then, delicious dishes were served one after another. These dishes looked expensive, but they were definitely not the most expensive. There might only be 1 or 2 dishes, but it was still reasonable. Damn! This prawn is half the size of my hand. Lin Xian looked at the prawns and turtles. This is called eating, okay? Bang! Hey, miss. Lin Xian called out to one of the waitresses who had just finished serving the dishes and was about to leave. What's the matter? Lin Xian said, help me ask when my box of 1982 La Fight will be served. The corner of the girl's mouth twitched. A box of 1982 La Fight. Is this guy a nouveau riche? Okay, I'll go ask him. After about 5 minutes, the lobby manager personally walked in with a box in his arms. Yo, my box of 1982 Love Fight is here. Lin Xian grinned with greasy lips. It was quite fun to eat with girls. For example, Lin Xian didn't even have to lift a finger to eat prawns. Yi Yi and Lu Yufan helped Lin Xian peel them for him. The lobby manager smiled awkwardly and said, "Young Master Lin, our hotel doesn't have many 1982 Love Fight bottles left. A big crocodile bought most of them 2 days ago. We only have these 2 bottles left. The rest have been made into royal salute for you." There were a total of 6 bottles, but the price of these 6 bottles added up to 6 figures. For them, it was a huge loss, but in fact, it was only a loss of profit. For a family business like theirs, these 6 bottles of red wine were less than half a day's turnover. Sometimes, a person could spend tens of millions just to save face, or tens of millions just to belittle another person. However, Qin didn't need to spend so much just for the latter. He could also do the former. Come. Let's drink this 1982 Love Fight. We'll keep the rest and sell them. When the lobby manager heard Lin Xian's words, the corner of his mouth twitched. What the fuck? Cough. Enjoy your meal. I'll go out first. Then, he walked out. Fortunately, these things didn't belong to him. Otherwise, his heart would ache. However, that young master of his didn't care too much about this little bit of money. Pfft, Lin Xian, can you not be so bad? Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh. Damn. You call this bad? One is willing to hit while the other is willing to be hit. You can't blame me. This meal is already very luxurious. You two better put on a good show later, and I won't make you pay. The 2 girls, wow. This Lin Xian is too bad. After about 20 minutes, their door was knocked. Come in. Then, a figure walked in. Naturally, it was Qin. He immediately looked at Lu Yufan and Yi Yi. How should he put it? He thought that they were girls that he didn't know. If he didn't know them, it would be even more mysterious. But luckily, these 2 were the 2 school beauties of Tianhua Academy. However, it seemed that they were very close to Lin Xian. What was the meaning of Lin Xian bringing them here and even asking him to come over? Introduce them to him. Was that possible? Impossible. But he still held on to some hope. Oh, young Master Qin is here. Lin Xian had a happy expression. Young Master Lin, have you fallen in love with the taste of my drunken pavilion? Qin walked in and sat opposite Lin Xian. Ha, yes, the taste is indeed not bad. As expected of a famous 5-star hotel in Tianhua City. As Lin Xian spoke, he silently kept the 5 bottles of red wine into his spatial ring. When Qin saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. Useless. Young Master Qin, there's nothing to drink here. Shall I pour you a cup of 82 Love Fight? No need, I'm not drinking. I'm sick of drinking such things. Qin said. Awesome, as expected of young Master Qin. Young Master Qin is awesome. Lin Xian gave him a thumbs up. Young Master Lin, why did you call me here? Could it be that you want to drag Qin Xiaotian out and celebrate with me? Lin Xian laughed loudly. Ha, yes, shouldn't we celebrate? To you, it should be a celebration. But I don't have much interaction with Qin Xiaotian, nor do I have any enmity with him. But from the perspective of a righteous martial artist, shouldn't we celebrate the eradication of an evil martial artist? Lin Xian's lips curled. Qin could not refute Lin Xian's words. He nodded. This is indeed worth celebrating. Then, he clapped his hands and a beautiful waitress walked in. Young master, what are your orders? Bring me 2 bottles of good quality white wine. What's the point of having a simple meal with red wine? Yes. Soon, 2 bottles of white wine were brought over. Chen Cheng threw one to Lin Xian and kept the other for himself. What's wrong? You can't drink. Chen Cheng glanced at Lin Xian. Wouldn't it be a joke if a martial artist can't drink white wine? Then, Lin Xian poured himself a full glass. That's right, red wine is for girls. Chen Cheng laughed. Then, he glanced at Yi Yi and Lu Yufan. They were indeed campus belles. After 2 years, these 2 girls would definitely be even more beautiful. If he could get one of them now, it would be perfect. Lin Xian, I don't think you asked me to come over for this meal today just to celebrate, right? Chen Cheng took a bite of the food and said. Lin Xian smiled. Of course not. Let Yi Yi tell you. Chen Cheng looked at Yi Yi. Yi Yi then looked at Chen Cheng and said, Actually, I asked Lin Xian to call you over today because I heard that you and Lin Xian are good friends. Good friends? Good friends my ass. Yi Yi said this to make Chen Cheng have no reason to refute. Moreover, he could not say that they were not good friends in front of Lin Xian, right? The main thing was that there were 2 beautiful girls here. He did not want to fall out with Lin Xian here. Chapter 5:16. Chen Cheng smiled and said, Yeah, but why are you looking for me, Yi? You can just look for me in the future. You don't have to trouble Lin Xian. I'll be careful next time. It's mainly because I need your help. I'm a little embarrassed. Yi Yi said embarrassedly. Lin Xian was secretly impressed by Yi Yi's acting skills. She was pretty good. Every single one of them was an untapped movie queen. On the other hand, Chen Cheng was very happy. The girl had a favor to ask of him. Moreover, Yi Yi seemed to be very embarrassed. That was very comfortable for a guy. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Although we're not from the same school, I've heard about you and seen you more than once. We can be considered friends, right? Chen Cheng said with a smile. Sure enough, there's not a single good man. Lu Yufan muttered beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian, little fan, isn't that a little too broad? Lin Xian whispered. Chen Cheng's attention was now on Yi Yi. The 2 of them were chatting happily. Humph. Even you said it yourself. Bite me if you don't like it. No, I'm not going to bite you. Bite me. Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Then you'd better be careful. I'll bite you hard later. Lin Xian held back his laughter. Okay. Bite me tonight if you have the chance. Oh, Lu Yufan looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Why did he feel like he was talking about something bad? But he didn't. On the other side, Chen Cheng said, just say it. There's no need to be embarrassed. Yi secretly looked at Lin Xian, then looked at Chen Cheng and said, I don't know if you agree. Chen Cheng smiled and said, if you need help, as long as I can help you, there's no such thing as agreement. Then, all right. Yi then said, actually, I also participated in an auction in the Bounty Hunter Guild. Oh. When was it? Chen Cheng asked in surprise. It's the time when you bought the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Chen Cheng didn't think much of it. When he questioned Qin Shaotian that day, Lin Xian said that he was the one who auctioned the Heaven's Wrath Needle, so it was normal for Yi to know that he was the one who bought it. You want this Heaven's Wrath Needle? Chen Cheng asked. To be honest, if it was the Heaven's Wrath Needle, he would never give it to Yi. It was too precious. Even if Yi bought it at the same price, he wouldn't sell it. This was where Yi was smart. It was the same as bargaining. In fact, you could accept 50 yuan, but if you bid 25 yuan at the beginning, and Chen Cheng was the boss, you might end up with 40 yuan. Now, Yi had to grasp Chen Cheng's mentality. Chen Cheng would mistakenly think that Yi wanted the Heaven's Wrath Needle at first, then he would be very cautious and reluctant. When Yi said that she didn't want the Heaven's Wrath Needle, he would sigh in relief. It would be much easier to get it then. Yi shook her head. It's not the Heaven's Wrath Needle. Even if I wanted it, I don't have the money. Chen Cheng sighed in relief. Then, it's the parchment scroll from before. Oh. You're interested in that parchment scroll? Chen Cheng froze for a moment. Yi shook her head. It's not me, it's my grandfather. My grandfather likes to collect things, especially things that are old. Although the parchment scroll is only a small part of it, it should be very old. That day, my grandfather and I wanted to sell it at the auction, but in the end, we didn't sell it. If grandfather likes it, then I'll give it to you. Chen Cheng took out the parchment scroll and handed it to Yi. Yi's small mouth opened slightly, looking flattered, and then said, No, no, no. You spent millions to buy it. I must spend money to buy it back. Chen Cheng smiled and said, Yi, you look down on me. It's only a few million. It's worth it to make a friend like you and make grandfather happy. Just take it as a gift from me to grandfather. Take it. Yes, yes, yes. Who is young Master Qin? He's the young master of the Qin family. A few million is the turnover of Drunken Pavilion in a few days. It's probably just a random car or a collection in young Master Chen's house. People like me have to rely on young Master Chen to eat and drink here, and young Master Chen doesn't even charge me. I'm impressed. Lin Xian said, laughing in his heart. Damn it. What a pitiful man. This, Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded and put away the parchment scroll. Then I'll thank you. I'll treat you to a meal next time. Okay, then I'll wait for your call. By the way, give me your phone number. Lin Xian, He Lu, and Fong held back their laughter. Using something that cost millions to auction in exchange for Yi's phone number, although a few million might be nothing to him, but, if he knew, he would definitely be upset. You're so bad. Lu Yufan rolled her eyes at Lin Xian and whispered. Even so, she was still holding back her laughter. Shu Lin Xian also held back his laughter. 10 minutes later, they left Drunken Pavilion. With the item in hand, Lin Xian didn't need to stay any longer. Chen Cheng was still happily saying goodbye to Yi. Here. On the way, Yi handed the parchment scroll to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it with a smile. Thanks, I owe you one. It's fine. I'm just a little embarrassed. After all, you tricked him. Not really. Lin Xian said. Lin Xian said, when the time comes, you can just go and ask him to treat you to a meal. Then you won't be tricking him, right? At most, you can just treat it as him spending millions to treat you to a meal. Yi, alright. Hey, how can you encourage Yi to go on a date with another man? What if something happens to her? Lu Yufan was unhappy. If there's no other way, I'll go too, okay? He didn't say that Yi can't bring me. Pfft, you're so bad. He'll explode when the time comes. Lu Yufan couldn't help but laugh again. Lin Xian put away the parchment scroll. Thank you, headquarters. I'll treat you to a good meal another day. You said it. Lu Yufan said. I didn't tell you, I told Yi. What did you help me with? Other than eating and drinking there, what else did you do? Lu Yufan, bastard. Do you think I won't tell Chin Ching? Lu Yufan threatened. Go. I won't send you off. Then, Lin Xian walked away. Look at him. Lu Yufan pointed at Lin Xian aggrievedly and stomped her little feet. Yi smiled and said, Are you not used to it yet? Ugh. I just don't feel good. Lin Xian had already gone to Ling Longshue's house. Chapter 5:17. In Ling Longshue's house, Lin Xian was sitting with his legs crossed. He had just received a cup of tea from Ling Longshue. Ling Longyue's space attribute had also reached large success. Although she didn't seem to care much about it on the surface, she was still very happy at this moment. It wasn't easy for Lin Xian's favorability towards her to reach 20 points. He had sacrificed a lot for it. When her space attribute reached the large success stage, she added another 5 points. Now, she had 25 favorability towards Ling Longshue 30 points. As for Bing Lingyue, he could not see her. She was very special, but it should not be too low. It should not be lower than 10, right? But thinking about it, Lin Xian did not seem to have purposely increased Bing Lingyue's favorability. Thinking about it, he felt a little embarrassed. He had tried to hit on Han Chuxue, and now he was chatting with Ling Longyu. It was only with Bing Lingyue that he did not talk much. She was always smiling at them from the side. She had a sense of déjà vu like Linya, which was quite good. Space attribute has reached the large success stage. Lin Xian looked at Ling Longyu and rolled his eyes. This little girl was smiling like a flower. Humph. What does it have to do with you? Ling Longyu saw Lin Xian looking at her and immediately became arrogant. However, the smile on her face did not disappear. I say, little Ling Long, you have to control your younger sister. Saying one thing and thinking another is too serious. In the future, if a guy confesses to her and she likes that guy too, she might say one thing and pretend to reject him. In a few days, she might see the guy she likes holding another girl's hand and going shopping. By then, it would be too late for regrets. We have to do something about it. Lin Xian said to Ling Longshue. Humph. It is impossible for me to like a guy. Guys are all pigs. Ling Longyu said proudly. Lin Xian looked at her in shock. He then looked at Ling Longyu and said, Xiao Linglong, look at how serious your sister is now. She doesn't like guys anymore. The legacy of the Void Fox clan can only be passed down by you. Don't count on your sister. You. Ling Longyu gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. But thinking about it, she was in a good mood today and did not want to lower herself to the same level as this bastard. I thank you on behalf of you, heir. Thank you for helping her increase her space attribute to the large success stage. Ling Longshue did not mention this topic to Lin Xian. However, her eyes were sincere. Although this woman was a little rigid, cold, and difficult to get along with, she had her principles. Even if Lin Xian was weak, she would still say thank you to Lin Xian. She had said sorry before. It's okay. She's my sister-in-law anyway. We're family. Lin Xian. Ha. Sister-in-law. Ling Longshue was slightly surprised. She had never heard of this term before. Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue and asked, Little Bing Bing, do you know what sister-in-law means? Bing Lingyue shook her head slightly, never heard of it. She would definitely understand, but it was definitely not how it was called in her time. All right. Let me explain. For example, you are Ling Longyu's sister and you are my wife. If I call your sister, I will call her sister-in-law. I see. Linglong Shui was enlightened. However, she suddenly realized something in the next second. Linglong Shui's little face was slightly red. Honestly speaking, if it was in the past, Lin Xian's teasing wouldn't work at all. Linglong Shui wouldn't feel shy at all and would only feel anger. However, when a girl had a favorable impression of you, teasing would be effective. Obviously, although Linglong Shui wanted to kill Lin Xian in the past, Lin Xian didn't waste his efforts during this period of time. From a negative number of favorable impression points to 30. One must know that this was Linglong Shui, not a little girl like Lu Yufan who could be easily tricked. From a negative number of favorable impression points to 30 now, Lin Xian admired himself. It was mainly because he was too good at cheating. No, it was because he was handsome. Didn't you say you would be my wife? Lin Xian smiled as he took out the parchment scroll and threw it to Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui took it. See if it's the parchment scroll you wanted. Lin Xian. Linglong Shui's attention shifted from Lin Xian's words to the parchment scroll. Yes. Linglong Shui opened it and took a look. Her beautiful eyes lit up. She did not expect Lin Xian to really help her find the parchment scroll. This was too miraculous. So, you have to fulfill your promise and be my wife. Bastard. Don't tease my sister. Linglong Shui was unhappy when she heard this. Extremely unhappy. It's none of your business. Lin Xian rolled his eyes at her. Linglong Shui silently kept the parchment scroll and looked at Lin Xian. Her face was slightly red. I only promised you that I would give you a chance. I didn't say that I would be your wife. Linglong Shui was still very rational. She wouldn't let Lin Xian's words cause her to lose her composure. Bing Lingyue leaned on the sofa, drinking tea and eating fruits. She looked like an onlooker waiting to watch a good show. Besides playing with them every day, she really looked forward to Lin Xian coming over to bicker with these two sisters. She did not know why, but she inexplicably liked watching them bicker. All right then. Lin Xian clapped his hands and stood up. Dear, let's go out and watch a movie. Lin Xian said as he reached out and hugged Linglong Shui's slim waist. Oh my god. This top-grade girl's figure, oh my god, it's amazing. That night was the night he was raped by Linglong Shui. Why didn't he enjoy it and feel how good this girl was? Wow! What a pity. At that moment, Linglong Shui's mind went blank. It was Linglong Shui's roar that woke her up. Then, Linglong Shui's figure disappeared and reappeared a few meters away from Lin Xian. Her face was red and she pretended to be calm. She stood there and looked to the side. You. Linglong Shui could not hold it in anymore. She stood in front of Lin Xian and pointed at him. She was so angry that she could not speak. This bastard, he took advantage of her sister in front of her again. Ah! So angry. What about you? This is a private matter between me and your sister. Why are you meddling in it? Go away, and play with the sand. Linglong Yu was angry but she could not do anything. To be honest, if it was in the past, she might really kill Lin Xian because she did not have any favorability points. But now, what was the level of 25 favorability points? It was already at the friendly level. As long as Lin Xian did not do anything overboard, she would not lose any favorability points. Moreover, with such favorability points, it was impossible for her to kill Lin Xian. Linglong Shui regained her composure and said, "It's getting late. I'm a little tired. As for what I promised you, I'm only giving you a chance. It's not certain whether you'll go out for a meal or not. Wow. You're a classic example of leaving after playing with me. Chapter 518. Linglong Shui said straightforwardly, I've never done it before. How can I say that? Lin Xian was speechless. I suggest you try to recall whether you've done it before or not. Linglong Shui was speechless. When she heard Lin Xian's words, her thoughts returned to that moment and she blushed. Get lost. After scolding, Linglong Shui returned to her room. She really did do it, ding. Felt Linglong Shui's embarrassment, Adonis points plus 100,000. Ding. Felt Linglong Shui's anger, Adonis points plus 10,000. Linglong Yu and Bing Lingyue were surprised. They both saw Linglong Shui's face turn red. They noticed it on purpose so they saw it clearly. Did something really happen between her and Lin Xian? Otherwise, why would she have such a big reaction to Lin Xian's words? Hey, what did you mean by what you said to my sister? Linglong Yu walked over and elbowed Lin Xian. She was very curious. You can ask her yourself. I'm not going to tell you. I'm leaving. I'm going to watch a movie with another girl tonight. Bye-bye. Then, Lin Xian walked away with a smile. Ding. Felt Linglong Yu's displeasure, Adonis points plus 10,000. Sister Bing, this person must have done something to my sister. Linglong Yu said unyieldingly. Bing Lingyue smiled. What do you think Lin Xian could do to someone of your sister's level? But Lin Xian is too bad. Isn't your sister smart? Oh. That's true. Bing Lingyue also felt that something really did happen between Linglong Shui and Lin Xian because she saw Linglong Shui's strange behavior. If nothing happened between them, why would she show such emotions? But she still had to comfort Linglong Yu. But even if something did happen, Bing Lingyue felt that at most, Lin Xian took advantage of her. After all, this Lin Xian was not very serious. At this moment, Linglong Shui closed the door and leaned against it with her hands on her chest. She did not know what kind of emotions she was feeling. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a complicated light. Yes, what happened that night would forever hurt her. She had been very happy these past few days. Even if she didn't think about it, she was still very happy. However, now that Lin Xian had brought it up, all sorts of complicated emotions welled up within her. Actually, it was very simple. She just had to kill Lin Xian. How straightforward would that be? Everything would end once and for all. Sometimes, Linglong Shui even regretted not killing that bastard Lin Xian back then. Now, she couldn't kill him. Ah! At this moment, Lin Xian's mind was full of system notifications about Linglong Shui. It contributed a lot of Adonis points to him. But it was enough to see how tormented Linglong Shui's heart was at this moment. Lin Xian smiled, then took out his phone and dialed Han Chushua's number. This girl. It's time to make a move. Otherwise, there won't be enough time. Fortunately, the 1-month time limit of the previous mission was refreshed with the change of the mission. Now, there were 20 days left. But in 20 days, he had to get Han Chushua, have sex with her, and then do it with her. Was it enough? Oh my God. It was so difficult that it was going to explode. So, he could not delay any longer. He had to at least confirm this relationship first. Lin Xian realized that even though he was a scumbag, he had to admit that part of it was because of this damned system that made him like this. Part of it, to be honest, was probably every man's dream, and he couldn't refuse it. However, he really only wanted to establish a relationship with the girl in order to complete the mission and avoid punishment. Of course, this was indeed considered a scumbag. Lin Xian admitted that, but he really didn't take advantage of her too much. At least until now, Lin Xian really only had one woman, Ling Ying. The second Linglong Shui was also an accident. After that, there were no more women. Lin Xian felt that he had maintained a good style in this regard. But if there was that kind of mission, Lin Xian really did not have much of a choice. Let's do it. Hello. Han Chushue's call connected. What's the matter? Han Chushue would probably only speak so gently to Lin Xian. Even to Ling Ying, she was a little cold. It's nothing. Are you free? Let's go out for a meal and watch a movie. Before Han Chushue could answer, a shout came from the other side. I'm free. What hotel? I'll go over now. Lin Xian, this was obviously Ling Ying's voice. Damn it. Damn. Little Ying, why are you not at home all day? Why are you at Han Chushue's place every day? Lin Xian rubbed his forehead helplessly. This Ling Ying. He had ruined his plans time and time again. Ling Ying, of course, knew that this bastard Lin Xian was up to no good. Then, she moved closer to the phone and said with a smile, I calculated that there was a dinner party tonight, so I came over early. Hurry, what hotel? I'll go over now. Lin Xian was about to cry. This girl. No, he had to teach her a lesson. Actually, Ling Ying was not mainly because of Lin Xian. She was annoyed to death by that Lin Xian, so she could only hide at Han Chushue's place for a while. Then, she fucking saw Lin Xian calling Han Chushue to ask her out for a movie. Fuck. Why did Lin Xian ask Han Chushue out alone time and time again? Of course, Ling Ying could guess it with her toes. Bastard. She was really unhappy. No, I was just asking. I didn't want to ask Chushue out. Just asking. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Lin Xian said resentfully. Surnamed Lin, do you want a hat? Lin Xian suddenly quivered. Fuck. Ahem, that. I'm just joking. Then let's go to Drunken Pavilion. I'll get a private room there and wait for you guys. Ling Ying was satisfied. Got it. Lin Xian hung up the phone in tears. Wah. He was so pitiful. What a pitiful man. If others knew what he was thinking, they would really kill him. How pitiful could he be? Fuck. Welcome to Drunken Pavilion. Nighttime was the busiest time for business. After Lin Xian entered, several beautiful hostesses smiled sweetly. The lobby manager had just walked down when he saw Lin Xian walk in. He trembled. Fuck you. Why was this god of plague here again? Did he really think that Drunken Pavilion was a place that provided free food? Fuck. Yo, manager. Come here, come here. When Lin Xian saw the lobby manager, he smiled and waved his hand. The lobby manager forced a smile and walked over. Young Master Lin, what can I do for you? 2 of my friends are coming in a bit. Serve the same dishes as last time. Chapter 5:19. The lobby manager wiped his cold sweat. Oh, all right, please enter the private room first, young Master Lin. However, our red wine hasn't arrived yet, so we don't have any red wine. Among all the drinks, red wine was definitely the most expensive of the same grade, and it was many times more expensive. To be honest, they didn't mind this meal, but if they were to give Lin Xian a box of red wine, that would be unacceptable. So, he said it in advance. As long as they didn't give him a box of red wine, Chen Qing wouldn't care about a meal. Then let me know when there's red wine. Just serve some drinks. The lobby manager heaved a sigh of relief. On the other side, Zhao Nanfeng was hugging a beautiful woman and getting high in a KTV. That's right, on the surface, he looked very pure and devoted to Ling Ying, but to be honest, how many of these young masters could really keep themselves clean? With such a high status and so many luxurious things in the world, it was too tempting for them, especially when they had the ability to enjoy everything in the world. He looked at the time. It was 8 in the evening. Previously, he had asked Ling Ying out for a meal, but she said she had already eaten. Could he ask her out for a movie now? To be honest, Ling Ying was many levels higher than these so-called beauties and goddesses. Then, he walked out and dialed Ling Ying's number. Ling Ying, let's go watch a movie together. It's on Avengers 8 today. Let's go watch it together. Zhao Nanfeng said with a flattering smile. No need, I'm having dinner with a friend. Didn't you say you had already eaten? Zhao Nanfeng frowned. Ah. I did eat, but it's a friend's invitation, so I'm the only one waiting. It'll be embarrassing if I don't go. I'm hanging up. Bang! Zhao Nanfeng's fist landed on a tree. Then, he received another call. His face was filled with anger. He had long sent people to secretly follow Lin Xian and the rest. The last news he received was that the 3 of them were at Drunken Pavilion. It was still them. They only invited Lin Xian to a meal and not him. Zhao Nanfeng finally understood. In Ling Ying's eyes, he was a joke. He didn't want Ling Ying anymore. To be honest, if Ling Ying didn't like him, no matter how hard he tried, it would be useless. Because Ling Ying's family wasn't any weaker than his Zhao family. But Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Zhao Nanfeng's eyes were vicious. He had pinned all the blame on Lin Xian. He was trying to think of a way to get back at them. Kill Lin Xian. This was too simple. Before he killed Lin Xian, he had to do something to make Lin Xian lose face in front of the 2 women and raise his status in their hearts. It was very simple. He had to use his own ability to crush Lin Xian in every aspect. Or, then, an idea emerged in his mind. Hello, may I ask which floor is Mandarin Duck Pavilion? Ling Ying and Han Chushua entered Drunken Pavilion arm in arm, attracting everyone's attention. Then, they asked the lobby manager. The lobby manager was dumbfounded. Mandarin Duck Pavilion. Wasn't that the private room Lin Xian was in? These 2 goddess-like girls were here to look for Lin Xian. Damn! This Lin Xian, was he a god? This was already the 6th. 2 at a time, and each time, they were goddess-like existences. It's the innermost part of the 3rd floor. Thank you. Then, the 2 girls walked up the stairs. Not long after, Zhao Nanfeng walked in. He looked at the lobby manager and waved his hand. The lobby manager walked over. Sir, what's the matter? Get your master here. Ah. You don't understand. Get your Drunken Pavilion's master here. It had to be said that he was indeed someone of status. Zhao Nanfeng's tone and actions made the lobby manager feel that this person was not simple. He felt that he could not persuade him, so he could only get Qin Cheng to come over. Qin Cheng was waiting for Yi Yi to treat him to a meal. Today was quite a beautiful day, so he eagerly came over. I heard you were looking for me. Qin Cheng looked at Zhao Nanfeng, who was not much older than him by 1 or 2 years. They were almost the same age. Name a price. How much will you sell Drunken Pavilion to me? Oh. Qin Cheng was stunned. Ha ha ha, in the next second, Qin Cheng could not help but laugh. I say, bro, you're not here to pick a fight, are you? Hurry up and leave. Sell it to you. Ha ha ha, to be honest, Chen Cheng was about to die from laughter. What kind of people were these? Zhao Nanfeng said coldly, 1 billion. Is that enough? Chen Cheng was impatient. Where the fuck did this clown come from? 1 billion. That's right. 3 billion was enough. It was a 5-star hotel. Drunken Pavilion's cost, reputation, land, and business had always been operating in large quantities. The most expensive part was that as long as Drunken Pavilion did not close down, it would continue operating and making a lot of money. That was the most profitable part. But to be honest, a few 100,000 a day in net profit would only amount to 100 million a year. 1 billion was more than enough if he wanted to sell it. Scram, scram, scram. Chen Qing really did not want to laugh in front of him. Zhao Nanfeng took out a card and slapped it on the front desk. There's 1 billion in it. Transfer it to me now. 1 billion was a huge number. But to the 8 great families of divine capital, 1 billion was just the price of an item they auctioned off. Among the 8 great families of divine capital, other than the richest Wang family, the other 7 families had assets that started at least in the trillions. And those were liquid assets. They had even more fixed assets. Why? The 8 great families had practically monopolized the most profitable things in every industry in the country. Chen Qing, ha ha ha, please take your medicine. Stop joking around and chase me away. Chen Qing could not be bothered to waste time. You don't believe me? Chen Qing said, yeah, I don't believe you. I'm the young master of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families of divine capital. Whether there's money in the card or not, you'll know after you try. Ha ha ha, hearing Zhao Nanfeng's words, Chen Qing could not help but laugh. Young Master Zhao. Ha ha ha, I'm the founder of the temple. Hurry up and scram, or I'll take action. Zhao Nanfeng's expression was ugly. Sure enough, this was a poor village. He did not even know who he was. He really had not seen the world. I'll give you one more chance. Transfer the card now. Otherwise, I'll forcibly purchase your family's assets. Zhao Nanfeng's aura erupted. That was the power of an advanced thunder retribution realm. Chen Qing felt this power. He did not dare to be careless. If he thought that Zhao Nanfeng was a lunatic, then a thunder retribution realm lunatic. That was not possible, right? Could it really be young Master Zhao? Go, check the money in the card. Yes. The lobby manager walked away. Soon, he ran over and whispered something in Chen Chang's ear. Chen Chang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There really was 1 billion in the card. To be honest, he would not sell Drunken Pavilion for 1 billion under normal circumstances. But this was Tianhua City. If the demon beasts attacked the city and Tianhua City fell, his hotel would be gone for nothing. Because of this reason, adding on 1 billion, he was willing to make this decision. Enough. Zhao Nanfeng glanced at Qin Qing. Chapter 520. Chen Qing swallowed his saliva. What the fuck? Why is young Master Zhao here in Tianhua City? Enough, enough. I'll go settle the procedures now. Then, from now on, I'll take over Drunken Pavilion. Zhao Nanfeng said. Chen Qing nodded. Yes. Yes. Zhao Nanfeng sneered, then roared, everyone, Drunken Pavilion is closed today. Everyone who is eating is to be kicked out. Fuck. Are you crazy? Chen Qing was taken aback by his words. Whoever kicks out a customer will be rewarded with 100,000 in cash. Hurry up. Zhao Nanfeng glanced at all the staff. They swallowed their saliva, unsure if they believed him, but they had no choice but to do as he said. After all, there was no harm to them. Even if they closed down, it was his problem as long as they were paid. Then, the entire drunken pavilion was kicked out amidst the cursing of the staff. At this moment, Lin Xian and the rest were eating when a few people rushed in. Let's go, let's go. We're not letting you eat anymore. Hurry up and leave. A few security guards scolded Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian, fuck. Is this how you treat your guests? Hurry up and leave. The new boss ordered all the customers to be kicked out. That's right, didn't they want to eat? Weren't they eating? Sorry, but they had to leave halfway. That was what Zhao Nanfeng was thinking. Actually, there was no need to go through so much trouble and even buy the hotel. But, he had money. He could be willful when he was rich. He was too lazy to say more and just bought it. It didn't matter. He could just treat Drunken Pavilion as his place in Tianhua City and treat it as his property. He wouldn't lose much. Moreover, he didn't care. To be honest, he had many treasures that could be auctioned off in Tiandu for a few $100 million. He really didn't care about this little bit of money. Watch your mouth. Ling Ying pointed at them angrily. Hurry up and leave. Fuck. Ling Ying was pissed and was about to hit them. Lin Xian stopped her. It was a big taboo for a business to chase customers out, so there must be something unusual about it. All right, let's go. It's free anyway. Then Lin Xian led them out. When they walked out, they saw Zhao Nanfeng. Lin Xian was stunned when he saw the lobby manager and the others bowing down to Zhao Nanfeng. He was certain that Zhao Nanfeng had something to do with this. Ah, Lin Xian, Chu Xue, and Ling Ying, why are you guys eating here? Zhao Nanfeng looked surprised when he saw them. What a coincidence, young Master Feng is also here for dinner. Zhao Nanfeng smiled and said, No. I'm just here to take care of my own business. After all, this drunken pavilion is my property. It's just that there's a problem with the drunken pavilion, so I need to chase the customers away. I'm really sorry for disturbing your meal. Hurry up and go back to your restaurant. Then, Zhao Nanfeng smiled apologetically at Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Ling Ying, Chuxue, I'm really sorry. I didn't know you guys were eating here. I'll get them to bring you more food and wine. You guys can enjoy your meal. You guys are different from the other customers. Ling Ying shook his head. No need, we're almost done. Han Chuxue grunted and said, Then you can take care of your drunken pavilion. Chen Cheng saw this scene. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Zhao Nanfeng had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, he didn't like Zhao Nanfeng. He was even more annoyed than Lin Xian. 1 billion. Normally, he wouldn't sell it, but he was really afraid that the Zhao family would buy all of his family's businesses overnight. Therefore, he had no choice but to sell it. Young Master Lin, young Master Zhao is now the boss of Drunken Pavilion, so I won't interfere anymore. If young Master Zhao says you guys can eat, then you guys can eat. Idiot. Lin Xian cursed in his heart. Of course, he was cursing Zhao Nanfeng. Did he think he was invincible because he was rich? He acted like he could do whatever he wanted. He even wanted to slap his face and disgust him. Halfway through the meal, he even bought the restaurant at a high price just to disgust him and prevent him from having a good meal. Furthermore, he was indirectly telling them that Lin Xian had the ability and strength to deal with him. He had 10,000 ways to deal with him. He could smash him to death with money. As for Lin Xian, he was chased out just for a meal. Wasn't that uncomfortable? How big was the difference between the two of them? To be honest, he was disgusted. However, Lin Xian smiled and patted Zhao Nanfeng on the shoulder. He said, I won't be eating this meal. Young Master Feng, take care of your restaurant. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you. My meals here are free. It won't take much effort to eat elsewhere. With that, Lin Xian led the two girls away. Free? Zhao Nanfeng was stunned. If they were eating for free, then the effect he wanted wouldn't be as good. What's going on? Why are they eating for free here? Zhao Nanfeng asked. Chen Qing said, Young Master Zhao, it's like this. Lin Xian has the restaurant's free card. He can eat for free a few times. Fuck. Chen Qing cursed angrily. Fortunately, he had already let Lin Xian know how big the difference between them was. As for Ling Ying, he didn't want him anymore. Bitch. He thought that Han Chushua and Ling Ying were pure and innocent, but it turned out that they were just two bitches. It wasn't like there weren't other people in Tiandu who could compare to the two of them. Why would he bother with Ling Ying who didn't like him in the first place? However, he hated Lin Xian to the core. He wasn't in a hurry to kill him. He had to humiliate him slowly. Cook a good meal for this young master and send it to the presidential suite. Then, Zhao Nanfeng walked upstairs. Fuck. What's with the act? Chen Qing cursed angrily. Young Master Chen. The lobby manager shouted. All right. Follow him. Although this person is a little disgusting, he's still quite generous. Sure enough, there's always someone better than you. Let's go. Fuck. Little Ying, what kind of person did you play with when you were young? Look at this person. He's so disgusting. Lin Xian couldn't help but say on the way. To be honest, he was a little unhappy that he was checkmated by him. Ling Ying was also helpless. He's rich and can do whatever he wants. Besides, what does that have to do with me playing with him when I was young? I didn't know anything when I was young. No, he's so rich. This 5-star hotel costs at least 500 million, right? And he doesn't even want to make money. He just wants to slap me in the face. Lin Xian said unhappily. I'm afraid 500 million isn't enough. But he's really rich. He can casually auction a spiritual weapon for more than 1 billion. Tiandu is indeed a different place. Lin Xian shook his head secretly. I can't afford to offend him. He's too damn rich. I'm disgusted. But I have to pay him back. Lin Xian thought. Anyway, you're already enemies. Since he did this, he probably doesn't want to pursue me anymore. It's a good thing to end everything. I support you. How do you want to fight back? Ling Ying revealed a smirk. She liked to do bad things with Lin Xian. Chapter 521. How could he fight back? To be honest, Lin Xian was no match for Zhao Nanfeng in terms of family background, handsomeness, ability, and influence. How could he fight back? However, this was exactly who Lin Xian was. He could do things that ordinary people couldn't do or think of. He only needed a simple method to do it. He only needed to think about what he had that Zhao Nanfeng envied. What did he have? Beautiful women. Didn't Zhao Nanfeng pursue Ling Ying but fail? Wasn't Han Chushua also a super beauty? Wasn't he also unable to get her? Let's go, let's eat first. Let him jump around for a while. About 2 hours later, Zhao Nanfeng received a friend request from Lin Xian on WeChat. Zhao Nanfeng laughed coldly. He thought that Lin Xian had secretly added him as a friend to apologize to him or to admit his defeat. Then, he added him as a friend and waited for Lin Xian's reply. He waited for 20 minutes. During these 20 minutes, Lin Xian and the other two sat in the hotel room and played poker leisurely. Zhao Nanfeng checked his phone every minute, but he did not receive any messages from Lin Xian. Lin Xian was relaxed, but he, who thought he was the winner, was suffering. Dong, his phone rang. Zhao Nanfeng, who was in the presidential suite, quickly picked up his phone and looked at it. The next moment, he was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. It was a picture, a simple picture. What was in it? In a luxurious room in a hotel, there were two girls with messy hair lying together on a beautiful bed. The phone's quality was good, and the blush on their faces was very clear. They looked like they were asleep. With the blanket covering them, only two messy little heads could be seen, and they were sleeping with their eyes closed. Following that, Lin Xian sent a despise emoji, then withdrew the message and deleted him as a friend. Motherfucker. Zhao Nanfeng went crazy in the room and smashed everything. He felt that he had won, but he had been defeated by Lin Xian. Bitch. Two bitches. Lin Xian, I want you dead. Zhao Nanfeng roared. What he regretted the most was that the picture had been deleted before he could save it. However, this Lin Xian had thoroughly angered him. No wonder this Ling Ying hangs out with Lin Xian and Han Chushua all the time. It turns out that the three of them. Motherfucker. Although she didn't really believe it, how could this Lin Xian make the two of them be together? Normally, he wouldn't believe it even if he died. Even if he saw the photo, he still wouldn't believe it. But why would he believe it? It was because Han Chushua was Lin Xian's girlfriend. Before this, would he believe that Han Chushua would become a trash woman? That's impossible. But it just so happened. The impossible had already become possible, but another impossible thing had happened. Would there be some possibility? I will. Are you satisfied? In the room, Han Chushua and Ling Ying were rubbing the foundation on their faces. The blush on their faces was due to a little pink blush. However, looking at it on the phone, it looked normal to have a blush on their faces. Hee, I'm satisfied. This bitch is probably going crazy. Lin Xian grinned. That's right. What was it that made Zhao Nanfeng jealous? It was girls. However, Lin Xian had sent him a picture of Ling Ying and Han Chushua in bed. That messy hair, that red face, and that hotel room. What was his first reaction when he saw Lin Xian's disdainful picture? Obviously, he didn't need to think too much. Even if he wasn't sure if it was real or fake, even if he comforted himself by saying that Lin Xian and the rest were just putting on an act to make him unhappy, even if he had such thoughts, it was useless. Firstly, he wasn't 100% sure. There would always be a part of him that thought it was real. Secondly, in his opinion, Han Chushua was already his girlfriend. Even if Ling Ying wasn't, just the fact that Han Chushua was his girlfriend was enough for him to be envious. Whether it was Han Chushua or Ling Ying, these two women were goddess-like existences in Tiandu. It would be an exaggeration to say that there was a line of suitors, but these two women were not exaggerating at all. Which man in Tiandu didn't have a crush on them? However, it was fine if he couldn't get them, but he was actually chased by a stinky ant from Tiandu City, a third-tier city. He couldn't understand. Jealousy. Unbalanced. It was that picture again. It was a complete explosion. That's right, these two women accompanied Lin Xian to put on an act. Although she was a little embarrassed, thinking that it was to help Lin Xian regain his face, Han Chushua didn't mind. Remember, you owe this lady in Chushua a big favor. If not, our reputations will be ruined. Ling Ying said. My reputation has already been ruined. Han Chushue tidied up the hair on her forehead and said quietly. What's wrong? Ling Ying asked. Han Chushue sat on the bed and said faintly, it's nothing big. I just didn't know how to tell my family, so I temporarily brushed it off. Did Zhao Nanfeng leak the matter of you pretending to be Lin Xian's girlfriend to Tiandu? Ling Ying asked. Han Chushue nodded, he should have leaked it. Yesterday, my mother called to ask about this matter. What did you say? I just roughly brushed it off, but I didn't say it was an act. They also understood why Han Chushue didn't confess to her family. Because once she did, Zhao Nanfeng would definitely know about it. So now your family knows that you have a boyfriend, right? Han Chushue nodded. Look at what you've done. Ling Ying then glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian had a helpless expression on his face. Big sister, at that time, you said that Han Chushue was my girlfriend. I just agreed. Isn't that giving you face? Lin Xian helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Okay, it's my fault. Then Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue and asked, then what should we do now? Han Chushue shook her head, I don't know. What did your family say? Now it was a bit awkward. If he confessed, he, Lin Xian, would be slapped in the face by Zhao Nanfeng again. If he didn't, would Han Chushue's family do something shocking? Chushue's family is much stricter than mine, Ling Ying said quietly. Lin Xian also knew that he had dealt with Ling Ying's mother, Qinlan. Her mother was very good, and Lin Xian liked her very much. If the Han family also came, what should he do? Mother asked me to bring my boyfriend home. Otherwise, she would come personally. Lin Xian, dead. Chapter 522. Ling Ying was also helpless. The Ling family and the Han family were very close, and Qinlan knew Lin Xian. If the two ladies went out to play mahjong and mentioned this matter, and both families mentioned Lin Xian's name, then, wouldn't the two of them be finished? Why don't we confess? Otherwise, it seems quite troublesome. Ling Ying said. Han Chushue shook her head, no need for now. Let's wait until Zhao Nanfeng returns to Tiandu. My mother won't come for the time being. On this point, Lin Xian and Ling Ying had the right to speak. Ling Ying's mother, Qinlan, suddenly came without Ling Ying knowing. Okay, then let's leave it at that. Actually, I have a way to solve this once and for all. I don't have to worry about being exposed, and you don't have to worry about your mother not being able to see your boyfriend when she comes. Lin Xian looked at Han Chushue and said seriously. Han Chushue really believed him. What? Be my girlfriend, then won't both sides work? Ling Ying, Han Chushue, hee. Ling Ying's voice came from the side, and Lin Xian quivered. Han Chushue's pretty face was slightly red. In fact, she thought that this was a good idea. Cough cough. I'm afraid you don't understand what Chushue means. The Han family is one of the 8 great families of Tiandu. Your boyfriend is lacking some reputation. Ling Ying said coldly. Damn. This Lin Xian was getting bolder and bolder. He was going to confess to Han Chushue in front of her. It's okay, it's not like I haven't experienced it before. Little Ying, what do you think? Lin Xian smiled and raised his eyebrows at Ling Ying. Ling Ying, yes, Lin Xian had indeed experienced it. Her mother, Qinlan, was quite satisfied with Lin Xian. However, the two people in the Han family were not as weird as her mother. Qinlan was not serious at all. That's right, she was not normal at all. She did not play by the rules and was shameless. However, Han Chushua's parents, TSK, they were really strict. If you want to die, just say it. Ling Ying quietly said, I'm going to wash my face. Han Chushua also stood up. I'll go wash off the blush on my face too. As for what to do next, they all chose to escape. I'll act according to the circumstances and adapt to the situation. If I can truly feel at ease, after that, they all went back. Of course, Ling Ying and Lin Xian went home together. It was not early anymore. Lin Ye had really cultivated for the whole day and was now eating outside with Xiao Runing. As for Lin Xian, Ling Ying took off her jacket and put it on the sofa. She was just about to pour a glass of water and wanted to ask Lin Xian if he wanted to drink when she looked over. Then, she saw Lin Xian's eyes. Fuck. What are you doing? Ling Ying weakly took a step back. This bastard. Hee, I just called little fairy. She and Miss Xiao just ordered dinner. No matter what, it will take more than an hour. Ling Ying was about to cry. I'll let you feel the power of the tribulation realm. Wahahaha. Fuck you. That's right, Ling Ying was bullied by Lin Xian again. Lin Xian walked out comfortably and drank tea. As for Ling Ying, she did not want to move at all. She curled up in her bed and slept soundly. The next day, Lin Xian went to increase the favorability of Ling Longshui and Ling Longyue as usual. As for Han Chushue, he still had to find a chance to confess. That would depend on whether Ling Ying would give him the chance. Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Why is it only you? Lin Xian saw Ling Longyue sitting on the sofa barefooted, eating chips and watching television. Lin Xian looked again and did not see the other two. They went back. Ling Longyue glanced at Lin Xian and continued watching television. Went back. Where did they go? Lin Xian sat beside Ling Longyue and snatched a bag of chips from her. Ling Longyue was naturally displeased when she saw her delicacies being snatched away by Lin Xian. But thinking about it, it was just a packet of potato chips. Hence, she could not be bothered with Lin Xian. They went back to the devil race. Sister said that she wanted to look for the last parchment scroll. Sister Bing followed her. I'll go. Lin Xian wanted to cry when he heard Ling Longyue's words. What? They left? Then what about his mission? When will they come back? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. If it's short, it'll be a few days. If it's long, it'll be a few months. Maybe even a year. Lin Xian, it's a little uncomfortable. The world is so big. How is she going to find such a small parchment scroll? Lin Xian asked in confusion. This was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. Finding a needle in a haystack was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, she was looking for a needle in a continent. Of course I won't be so stupid. There's an expert in the Yao clan who's proficient in the divination technique. I plan to ask her for help and see if she can deduce the location of this last parchment scroll. Divination. Lin Xian revealed a shocked expression. Is there really such a power? Ling Longyue munched on a potato chip and nodded. Yes, the ability to predict the future is a very, very powerful ability. Then why did you go earlier? Lin Xian said helplessly. If you do that, you'll owe her a favor. That kind of favor is obvious. Do you think I'm a fool? If I didn't find the third parchment scroll, I wouldn't have gone to look for her directly. Since I've found it and I'm only missing the last piece, I'll just owe her a favor. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This Xiao Linglong won't repay me right. Scram. Ling Longwe could not help but curse. Lin Xian grinned. Then why didn't you go? Why would I go? I'm bored to death. Sister left me a lot of money anyway. I can stay here and eat and play. Lin Xian, amazing. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly felt a strange feeling in his mind. It was like a call. Was someone calling him? What's wrong? Ling Longwe suddenly noticed Lin Xian's strange behavior and asked curiously. Although she looked young, Ling Longwe was a heavenly venerable expert. Of course she could see Lin Xian's strange behavior. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. Was it an illusion? No, it was still there. It was an indescribable feeling. You didn't know what it was. It was like there was a call, but it didn't feel real. You should eat. Lin Xian said and walked out. The call was still there. He tried to follow the feeling in his heart, the feeling that was not very real. Tianhua City was bustling with activity. Everyone was at work, shopping, or on their way out of the demonic beast territory to grind levels, or on their way back. Lin Xian came to a patch of greenery where there were not many people. This was a small park. Early in the morning, there were a lot of people, but after 8 or 9, there were fewer and fewer people. If there were more people, it would be night. This feeling was right here. Yes, it was right in front of him. Lin Xian walked over. Chapter 523. Who are you? Lin Xian shouted. Several passers-by looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. There was no reply. That feeling disappeared. Lin Xian even thought that he was possessed. Strange. That feeling is unreal, yet it still exists. Why is it gone? Lin Xian lowered his head and muttered to himself. When he lowered his head, Lin Xian saw something on the lawn. Light, there was light on the lawn. Words written by light. Lin Xian was startled. Tianhua City's disaster. That's right, 5 words with an exclamation mark. When Lin Xian finished reading, the words written by light disappeared. Lin Xian sat on the lawn with his brows tightly knitted together. Little Qilin, is that you? Lin Xian shouted again. As he expected, there was no reply. That's right, Lin Xian thought that it was Xue Qilin. However, he wasn't sure. Obviously, due to the existence of this special word, Lin Xian was sure that it was directed to him. As for who it was, Lin Xian wasn't sure, so he didn't think too much about it. Tianhua City's disaster. What made a city's disaster happen was, Lin Xian suddenly raised his head. Demon beasts besieging the city. If it was Xue Qilin, then Lin Xian had to believe that she left it behind. This Xue Qilin changed Lin Xian's existence. The system changed Lin Xian, and Xue Qilin promoted Lin Xian. Lin Xian saw the marks on the lawn, which were left by little claws. Then, Lin Xian laughed. It's her. It's Xue Qilin. Then, Lin Xian stood up. Tianhua City may really be in trouble. Coupled with the inexplicable gathering of 100,000 demon beasts that night, is this the sign of a great disaster? Then, Lin Xian walked away quickly and went to the temple. Uncle Qin. On the training ground, Qin Feng was training Wang Xintong as her opponent. Lin Xian had to interrupt them because it was very important. Lin Xian. Wang Xintong looked happy when she saw Lin Xian. Lin Xian walked over, patted Wang Xintong's shoulder gently, and said, "Wipe your sweat and rest. I have something to say to Uncle Qin." Emisham. Wang Xintong then walked away, not bothering Lin Xian and Qin Feng. What's the matter? Qin Feng and Lin Xian sat beside him and asked. Uncle Qin, how's the investigation of the incident that night coming along? Lin Xian asked. Qin Feng said, that night, I, together with the other two forces, sent a few hundred experts to investigate. However, we didn't find anything strange. In Changfeng City, we didn't find any demon beasts gathering at the location you mentioned. However, I believe what you said. The demon beasts have probably dispersed. Now, the three forces have increased their patrols to cover a few hundred kilometers. Not finding anything strange was within Lin Xian's expectations. After all, Ling Longwei didn't find anything other than the 100,000 demon beasts. However, it was true that they existed. However, the 100,000 demon beasts had dispersed. That's possible. After all, Lin Xian went back and Qin Feng sent people over. It took more than 3 hours. Why? Are you still worried about this? Don't worry. This time, there are many experts and members of the three forces gathered in Tianhua City and other cities. They can gather a few 100,000 members in a short period of time. Indeed, the demon beasts have been acting strangely recently. Even if they attack, we can react immediately. Don't worry. Qin Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said. But, what's wrong? Qin Feng frowned. Although Lin Xian isn't very strong, but Qin Feng really likes him. Lin Xian's words may not be believed by others, but Qin Feng will inexplicably believe them. He is very concerned about Lin Xian showing such an expression. Did you find something? Lin Xian pondered slightly. He doesn't know how to tell Qin Feng about this. To be honest, he feels that it's illusory. How can he believe it with just a sentence? To be honest, if it's Xue Qilin, then Lin Xian will believe it. Even if she only left a sentence, Lin Xian will believe it. But how to tell them? I have a friend. Lin Xian thought for a moment, and then said, Uncle Qin, you should know that it's the woman who saved us that day. It's her. Qin Feng said in surprise. Lin Xian feels that Linglong Shui will be cannon fodder. But he won't reveal her name. In fact, it doesn't matter who she is. Lin Xian just wants Qin Feng to believe him. As for Xue Qilin, Lin Xian doesn't want to reveal it, mainly because it's more troublesome to explain. Actually, she's a monster. Lin Xian said. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard Lin Xian's words. But thinking about it carefully, it makes sense. Monsters aren't necessarily enemies. Since Lin Xian said that she's a friend, then she's neutral. She may even be a friend of humans, not an enemy. Lin Xian continued, yes, she's neutral, and even my friend. What are you trying to say? Lin Xian said, she told me that Tianhua City is in great trouble. What? Qin Feng couldn't help but shout. Not far away, Wang Xintong looked over while drinking water, a puzzled look on her face. What are they talking about that can make Uncle Qin turn pale with fright? Qin Feng stood up, paced slowly, and pondered. Then he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, is she trustworthy? Lin Xian said, I just want to say that in my opinion, she's a very, very good friend of mine. Although he said that, but Lin Xian was actually talking about Xue Qilin. I know. I'll carry it out. Whether it's true or not, we have to treat it with the utmost caution. Qin Feng nodded. I keep feeling that something's not right. Lin Xian said. What? Qin Feng looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian pondered. Xue Qilin told him that Tianhua City is in great trouble. Does that mean they can't hold on? Or did she just say that Tianhua City is in trouble? Then why didn't she say that Tianhua City is in trouble, but that it's in great trouble? Therefore, Lin Xian felt that it's not normal. In short, Uncle Qin, it's best to carry it out. Qin Feng nodded, then I'll leave Xintong to you. I'll go to a meeting now. Then, Qin Feng walked away quickly. I hope it's okay. Lin Xian showed a worried expression. The 100,000-odd demonic beasts and Shui Qilan's warning gave Lin Xian a feeling of uneasiness. What's with this feeling of uneasiness? He knows that humans are prepared to deal with the demonic beasts attacking the city. He knows that, but he still feels uneasy. Will something go wrong, or will something unexpected happen? Lin Xian really wants to find Shui Qilan and ask her. Lin Xian, what's wrong? Wang Xintong came over and asked softly. I'm not sure, but Tianhua City may be in danger recently. Don't leave Tianhua City in the near future, and don't go farming. Lin Xian reminded. Lin Xian intends to warn Miao Xiaomiao and the others not to leave Tianhua City in the near future. Because his feeling of uneasiness is very strong. He hopes that it's an illusion. Chapter 524. After all, Shui Qilan told Lin Xian this news. How could he let them take the risk again? Leveling up is fine, but there's no need to rush. I got it. Wang Xintong still listens to Lin Xian's words. Good girl. Lin Xian rubbed her little head and smiled. Girls basically can't stand being rubbed on the head, especially in front of the boy they like. Wang Xintong's little face directly turned red. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian teased, Little Tong Tong, what's wrong with your face? Why is it so red? Wang Xintong quickly retorted, it's nothing, it's just sweaty from training. Lin Xian stifled a laugh in his heart. Heat is good, it's good for the body. Do you want me to make you feel even hotter? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose. Do you want to train with me? Wang Xintong asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded, Emichim, I'll train you with push-ups. Why do you want to train me with push-ups? Wang Xintong didn't understand. It's good for the body, it strengthens the body. Forget it, it's better to fight, at least train the whole body. Wang Xintong shook her little head. Lin Xian didn't continue to tease her. Remember my words, I'm going back first. Emichim, go ahead. Although reluctant, Wang Xintong never took up Lin Xian's time. Although she wanted to, but she wouldn't. She never even asked Lin Xian to accompany her to go shopping, because she didn't want to trouble Lin Xian. Anyway, there was only one word to describe him, sensible. Today, Lin Xian went to Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, and Yi Yi. He also went to remind Xiao Runing, Linya, Han Chushue, and Linya. After this trip, he ate, went out to play, and the day passed just like that. The sky was dark. Let's have Ling Longyue take me out again tonight. Lin Xian was always worried. Ling Longyue had the space attribute and was in the heavenly venerable realm. If Lin Xian let her take him out, he should be able to check if there was any danger in the outside world. Of course, there would definitely be many experts from the three major forces investigating. However, Lin Xian felt that he would only feel more at ease if he went out personally. Just as Lin Xian was about to head over to Ling Longyue's place, he received a call. Murong Qing. He had forgotten about this woman. This was also a very important mission for him. Hello. Lin Xian picked up the phone. Are you free tonight? Come with me to a banquet. No. Lin Xian said decisively. Murong Qing, ding. Feeling Murong Qing's resentment, Adonis points plus 10,000. Logically speaking, when had she ever taken the initiative to invite a guy to a meal? Never. However, Lin Xian broke her record. This was nothing. She also felt that it was nothing. But this guy rejected her. What the fuck? This was the first time in her life that she invited a guy to a banquet and she was rejected. She was a little confused. Big brother, can you not be so straightforward? Do you have a girlfriend? Murong Qing asked helplessly. How could this guy have a girlfriend? Sorry, you shouldn't ask that. You should ask how many girlfriends I have. Murong Qing, she lay on the bed, and the corner of her mouth could not help but curve into a smile. It was indeed a little interesting. Oh. How many do you have? 1. Lin Xian said. I don't believe you. Murong Qing felt that how could a straight guy like Lin Xian find a girlfriend? Even if he found one, it would only be temporary. She would probably be angered to death. She was also a peerless beauty. Inviting him and then decisively rejecting her, was this a trap? You don't believe me? Ask her, her name is Murong Qing. Murong Qing. So disgusting. Murong Qing said in disgust. Lin Xian, alright, this woman was not someone that could be easily flirted with. Then Murong Qing smiled and said, then dear little brother, can you accompany your girlfriend to the banquet? She needs you. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. It seemed that he had fallen into his own trap. To be honest, he wanted to go out with Ling Longhua tonight. But to be honest, this Murong Qing's mission still needed to be completed. If Murong Qing did not trigger the mission, then Lin Xian would not care at all. Attend the banquet. Get lost. But if the mission was triggered, it would be easy to gain favorability in such a banquet. What time can you come back? Lin Xian asked. Come back. Let's just get a room tonight. Do you still want to go home? Murong Qing asked. Demon. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Come on, come on. Then Murong Qing began to act coquettishly. To be honest, her coquettish behavior was more moving than a beautiful girl's. Alright, I'll go. Lin Xian could not take it anymore. While he was at it, he would go and gain favorability. After a few hours of fun, he would find Ling Longhua to go to the beast domain. It should be better to go to the beast domain in the middle of the night. Where are you? I'll go pick you up. Remember to change into decent clothes. This banquet is quite impressive. Murong Qing stood up and said. Sorry, I'm not changing. I'm too lazy to change. My clothes add up to 400 yuan. Is that enough? Murong Qing, as long as you don't care. Where are you? In your heart. Murong Qing, big brother, don't try to flirt with her. It's useless even if you're in the sky. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. This woman was much harder to flirt with than Xiao Runing. After all, she was 2 years older than Xiao Runing. However, she was very charming. Cough. Shaw Missouri Road and Shaw by Road intersection. 10 minutes. Murong Qing hung up the phone and Lin Xian squatted at the intersection. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, a red sports car drifted and stopped in front of Lin Xian. The car window rolled down and Murong Qing looked over with her sunglasses on. Hey, little hubby, get in the car. Murong Qing said with a smirk. Lin Xian was speechless. She was really beautiful. This woman was the most charming one Lin Xian had ever seen. She might not be the most beautiful, but she was the most seductive. Ling Longhua had a completely different temperament. Lin Xian sat in the front passenger seat. The car was filled with fragrance. He looked at Murong-Ching. She was wearing a long red dress. Her hair was loose and there was a crystal pendant around her neck. Her ears were also beautiful. In short, she was very charming. I say, why are you wearing sunglasses in the middle of the night? Is there something wrong with you? Although she was wearing sunglasses, coupled with her fair skin, she was indeed very beautiful. But in the middle of the night. Fuck. That's true. Then I won't wear it. Murong-Ching took off her sunglasses and the car window rolled up automatically. What are you doing? Why did Lin Xian have a feeling of panic? It was as if Murong-Ching was a big bad wolf and he, Lin Xian, was a cute little bunny. Isn't this the opposite? Chapter 525. Murong-Ching's lips curled up slightly. Little hubby, am I pretty? Lin Xian, big sister, please have some self-respect. Murong-Ching, who are you calling big sister? This form of address was quite hurtful. No, I mean, be more reserved. Although I'm very handsome and I know I'm very attractive to you, let's be more reserved. He, Murong-Ching laughed out loud. Tonight, you're my little hubby. During the party, you're my boyfriend. Oh. How long will I be your boyfriend? Lin Xian's lips curled up. Tomorrow morning. Are you willing? Lin Xian nodded. So now is it? Aha. Then let's kiss. Murong-Ching, sure enough, when a guy said these things to a girl, it was always the girl who was at a disadvantage. Kiss. Men were not at a disadvantage. It was always the girl who was at a disadvantage. Murong-Ching said indifferently, it depends on your performance tonight. If you perform well, let alone a kiss, I'll even give you a night. Lin Xian, like hell I'll believe you, old hag. Lin Xian didn't want to talk to her about this anymore. She was hard to flirt with. She had always been the one flirting with him. It was a little difficult to increase her favorability towards him. However, Lin Xian took a look and saw that her favorability towards him was now at 12. Maybe she was curious about him. What party? You're the executive officer of the sanctuary. Is there a party in this small third-tier city that matches your status? Also, you're attending in a more formal attire, right? Although Murong-Ching was not wearing a dress that defied the natural order to attend important parties, this red knee-length dress was still very noble and beautiful. Murong-Ching started the car and sped off into the distance. Then she said, there's a banquet in the capital. The reason for this banquet is that the capital has welcomed a strong man. He specially came from Tiandu. No, he was invited because it's not very peaceful here recently. They invited him to escort us. At the same time, he was also looking for a direct disciple. Firstly, he wanted to hold a welcoming party for himself. Secondly, he wanted to give the martial artists here a chance to become his disciple. Thus, he decided to hold this banquet. At this banquet, there would be young talents from the surrounding cities, as well as people from the three great influences. There must be a lot of big shots. Who is it? So grand. Is his realm very high? Murong-Ching nodded, it's very high, the heavenly venerable realm, and a very powerful one at that. I guess it's not far from the great void realm. It's a pity that it's too difficult to advance from the heavenly venerable realm to the great void realm. I don't know how many powerful demon beasts you have to kill, otherwise you would have reached the great void realm long ago. Only at the Empyrean realm. Lin Xian disagreed. Only in the Empyrean realm. Big brother, just how high are your standards? Murong-Ching looked at Lin Xian in surprise. Oh, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Thinking about it, the Empyrean realm was very, very strong. Why did Lin Xian not care? Or did he feel that it was just a so-so? Because he was used to having a great void realm and 2 Empyrean realms by his side every day. Lin Xian was already used to this kind of existence, so he didn't care much about it. For others, they had never seen a domain realm in their lives, so their mentality was naturally different. I'm just saying. Lin Xian smiled and said. Should he tell her that he even had a great void realm expert by his side? Murong Qing said, that senior has been famous for a long time, and his combat strength is very high. At the same time, he is a dark attribute existence. Of course, the disciple he wants to accept may not necessarily be of the dark attribute. You also understand this kind of expert, they all have their own ideas. Maybe he will take them in if he likes them. There are many geniuses in Tiandu, but he doesn't like any of them. However, those geniuses also don't seem to like him. Each and every one of them is incomparably arrogant. Murong Qing secretly shook her head. Babe, then do you think the Empyrean realm is valuable? Lin Xian asked. He had no idea about these human powerhouses. What did he hear in the past? Empyrean realm, that was a legendary existence. However, now, people were talking about the Empyrean realm and so on. However, what kind of existence was the Empyrean realm? Lin Xian still didn't know about the situation of the human race. Murong Qing held a high position, and at the same time, she was definitely a powerhouse. She must have seen and known a lot. Empyrean realm, there are quite a lot of them. Lo. Murong Qing said, Empyrean realm isn't difficult. Maybe you don't see many of them in places like this. There are quite a lot of Empyrean realm experts, but there aren't many powerful Empyrean realm experts. However, when it comes to the Great Void Realm, how should I put it? Very, very few. The Empyrean realm and the Great Void Realm are completely different. As far as I know, there are no less than a few thousand Empyrean realm experts, but the number of Great Void Realm experts I know is only a handful. Heavenly Dao Realm. Oh. You know about the Heavenly Dao Realm? Murong Qing raised her eyebrows. While driving, she glanced at Lin Xian. It was easy to know about the Great Void Realm, but for people like them, it was very difficult to know about the Heavenly Dao Realm. You couldn't even find out. At most, you could find out about the Great Void Realm. As for why, it wasn't clear. Is it very difficult? It's not difficult. If you ask someone who knows, it's very simple. Then, she said, I only know of 4 Heavenly Dao Realm experts. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. The Fey race has them too. We humans definitely have more than that. Then, Murong Qing said, you won't be able to come into contact with them for the time being. Being able to come into contact with a powerful Empyrean realm expert is already very good. This can be considered an opportunity for you. If you can have a famous Empyrean realm expert to nurture, it won't be bad. Don't say that. I don't want to. Why? Can I tell you that I actually don't fancy it? Lin Xian laughed. Pfft, Murong Qing laughed out loud. Alright. I believe you, alright. As they chatted, they drove out of Tianhua City and headed for Jinghua City. To be honest, this was Lin Xian's first time going to another city. Changfeng City, Linfeng City, and the other cities that had been conquered did not count. I say, I have to come back early. I still have something to do in the middle of the night. Lin Xian said. Hiss, Murong Qing then sniffed her little nose. Lin Xian, anyway, no matter what this woman did, said, or how she tried to seduce him, Lin Xian did not believe her. Don't you find me attractive at all? You still want to go back in the middle of the night? Murong-Qing said aggrievedly. Alright. You can't seduce me. Lin Xian waved his hand and said. Murong-Qing, alright, do you still have something to do tonight? Murong-Qing immediately changed her expression. Yeah. What is it? What do you think is happening in the middle of the night? Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth. Hee, I don't believe you. Up to you. Lin Xian shrugged. Jinghua City was about 100 kilometers away from Tianhua City. With the speed of the sports car, there was no one outside other than fey beasts. It was really fast. Soon, the outline of Jinghua City could be seen. Chapter 526. Jinghua City was also a third-tier city, similar to Tianhua City. In fact, Lin Xian felt that it was quite prosperous after living there for a long time. How could it be as exaggerated as the suburbs that people said? However, since it was said so, it definitely couldn't be compared to Tiandu and other cities. Perhaps when Lin Xian had the opportunity to go to Tiandu, he would understand. Murong-Qing parked the car at a luxurious 5-star hotel. Rose Heaven. Lin Xian got out of the car and looked up. Aha! Rose Heaven. Murong-Qing then held Lin Xian's arm. Lin Xian subconsciously shook her off. Ding! Feeling Murong-Qing's displeasure, Prince Charming points plus 10,000. Really, Murong-Qing was completely dumbfounded. She invited Lin Xian to the banquet and he refused at the beginning. Now that she took the initiative to hold his arm, he subconsciously shook it off. Fuck. Was he even a man? Is she really not attracted to Lin Xian at all? Don't tell me you like men. After a few seconds, Murong-Qing said. Cough cough, no. Why did Lin Xian shake her off? He would definitely not reject beautiful women as long as they were not like Zhao Mengyue. But why did he shake her off? Because this woman was a seductress, and because Lin Xian also knew that she was like a thorny rose. Although the two chatted casually, Lin Xian had always maintained some vigilance against Murong-Qing, so there was a subconscious action just now. Static electricity, didn't you feel it? There was a crackling sound. Murong-Qing, feel my ass. What about now? Murong-Qing held Lin Xian's arm again. The static electricity is gone. Lin Xian. Murong-Qing took a deep breath and said, Tonight, you will be my male companion. You're my boyfriend now. Just help me block those who try to hit on me. No, miss, you're the executive officer of the Holy Sanctum. I'm just a stinky little brother. If we go there like this, they won't believe that I'm your boyfriend. But they don't know who I am. Lin Xian looked at Murong-Qing in confusion. Murong-Qing said, Only some people from the 3 major forces know my identity, but those people from the 3 major forces won't talk nonsense. Moreover, it's impossible for them to strike up a conversation with me. Those who strike up a conversation with me are those outside the 3 major forces, and they don't know my identity. Okay, but you're not allowed to take advantage of me. Lin Xian reminded. Murong-Qing, he wanted to kill someone. I really want to. I got it. Murong-Qing said angrily. Ding. You have sensed Murong-Qing's displeasure. Adonis points plus 10,000. This Lin Xian, is he fucking poisonous? Did she take advantage of him? Murong-Qing then said, Remember your mission tonight. Got it. Fuck. I thought you brought me here for something good, but you just want me to be your shield. Lin Xian said unhappily. He. Murong-Ching smiled and said, "But you can take advantage of me. This. Then can I move my hands?" "You can try." Lin Xian then did not dare to move. He really did not dare to move. This kind of woman was not to be trifled with. Murong-Ching looked at Lin Xian. "Big brother, your clothes are so low class. Can I bring you to change?" "No, either you change now and let me go home, or this." Murong-Ching was helpless. Then, Murong-Ching held Lin Xian's arm and walked in with a smile. "Welcome." Those beautiful hostesses smiled and bowed. If Murong-Ching did not reveal her identity, they would not recognize her as the boss of Rose Heaven. They would only think that this woman was very beautiful. Many people cast their gazes at Murong-Ching and Lin Xian, feeling extremely surprised. This woman was a goddess. Whether it was her appearance, temperament, or figure, she was one of the best. As for this man, he was good-looking, looked okay, and wore ordinary clothes. There was nothing special about him. How could these two people be together? Lin Xian and Murong-Ching walked to the elevator. See the way those people look at you. I asked you to change your clothes, but you didn't. There's nothing wrong with your clothes, but it's too inappropriate for you to attend such an occasion. Besides, it's me beside you." "And then?" Lin Xian asked. Murong-Ching, was this bastard a topic terminator? No, he was doing it on purpose. Really? If it was in the past, with my temper, I would have kicked you 10 meters away. You better treat me better, or I'll go home. Lin Xian. Murong-Ching, okay. I was wrong, okay. As the two chatted, they arrived at a certain floor. There was a huge door in front of them, and several security guards were standing at the door. "Please show me your invitation." Murong-Ching showed the invitation, then pushed the door open and walked in. Whoa! The scene behind the door was a completely different world. Soft music was playing, and it was a very luxurious environment. Several types of neon lights illuminated the place, and the whole place was filled with all kinds of food, drinks, and snacks. As far as the eye could see, there were probably no less than 300 men and women laughing and chatting there. Most of them were young men and women, and they were dressed beautifully, gentlemanly and formal. As Murong-Ching said, most of them were here for the Celestial Venerable. If he took a fancy to them and accepted them as his disciples, it would change their lives. Lin Xian might not like them, but it did not mean that these people would not like them. In their eyes, the Celestial Venerable was a god. The rest were around 30 years old, and most of them were members of the three major forces. The door opened, and the two entered. Those who felt the movement all looked over. When they saw Murong-Ching, they were stunned beyond words. However, when they turned their attention to Lin Xian, they were shocked, surprised, and jealous. Why? Why was such an exquisite woman holding onto such an ordinary-looking boy? Several members of the three major forces were surprised to see Murong-Ching holding on to Lin Xian's arm, but they did not think much of it and quickly came over to greet them. As soon as he said a word, Murong-Ching waved her hand and they understood what Murong-Ching meant. I just wanted to come over and eat something. Don't let my identity be exposed. Murong-Ching said. Once others knew her identity, it would be troublesome. All kinds of people came over to greet and comfort her. Damn it. It was so annoying. Basically, those who could come here had some strength. At least, their level was not too weak, but most of them were rich and powerful. This was a very normal thing. Brother Qiao, look. The most beautiful woman tonight has appeared. Chapter 527. Beautiful women would always be the focus of a ball. In a ball, a handsome man was nothing compared to a beautiful woman. Of course, for those love-struck women, it was still something. However, a man's true colors were different. There was no doubt about it. Those so-called honest men and gentlemen, even if they were loyal to their loved ones, were definitely unfaithful in their hearts. And there was no doubt that Murong-Ching's beauty, her figure, and her temperament would make any man impulsive after seeing her. She was a seductress. Perhaps her casual actions were filled with seduction. A single word from her could make a man fall for her. At first, the door was tightly shut. But when the door opened, almost everyone subconsciously looked over out of curiosity. Then, they saw Murong-Ching and Lin Xian. Qiao Anyu, the genius of the capital city, ranked second in the capital city Tianwu assembly. What was his status? He was about the same as Qin Shaotian in Tianhua City. But he wasn't a fake gentleman like Qin Shaotian. His unfaithfulness was well known in the capital city, but there were still a bunch of girls who jumped into his arms. What could he do? Other than Qiao Anyu, there were also many young talents from the capital. They were also powerful and influential. Of course, they were powerful here, but just as Xiao Nanfeng had said, they were nothing in the Tiandu. Someone like Xiao Nanfeng would definitely be too lazy to come to this place. He looked down on them and was not interested in the celestial venerable realm. Qiao Anyu held a glass of red wine and looked at Murong-Ching. Then, his eyes widened. For a man, especially for him, women and money were everything. He could even spend a lot of money for a real beauty. Unfortunately, he had never met such a woman. There were certainly many beauties in the capital city, and he had played with them before. But to be honest, he had never met a woman of that level. He knew that there were a few in Tianhua City, and even a mentor. But he had heard some things and gave up. But he didn't expect to see such a woman at this banquet today. She looked more mature. This kind of woman was the best. She was much better than those 17, 21, or 21-year-old women. But, his gaze landed on Lin Xian who was holding Murong-Ching's arm, and then suddenly froze. Lin Xian's clothes were indeed branded, but they were just for the general public. Any ordinary family would be able to afford them. Each piece of clothing cost only 200 to 300 yuan. As for that woman, he could tell that the red dress she was wearing was worth at least 500,000 yuan. This was definitely a custom-made model. Her necklace, the heart of the ocean, was only 10 pieces in the entire world. Each piece was worth hundreds of millions. It was not only a piece of jewelry, but also a spiritual weapon. Pendant. Twin love. The two of them were going to be together. Impossible. Qiao Anyu only took one look at this woman, and he felt that he wasn't worthy of her. Just the clothes and jewelry on this woman were worth more than a dozen villas in Shangjing. What the hell, but what if he could get her? He was very confident in his charm. As long as it was something she liked, he could do it. As for the man beside the woman, Qiao Anyu had a look of disdain on his face. She was either a gigolo that she had bought, or she was just a shield. It couldn't be her boyfriend. No, it couldn't be. Her taste couldn't be that bad, right? Brother and sister. It couldn't be. Brother and sister. Then why was the brother dressed so pathetically? But no matter what, he had to try this woman. This kind of woman could only be his. On the other side, a man was surrounded by 4 or 5 beautiful girls. His gaze also fell on Murong-Ching. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Du Mingtao. 3rd place in Shangjing's Tianwu competition. He was slightly worse than Qiao Anyu, but his family background was similar. In terms of handsomeness, he was above Qiao Anyu. He also had many suitors. He also had his eyes on Murongqing, but his taste was not as unique as Zhao Anyu's. Lin Xian quivered. These people's gazes were too scary. Big sister, I'll go get something to eat first. After saying that, Lin Xian hurriedly pulled his hand away and ran away. Fuck your sister. Looking at the glowing eyes of those young masters, he realized that he was no longer a shield. He was just a smelly fly in front of a little bunny. Those people were all big bad wolves. They could have trampled him to death when they came over. Now that he was Murongqing's shield, sorry, he could not afford to offend her. It was not that he did not dare, but there was nothing else to do tonight. He realized that coming here was a mistake. Hey! Lin Xian did not manage to pull his hand away. Murongqing hugged it tightly. I won't let you go, little hubby. Murongqing smiled and leaned her head on Lin Xian's shoulder. Lin Xian. Suddenly, killing intent filled the air. Previously, some people had guessed that they could not be boyfriend and girlfriend. But Murongqing was sweetly leaning on Lin Xian's shoulder. This was a bit. The people from the three major powers who knew Murongqing silently distanced themselves. Of course, they had heard of Murongqing's style. This woman was a rose with thorns. Sister, help me draw less hatred. Lin Xian wanted to cry. Murongqing smiled and looked at Lin Xian. Then, she pointed to the side and said, there are desserts over there. Go go go. Then, like a little girl, she held Lin Xian's hand and ran to the side. Cough cough, Lin Xian was embarrassed. Murongqing took a piece of cake and took a bite. Delicious. Then, she used the same spoon to scoop some cake and send it to Lin Xian's mouth. Have a taste. Lin Xian. No. At that moment, the surrounding, killing intent became even more intense. Fuck. This woman did not mind using the same spoon as the man in front of her. This proved that their relationship was really that of a man and a woman. All the previous guesses were destroyed. Lin Xian was stunned. Was this woman doing it on purpose or did she not care? Or was she really a female hooligan? No, some women were more promiscuous on the surface, but they were actually more conservative. Eat, why aren't you eating? Murongqing asked. Lin Xian turned his head, then walked to the side and took one, saying, I'll make it myself. You eat it yourself. Murongqing's lips curled slightly. She finally realized that this Lin Xian, on the surface, seemed to be a flirtatious person, but in fact, he did not have much courage. Or rather, he did not have much courage towards her. He did not even dare to kiss her indirectly. However, Murongqing liked it. If he really ate it, it would affect her good impression of Lin Xian. Chapter 528. Every action of these two people was the focus of the banquet. Lin Xian could feel those gazes and his hair stood on end. Ding. Murongqing's favorability towards you +5. Lin Xian was stunned for a moment. Increasing favorable impression points. Could it be because he did not eat her cake? So, this woman was a sucker for this. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Young Master Lin. A figure came from behind. Lin Xian turned his head to look. You're here too. Seeing Zhang Tian, Lin Xian smiled. Zhang Tian nodded, yeah, quite a lot of people from Tianhua City are here. Then, Zhang Tian looked at Murongqing. He had to admit that he admired Lin Xian. So much so that he wanted to prostrate himself in admiration. The women around Lin Xian, from lolas to mature women, there were all kinds of types, and each of them were devastatingly beautiful. They were invincible. Let me introduce you, this is my friend Zhang Tian, this is. Before Lin Xian could say anything, Murong Qing smiled and said, Lin Xian's girlfriend, Murong Qing. Lin Xian, fuck. Zhang Tian smiled and said, then I'll go talk to someone else, I won't disturb you guys. After saying that, Zhang Tian walked away. Big sister, what are you trying to do? He won't hit on you, why do you have to say that? Lin Xian was helpless. Although it was a face, some people did not believe it, and some people's gazes were enough to kill Lin Xian. The main thing was, if Murong Qing was really his woman, Lin Xian would enjoy such gazes. But she was not, so he did not like it. But, I just want everyone to know that you're my little hubby. It's fake, it's fake. Lin Xian reminded. Although he had indeed triggered a mission, and it was indeed very easy to flirt with her, Lin Xian knew that Murong Qing was different from other girls. No matter how much he flirted with her, it would be useless. He could not go along with her. Instead, he would make her lose that feeling. She needed to play hard to get. Didn't she take the initiative to call Lin Xian little hubby? Didn't she feed him all kinds of cakes and hug his arm? If it was any other girl, Lin Xian would be more than happy to oblige. He could strike up a conversation with them and improve their relationship more quickly. However, this was Murong Qing, a vixen. She must be very shrewd. Therefore, Lin Xian wanted to do the opposite. To make her feel that he was not interested in her, this was more useful for any woman. This was playing hard to get. For Murong Qing, everything else was useless, but playing hard to get would definitely work. However, Lin Xian's description was very similar. He couldn't let Murong Qing see that he was playing hard to get. Therefore, Lin Xian had to expose her. But my feelings for you are not fake. Go away, go away. You just want to get closer to me and then cheat me of the gene medicine, woman. Murong Qing, all right. Lin Xian was right. Damn it. Since when did she personally pester a man? But this Lin Xian, fuck. Infuriating. I'm going to find a friend to chat with. As for being a shield, I'm not doing it anymore. After saying that, Lin Xian was about to run away. At this moment, a man walked over with a wine glass in his hand. Du Mingtao. To be honest, this kind of woman, so what if she had been played by other men? She was too beautiful, too beautiful. Even if she had been played, he was willing to marry this kind of woman. It was a kind of happiness. Beautiful lady, can we get to know each other? I'm Du Mingtao. Du Mingtao revealed a gentlemanly smile at Murong Qing and then extended his hand. When Qiao Anyu saw that his old rival Du Mingtao had actually made a move, he couldn't wait to walk over. Of course, he didn't walk directly to Murong Qing, but to Du Mingtao. Isn't this Master Du? Long time no see. Qiao Anyu clinked his wine glass with Du Mingtao's. Du Mingtao knew that Qiao Anyu was here to pick up the girl. Long time no see. They had just raced together yesterday. He was just looking for an excuse to strike up a conversation. Master Qiao, didn't we meet yesterday? Du Mingtao didn't want to give him face. Qiao Anyu's lips curled slightly, is that so? Oh right, my brain is muddled after sleeping for a while. Qiao Anyu patted his head and then casually turned around to look at Murong Qing. What a sin, there's actually such a beautiful woman. I'm not the first to see you. Hello, I'm Qiao Anyu. Qiao Anyu then smiled like a gentleman. He didn't stretch out his hand. This was all a trick to give the woman the impression that he was a good person and didn't deliberately stretch out his hand to shake her hand. Du Mingtao's face turned ugly because he reached out his hand to shake Murongqing's hand. But now, he was outclassed. Murongqing chuckled and then said, "Sorry, my husband doesn't like me to get to know other guys." Your husband. Although they all had their guesses, they still had to pretend not to know. They were all unhappy. This kind of woman was actually taken by that country bumpkin, however, was he a shield or not? It was still under consideration. Murongqing directly pulled Lin Xian, who was about to slip away, and then held on to Lin Xian's arm. "Yes, he's my husband," Murongqing said with a sweet look. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. No, I'm not her husband," Lin Xian quickly said, and then the soft flesh on his waist was pinched. Cough, what I mean is, I'm just her boyfriend. We're not married yet, so I'm not her real husband." Murongqing then released her hand with satisfaction. She didn't know why, but at this moment, she really had the feeling of pinching her own boyfriend. It felt a little real. Qiao Anyu and Du Mingtao's faces were gloomy, but they still maintained a smile. So what if she had a boyfriend? Maybe it was just a shield. Even if it was true, they wouldn't dislike this kind of woman. So, they still had to find an opportunity to use the hoe. But this Lin Xian, they already remembered it in their hearts. "Hello, I'm Qiao Anyu." Qiao Anyu smiled and stretched out his hand. He shook his hand symbolically, then turned to Murongqing and said, "Honey, I saw caviar over there. Let's go and have some." N. Murongqing walked away with Lin Xian sweetly. Qiao Anyu and Du Mingtao stood there. "Young Master Qiao, you're so boring. Fighting with this young master, and in the end, the woman is still someone else's woman. What's the point?" Du Mingtao drank the red wine in one gulp and looked at Qiao Anyu with slight anger. Qiao Anyu glanced at the two people walking away and then sneered, "Women, we're rivals. But now, I think it's better for us to join forces and trample on the man beside that woman. As for whether he's a shield or not, I don't know yet. But now, we have to join forces. As for who the woman will belong to later, we'll show our skills. How about it?" Chapter 529. When it came to picking up girls, they weren't bad and were confident. However, there was a prerequisite. That girl had a shield called Lin Xian by her side. "Alright, we'll do as you say," Du Mingtao said coldly. Then, he looked at Qiao Anyu and asked, "Do you have any good suggestions?" They still didn't know Lin Xian's name. If they knew, they would know better. Lin Xian's name was quite famous. He was the champion of Tianhua City's World Conference. At the same time, he also had some achievements. Of course, there were many people with the same name. However, they would definitely think that way. Do you see the arena over there? Tonight, according to what I know, that Sky Venerable Senior will let us compete with each other. We just have to step on him. If we can quietly cripple him, that would be even better. A girl can't possibly follow a cripple, right? Cripple. That won't do. What are you afraid of? Just leave it to me. I guarantee that no one will find out. I have a poison here. As long as he is poisoned, there won't be any abnormalities in the first hour. However, after an hour, his limbs will be crippled. After an hour, who will know who did it? Qiao Anyu's lips curled up. Brilliant, really brilliant. Then I'll have to trouble young Master Qiao. They were opponents, but they were also friends. After all, they had the same interests. After walking away, Lin Xian quickly pulled his hand out. What? I'm holding your arm. Are you losing out? Murong Qing saw that Lin Xian was constantly looking down on her. She couldn't understand. Was this Lin Xian a man? She was already so proactive. Lin Xian shook his head and said, "It's not a loss. However, I know your purpose. I also know that you have no interest in me. So, there's no need." Murong Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. "How do you know that I have no interest in you?" Murong Qing's lips curled up. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. "A man's intuition. I'm going to pick up girls. Do you still want to follow me?" "Don't." Murong Qing then took Lin Xian's arm and said with a smile, "If you go to pick up girls, won't we be exposed? Aren't you going to chat with your colleagues?" "No, I want to follow you. I originally came here to have some fun, just to go through the motions. Those small talk and whatnot are the most fake." It had to be said that Lin Xian felt that this Murong Qing was rather straightforward. "Lin Xian." At this moment, a voice came from behind. Lin Xian turned his head. "All right, another old acquaintance from Tianhua City. Young Master Qin." Lin Xian smiled. Qin Cheng looked at Murong Qing and saw her holding Lin Xian's arm. He was stunned. "Fuck your mother. Another new one. Another super beauty. This Lin Xian, was it a god?" To be honest, Qin Cheng admired Lin Xian. He was invincible. "Who is this?" Qin Cheng didn't give up and asked. Murong Qing leaned closer to the considerate Lin Xian. "Murong Qing, Lin Xian's girlfriend." Qin Cheng, all right. He was looking for trouble. Fuck. How many boats was this Lin Xian stepping on? To be honest, Qin Cheng and Lin Xian were rivals. However, they didn't have any direct conflicts. Plus, the incident with Xiao Nanfeng made Qin Cheng feel that he was more unhappy with Xiao Nanfeng. As for Lin Xian, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong to him. It had always been him. Lin Xian even introduced Yi Yi to him. Although Yi Yi hadn't called yet, Lin Xian had already shown his sincerity, right? Of course, that was only Qin Cheng's own opinion. In fact, Lin Xian had tricked him very badly. And now, he really wanted to learn from Lin Xian. This Lin Xian was a god. He really didn't know how Lin Xian could handle so many beauties with ease. Moreover, even if she wasn't his girlfriend, she would still come out to eat with him. Their relationship must be good. If he could learn a thing or two from Lin Xian, would it be difficult to pick up girls? Therefore, under normal circumstances, Qin Cheng would have deliberately revealed Lin Xian's relationship with other girls to deliberately cause conflict between Lin Xian and Murong Qing. But now, he didn't. "Hello, my name is Qin Cheng. I'm Lin Xian's friend." Qin Cheng smiled. Murong Qing nodded slightly. Lin Xian was stunned. This Qin Cheng took the initiative to say that he was his friend. Was he trying to get closer to Murong Qing? "Then you guys continue chatting. I'll go chat with others first." Qin Cheng finished speaking and walked away. "You really have a lot of friends," Murong Qing said. "What friends?" "Not really friends." Lin Xian took a glass of red wine and took a sip. Throughout the entire venue, there were always so many people glancing over from time to time. They wanted to see Murong Qing and also wanted to see what they were doing. After all, Murong Qing was indeed a beautiful woman. Lin Xian glanced at Murong Qing's favorability. 18. That was quite fast. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion in the venue. Because the door opened and two figures walked in hand. Lin Xian looked over. Puff! In the next moment, a mouthful of red wine was directly spat out. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue. Why were these two people here? After spitting out the wine, Lin Xian quickly pulled out Murong Qing's arm and turned around. Big sister, I'll leave first. After saying that, Lin Xian lowered his head and walked away quickly. How many times have I told you? Call me big sister, don't call me big sister. Murong Qing said helplessly and then looked at the door with her beautiful eyes. In the beginning, Murong Qing was the focus of the entire venue because there was no other woman in the venue who could compare with her in terms of appearance and temperament. But now, it was not. Now, there were 3 people in the spotlight. 2 of them were top-grade beauties. The last one was a slightly more mature and seductive top-grade beauty. It depended on personal preference. Murong Qing was very smart. From Lin Xian's sudden action, she could understand that the 2 beautiful women who just came in were acquainted with Lin Xian. However, Murong Qing felt that the 2 beautiful women who came in were a little familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Lin Xian's girlfriend. From her current contact with Lin Xian, he was a little different. Although he was not very handsome, he had his own special place. He could find a very beautiful girlfriend. In fact, Murong Qing felt that it was possible. So, if one of these 2 beautiful women was Lin Xian's girlfriend, it was possible. Then, Murong Qing was a little curious. As for the other men who were originally focused on Murong Qing, most of them were now focused on Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. Murong Qing might have a boyfriend, but these 2 new beauties, as far as the current situation was concerned, they came alone and did not have any male companions. That would be a different story. Du Mingtao and Xiao Anyu's attention was also focused on them. Chapter 530. To be honest, for a normal man, there was no such thing as a Lolita Kong or a preference for girls of a certain age. If they were given a choice, for example, if they were to put Ling Ying and Murong Qing together, most of them would choose Murong Qing. That was because women like her were the most likable. However, that was only in theory. There were too many situations in reality. Lin Xian was thinking. He was definitely going to see Ling Ying and Han Chuxue tonight, so he was thinking about what to do. What should he say? Previously, Ling Ying had asked Lin Xian if he wanted to go and play. Lin Xian had rejected him and said that he wanted to explore the demonic beast domain. The truth was, that was indeed the case. At that time, he indeed had such thoughts. But now that he was here with Murong Qing, what should he do? Not bad. Although it can't be compared to some gatherings in the past, it's already a high standard to be able to do this. Ling Ying looked around and was quite satisfied. Han Chuxue said, after all, we are here to welcome a heavenly venerable. Naturally, we have to do it well. It's just that Lin Xian didn't want to come and didn't let us go to the demonic beast domain. Instead, he went there himself. Humph. Ling Ying snorted. He said that with Ling Longyue following him, there's no need to worry about danger. Hey, there's caviar over there. I wonder how it tastes. Let's go. Ling Ying then pulled Han Chuxue and ran over. Murong Qing happened to be there. The 2 of them also saw Murong Qing. Murong Qing smiled and handed them 2 glasses of red wine. Here. The 2 of them received it. Thank you. Han Chuxue said softly. The 2 of them were stunned when they saw Murong Qing. It was just like the first time they saw Linya and Linglong Shui. This woman gave them a different feeling. They didn't expect to see such a beautiful woman here. Have we met somewhere before? Murong Qing smiled and looked at the 2 girls. She was indeed familiar with them. If a guy talked to a girl like that, it would be flirting. But when a girl asked them like that, "Sister, have we met before?" Ling Ying asked. Murong Qing smiled and clinked her wine glass with theirs. "It's a little familiar. Are you from Tiandu?" The two girls looked at each other and nodded. "No wonder, maybe we've met before. My name is Murong Qing." Murong Qing smiled charmingly. "Han Chushue." Ling Ying. At this moment, Lin Xian, who was not far away, turned his head. Fuck. How did these three women bump into each other? Why do they look like they're talking and laughing? Know him? That's right, they are all from Tiandu, so it's possible that they know each other. Damn it. Ling Ying. Han Chushue. Murong Qing was slightly stunned when she heard their names, and then she couldn't help but laugh. She was just wondering why it felt so familiar. So they were the daughters of the Ling family and the Han family. This Lin Xian actually knew them. And seeing them was like seeing a guy hooking up with another girl and suddenly seeing his girlfriend. Anyway, for Murong Qing, that was what she felt. Something was up. So it's the daughters of the Ling family and the Han family. Nice to meet you. Murong Qing nodded slightly. Sister is, Ling Ying asked. It was obvious that this Murong Qing's temperament and demeanor were definitely not ordinary. Me? Nothing much, I'm just a worker in Tiandu. I'm considered a small leader. Then why did Sister Murong come to Jinghua City? Ling Ying asked curiously again. I came with my little husband to attend a banquet, just to have some fun. Husband? The two girls thought for a while. Although she was very beautiful, she was also 25 or 26 years old. It was normal for her to have a husband. It was up to her to choose. Here, he's over there. I'll let him come over and introduce him to you. He's Lin Xian. After that, Murong Qing smiled and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Ling Ying and Han Chushue looked at each other. Same name, right? Didn't Lin Xian go to the beast domain? Also, do you think Lin Xian can run to this person? Han Chushue said softly. Ling Ying also felt that it was reasonable and said, this Sister Murong should be an official in one of the three major forces. Han Chushue nodded, and then the two of them looked at the figure not far away, whose back was facing them. Ladies, this humble one is Du Mingtao. Nice to meet you. Du Mingtao smiled and walked over to strike up a conversation with them. Nice to meet you. Ling Ying nodded. How should I address you two ladies? Sorry, I don't accept conversations. I'm a girl unlike girls. Thank you. Then, Ling Ying held Han Chushue's arm. Du Mingtao, believe. Of course not. But since they said so, he couldn't be so thick-skinned as to strike up a conversation. It was easy to strike up a conversation with an ordinary girl. Why was it so difficult for these beauties? On the other side, Lin Xian was chatting with Murong Qing. Little hubby, come, let me introduce you to two friends. Murong Qing pulled Lin Xian's arm. Sister, please let me go. I don't like girls. Lin Xian said with a sad face. Not liking girls doesn't mean you can't meet girls. Come, they heard that your name is Lin Xian and they are very interested. Murong Qing said it deliberately. What? You told them my name. Lin Xian couldn't help but cry out. Hee, aren't you smart? They can let you meet great beauties. Come. Smart your sister. Zzz. Then, Murong Qing sniffed her little nose in an aggrieved manner, and then said in an aggrieved tone, Little hubby, did I do something wrong again? I thought you would be happy if I introduced you to great beauties. Lin Xian, this woman was too evil. Since it was already like this, Lin Xian had no other choice. They would have met tonight, but Lin Xian hadn't thought of what to say. This was the most uncomfortable part. Let's go. Lin Xian sighed. Then Murong Qing pulled Lin Xian's hand, but Lin Xian shook it off. Han Chuxue and Ling Ying looked over. Chuxue, don't you think that person looks a little familiar? Ling Ying saw the figure walking over and asked. Yes, he looks like Lin Xian. Even the way he walks is similar. Why? Do all people named Lin Xian walk so stupidly? Han Chushua's beautiful eyes took a closer look. As she slowly approached, he is Lin Xian. I know, didn't Sister Murong say that his name is Lin Xian? I mean, he is the Lin Xian we know. Ling Ying, she took a closer look. Fuck. At this moment, she had the urge to throw the wine glass in her hand at him, but she resisted the urge. Chapter 531. This bastard. He said that he was going to the demonic beast domain, but now he was attending a banquet. It was fine if he was attending, but he didn't even tell them. It was fine if he didn't tell them, but he was actually with such a beautiful girl. It was fine if they were together, but what did Murong Qing say? That Lin Xian was her husband? Fuck. Fuck. Lin Xian walked over with his head lowered awkwardly. Hi, Ling Ying, Chuxue, let me introduce you to my husband, Lin Xian. Murong Qing looked at them and said with a smile. Cough. Lin Xian coughed dryly. This vixen. He could explain it. Ding. Feeling Ling Ying's unhappiness and jealousy, Prince Charming points plus 1000000. Ding. Feeling Han Chushua's jealousy, Prince Charming points plus 30,000. Then Murong Qing held Lin Xian's arm and smiled. Lin Xian, ding, Lin Xian could not bear the system bombardment. Then Lin Xian quickly pulled his hand away. That, little Ling Ying, little Chuxue, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. She was just playing. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. You don't have to explain anything. Ling Ying said. No, it's still necessary. You know each other. Murong Qing had a surprised look. Lin Xian regretted it. Why did he have to provoke this woman? Why did he have to make her unhappy? Now, he had his revenge. Most importantly, who would have thought that these two rich young ladies would cross the city to attend this banquet? Lin Xian nodded, and I know them. They are both my friends. Not familiar. Ling Ying walked away after saying that. Hey, little Ling Ying, little Chuxue. Lin Xian quickly chased after them. Murong Qing's lips curled up. Fighting with her and even being unhappy with her, this lady is not to be trifled with. Little Ling Ying. Lin Xian caught up with Ling Ying and grabbed her arm. What? Ling Ying flung his arm away. Are you jealous? Little Chuxue, are you jealous too? Lin Xian said with a smile. TSK, jealous of you. You wish. Ling Ying said stubbornly. I really have nothing to do with that Murong Qing. She's just like a demon. She's deliberately messing with me. I have nothing to do with you. Why are you explaining to me? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian and asked. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. How could it not be related? She's a very powerful person in the holy sanctum. She has a very high status. I might need her help with some things in the future. Lin Xian explained. Oh. Lin Xian, okay. I swear, I really have nothing to do with her. She's messing with me by calling me little husband. Oh. Lin Xian, Han Chushua looked at Lin Xian and said, Ling Ying doesn't care about this. Then what does he care about? Ling Ying then looked at Lin Xian and asked, didn't you say you went to the beast domain with Ling Longyue? Why are you with such a beautiful girl? Her name is Ling Longyue. Is this the beast domain? That's right, the girl cared about whether the guy lied to her or not. Ling Ying was already so magnanimous. She could only be angry and jealous, but she cared more about lying. Lin Xian raised his hand, I swear, I really wanted to go to the beast domain with Ling Longyue. But halfway there, she pulled me over. I didn't want to come, and I didn't mean anything, but she was very insistent. She was very insistent, so you came. Ling Ying heard Lin Xian's explanation and actually believed it. She would choose to believe Lin Xian's words more, but girls were all like that. They all had a proud mentality. The main reason was indeed Lin Xian's fault. Lin Xian said awkwardly, after all, we know each other. She was so insistent, so it wouldn't be good for me to refuse to tell the truth, right? For example, you asked me to come to this banquet. If I insisted, I would definitely come. So it's like this. Ling Ying's mouth curved slightly. Lin Xian, it seemed like he had said something. Forget it, forget it. It doesn't matter. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. What does it have to do with me whether you're obedient or not? Ling Ying said helplessly. Speaking of being obedient, Lin Xian then looked at Ling Ying and Han Chushua and asked, I told you not to go to the demonic beast domain for the time being. Why did you still come? Han Chushua didn't know what to say for a moment. I didn't go to the demonic beast domain either. This is Jinghua City. Ling Ying defended herself. What did I say? I said that for the time being, you shouldn't even leave Tianhua City. Moreover, there are hundreds of kilometers between Tianhua City and Jinghua City that is the demonic beast domain. How is this not counted as going to the demonic beast domain? Hearing Lin Xian slightly angry in reproachful tone, Ling Ying was like a child who had done something wrong. Han Chushua was the same. A second ago, she was still arrogant and reproaching Lin Xian. The next second, she was defeated by Lin Xian. I'm bored, Ling Ying pouted and said weakly. That's right, Lin Xian did say that to her. Now that she was caught red-handed by Lin Xian, she had become a little wife who had done something wrong. Is being bored more important than your life? Lin Xian said angrily. That's right, Lin Xian also suddenly realized this point. At this critical moment, how could they come out so easily? Lin Xian's anger wasn't fake. It was because he cared that he was angry. Otherwise, why would it have anything to do with Lin Xian? He didn't care. You can go wherever you want. You can die however you want. What does it have to do with him? There won't be a next time. Ling Ying said in a low voice. There's still a next time. I'm sorry. Lin Xian then let out a sigh. Okay. This is the last time. When we go back, we will go back together. Got it. Ling Ying said weakly. Then, she muttered, it's not like you told us about the danger. Lin Xian heard it. No, do you think I'm lying to you? Lying to you that there's danger outside? No. Han Chushua said. Then she continued, I just don't understand. Lin Xian sighed and said, I didn't tell you because I didn't want you to worry. But since that's the case, I'm really afraid that you won't listen and run out again. So I'll tell you. Han Chushua should be obedient, but this Ling Ying wasn't. She was impatient. Then Lin Xian said, I received news that Tianhua City might be in trouble. Maybe it's not just Tianhua City, but also Jinghua City and the surrounding cities. But it's mainly Tianhua City. Trouble. The two girls showed a shocked expression. Demon beasts attacking the city. Generally speaking, for a city to be in trouble, it was either natural or man-made disasters. Other than that, it could only be demon beasts attacking the city. Lin Xian nodded. It's very likely. That's why I'm worried that the outside world is very dangerous. That's why I won't let you go out.